at the time, the narrative was that it was about pulling people away from the right and saving them from the right wing. I think that was bullshit. It was an economic thing. It was about growing your audience, growing your clout, and increasing your fucking YouTube paycheck. That's actually what this was all about, right? And it was framed as a political struggle in order to give justification so that people would be more likely to support you on the basis that you're doing a political aim rather than just trying to build an audience and trying to build money, etc. So there's something particularly pernicious and deceptive about this too, because he's having this debate, he's making the points he's making, in my opinion, in bad faith, and he's doing it so that he can capitalise on getting into his audience and hopefully drawing some people off that are going to come over to him because, hey, if you're like a lefty and you like edgy jokes, I do that. I do lefty edgy jokes, actually. So, yeah. I do dark edgy humour too. Come and check me out when you get a moment.
Joke defense is actually legitimate sometimes, because sometimes it's just too funny not to say. But I also recognize sometimes people lie. And one thing that really bothers me is I feel like comedy is getting ruined by people who say they're comedians and that they're just making jokes, but all they're actually doing is using it as a cynical vehicle to push their politics. I love comedy, you know? I love comedy. I've loved stand-up comedians my entire life, you know? I like to think I'm a decently funny guy. So when I watch people like non-stop just act like Nazis, but then they're like, whoa, it's just a hilarious prank, my dude. It's just a joke. What, do you hate comedy? I feel like they're kind of the ones who hate comedy. Because what they're doing is they're cheapening the actual value of humor as a means of political communication, and instead they're just...
Humor as a means of political communication. Bro. Such a cancerous mentality. Absolutely cancerous mentality.
Using it like as a way of avoiding responsibility, what they believe. True comedians will engage in political commentary. Huh?
Do you do that?
No, I'm very, very open with everything I believe.
Right, so whenever you make your jokes, how do we not know that that's masking something sinister? Because I've heard some of the stuff that you've said in the past, but I just recognise that it's spicy banter. Like, I think on a few occasions you've said Glass Israel as well.
Oh yeah, I got banned off Twitch for that one.
Yeah, whenever I heard of said that, I was like, it's clearly he doesn't want to nuke Israel.
Well, wait, but that's the
Wait, hang on, I got distracted. Bro! Did you only
Right, so whenever you make your jokes, how do we not know that that's masking something sinister? Because I've heard some of the stuff that you've said in the past, and I just recognise that it's spicy banter. Like, I think on a few occasions you've said Glass Israel as well.
Oh yeah, I got banned off Twitch for that one.
Yeah, whenever I heard of said that, I was like, it's clearly he doesn't want to nuke Israel.
Well, wait, that's the thing though. I can defend it. Yeah, sorry.
Dude. My edgy humour, where I'm calling for the mass extermination of a group of people in a given land using nuclear weapons, is okay. Your edgy humour, where you make little jokes about black people being criminals, or no, that's bad.
But even when you did that little, I know that was a joke. I know the
well, no, I mean, I got banned off Twitch for saying that, but my underlying position, which is that I think that Israel is a destructive colonial settler country that's like hurting the people of Palestine, I stand by that position. Obviously, the sentiment was hyperbolic, but even when I made that joke, Glass Israel, the underlying message was conveying a deep hatred for the country. So even though it was a joke, Twitch was right to ban me because it was the sentiment underlying it was sincere. And so as somebody who's made
Sometimes you can just say funny shit and it's not got any meaningful political meaning. It doesn't have to. You can just say a funny thing and it's fine. Oh. Dude, this is the thing as well. I think there is an element of projection happening here where, you know, Vosh does mask his beliefs with humour, right? Whereas Count Dankula isn't really doing that. He's just saying shit he thinks is funny and spicy banter, as he puts it, you know?
Those comments before, I know, just because you're making a joke doesn't mean your hyperbole can't be masking something else. And I can defend my comments on Israel if I want to, but the point is I was hiding an underlying set of beliefs, which I just don't like the state of Israel very much.
I don't really think Twitch was right to ban you for that, if I'm being honest.
For what it's worth, I don't think it was right for you to be hit with that 800-pound fine. I don't think that was a legitimate use of state power for that Nazi post shit. I don't think that was right either.
Oh my god, dude. Bro, he's trying to like get in there, isn't he? He's trying to, oh, thank you. Oh, I said thank you. Isn't it really bad what happened to you? Oh god, it's so just slimy, isn't it? Like, obviously, Count Dankula is not saying this because he's trying to toady up to Vosh. He's saying, I disagree with your belief that you were legitimately banned. And then the response to that is going, yeah man, it was so bad what the state power did to you, isn't it? Oh. Oh, god dude, it's gross. Slimy fucker.
Fair enough. But one thing that I do want to get to is the beliefs that white supremacists have. Now, you no doubt have a bunch of, things that white supremacists believe. So ask me, and I'll try my hardest. And usually, whenever I get the temptation, whenever someone asks me a question, I just want to give a mean answer and wind them up, and I'll actually try my hardest to not make jokes. And I actually give what
maybe would be helpful to pick a particular topic.
Yeah, sure. So what I had is I prepared a little bit of material. Now that's kind of cringy, a little bit of a schoolboy vibe on my part, but I was interested in getting Count Dankula's thoughts on that. And yeah, I'd love that. And hey, listen, if it does evolve into a bunch of shit talking, I'm pretty good at that too. So I'm prepared for both potential axes of this conversation. So
I'm prepared for both potential axes of this conversation. Just speak normal, bro. We can get into the detail or we can shit talk. I'm fine with either, whatever. He's got to always have this element of like, false eloquence in what he says. It's so annoying. Just speak normal, bro.
The specific reason, I didn't call you out on Twitter, I don't think. I think I said something about you on stream and somebody else tweeted at you. But the thing that I saw specifically off Twitter, it was, the tweet was you saying, since everyone is posting their political journey, and it had all these years where you were describing your political opinions at the time. And in 2003, you say communism sounds great because you were like, I guess, a tanky back then, and it goes down up to modern times. And in 2019, it says, the movement I used to be a part of was the source of all of our problems. So you're referring to communism there? That's fine. I don't care if you're an anti-communist. And then in 2020, it says, despite, ... Now, yeah. So, despite, and if there's any ambiguity to this, the comments underneath clear it up. Despite,
oh my god, dude! You were despite posting. You were despite posting. So I think this clearly proves the white supremacy in your veins. You were despite posting. Dude, it's funny. It's a funny thing. Like, yeah, there's probably some truth to his political mindset changing. But I think it's to point out that he's gone from being a fucking mind-raped communist to being someone who, like, is willing to challenge some of the preconceived progressive notions about society. Dude, oh my god. Dude, this is, like, bringing me great flashbacks to all this. Do you remember when Despite Posting first started and the leftoids were completely incapable of engaging with it? On the whole, it just seemed like they were scrambling, trying to come up with a response to what ostensibly was pointing out a statistic, a criminal statistic, right? But they were like, oh no, it's racist, it's just racist what you're saying. So they had to try and like find a way or way to respond and deal with that. And then obviously eventually I think, it became, okay, well we can address this by talking about socio-economic factors. That's how we hopefully can see to address this. It's a bad look to just call crime statistics racist, even though they're being invoked in a way that is potentially leading to some underlying, genetic factor in the fact that these people are committing crime. We can't just say it's racist. We've got to explain what's going on there. But yeah, it was bad. I think the reality is like, you've got to accept that black people commit crimes in excess. And whilst it's true, in my mind, that it's, socio-economic factors, I mean, what's the alternative? They are more predisposed to criminality. I obviously don't think that myself, okay? So that isn't the answer. But then you've got to accept that when you're presenting it as its socio-economic circumstances, that's not a particularly good optically sounding thing when you're dealing with like an actual incident of crime, right? Because it sounds like you're trying to act like, when you say socio-economic circumstances, it comes across like you're saying they know not what they do, essentially. Which is funny because the genetic argument is the same from the other direction, but nonetheless, it gets framed as they know not what they do. When obviously when you're dealing with someone that's just been raped and murdered, it comes across as quite crass to say, well, it's not really their fault. You know?
What are your thoughts on the future of US defense industry exports now no one can trust America?
Okay, that is a very, fine. I mean, I doubt that American, munitions companies are going to stop sending stuff, but I don't know, that's a very deep question. Probably fine is my answer. Thank you for the super chat. So I think you've got to have like a simultaneous explanation or discussion about why it is that people choose to do crime, but then you also have got to balance that with a very strong condemnation of the behavior. And because the problem is that often it's used as a way of, criticizing like the American prison industrial complex or something like that, right? Well, I think you can do both. You can say, well, I don't think it's because they're predisposed to crime. There's, explanations as to why people commit crime, and often it comes down to, but obviously we still have to take a harsh tack with them to protect society. We have to lock them away, something along those lines, right? But too often lefties would just respond to it by going, well, the reason they commit more crime is because of socio-economic circumstances, and that's the explanation. And then that then comes across like you're acting like it's like, oh, well, yeah, sure, he's raped and murdered a bunch of women, but like, it's because he ate too many lead chips when he was younger and he comes from a poor background. But yeah. Anyway, very funny that the left scrambled to find a response to that sentiment when it first sort of happened.
You can say it if you want.
Oh yeah, sure, go for it. Yeah.
Despite making up only 13% of the population, black people commit 52% of the crime.
Yo!
Yeah, I've heard that one before, but from some very unsavory people.
Yeah. It's just that.
Oh, dude, no! Is this before we'd figured out how to deal with this? And we're just going to do bad people have said a fact elsewhere. Dude, that looks terrible, dude. That's terrible. Oh, yeah. So there's a few unsavory characters that have been saying this statistic.
Whenever I say that, I'm just trying to annoy people.
Okay.
That's literally it.
Right. So the comment section beneath that tweet are literally just chock full of people making racist jokes and posting racist memes. When we say like the joke is racist, we're not saying the subject.
That's terrible. Where? So I can block it immediately.
That joke is racism.
Sorry, I was looking
We're saying
shit
the
up.
joke itself is racist. That just because it's a joke doesn't mean it's not racist. So you're just trying to I don't know. You say you're trying to troll people, but your
Oh,
audience.
dude, he's calling it racist. No, this is before we got the NPC leftoid update of how to contend with this. He's calling it racist. No, Bosh. Bosh. It's socio-economic circumstances, but people should still be punished accordingly, Bosh. That's what you need to say. Bosh, you need the update. You've not been updated with the new patch. We need to roll back
Oh my
Bosh
God.
to the pre-Horsecock Lolicon patch. But so he's got the right patch with the how to respond to the police statistic argument. That's what we need.
It seems to like it. They really like the 1350 thing. I don't know who's getting upset by this.
Well, those are the people that didn't really get the point, and the people that are getting upset by it as well, you obviously. But that's pretty much all that is. Because I mean, it's at the point now where trolling has been around since the inception of the internet. Since the internet, I mean, even trolling's been around since fucking telephones were fucking invented.
Trolling isn't just being racist, and then people in the responses also being racist. That's not trolling.
Is that me?
I'm not old enough to know what trolling used to be.
I never.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, I heard Discord. It was a fucking.
Where can I read this definition of what trolling is? That means it can't just be someone posting something racist and a bunch of people posting racist stuff in response. Dude, trolling can just be
What?
Racism. Yes, it can be. Of course it can. What is
Needs
it
to be lower.
That it can't just be people being racist. Yes, of course it can be people being racist. If you're trying to troll some BLM org, it's likely going to be everyone just being racist. Yes.
Well, I never said that trolling is just racist. That's just part of it. Trolling, in its most basic form is saying or doing something absolutely outrageous to annoy every single person in the fucking room. Just pissing everybody off. And what is the biggest nuke that you can drop in a room in the 2020th year of our Lord? A racist comment.
My dude, if you wanted to get your audience upset, you should have said trans women are women. Your audience is totally fine with this. Your audience loves it. No one here is trolled. No one here is upset.
Hold on, you try to.
Okay. It's not about trolling your followers. It's about upsetting onlookers that are watching.
I don't. Am I late?
Thank you for the sub.
My audience doesn't like trans women.
Oh, well, okay, that could be a mischaracterization. Wait, that could be a mischaracterization on my part. Do you think your
No,
audience,
I forgot
generally
about this
speaking,
bit.
respects the right for
No.
trans people to exist? And
My
the
audience
difference?
really like trans women because they have fine taste.
so do they like trans people as in they support their right to get transitioned? They don't call them like mentally ill, or are they saying they like trans women because they like crap porn or food porn on their display?
The food aren't trans. Food aren't trans. That's something completely different, but I don't want to get bogged down in the details of that. But the point is, right, you don't get some people in there who say trans people are mentally ill, that's a man, blah, 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 and whatever, that's up to them, but there's still a large portion of my audience that are very fond of trans people in respect that trans people, you know, if you want to get fake boobies and present yourself as a woman, that's completely your right, that's completely your business, that's nobody else's business but yours.
Oh, it's
I
backwards.
I think that's an agreeable sentiment.
forwards.
I'm not sure.
I did it
I didn't do
backwards.
any research on the preponderance of trans supporters in your audience, so I'll just take you on that. I just don't think. I don't know how this is like trolling. I guess this is the issue that I have with like it's just a joke. Jokes generally have a punchline. This is just you signaling racism and your audience signaling it back.
Bro, dude, let's make me think of this. Dude. Let's make me think of
I
this.
swear I'm gonna get this one.
Remember this? Classic. All-time classic. Check in Twitter to find out you've been called a transphobe whilst your transsexual girlfriend is in the bathroom cleaning up the mess you made in a booty hole.
I was forward again. I did backwards
Peak of
again.
my aesthetic. Classic. No, this is not me. Before you start fucking into the memes, okay? No, this is not me. I'm not Lord Scrumpington. That little back and forward reminded me of this, okay? That's all. Dude, this is what I mean, man. Dankula is just being effortlessly amusing here, right? Making like funny little illusion there. And Vosh is like, well, do you mean that they support it? Bro, just fucking relax, okay? Don't stop sweatlording so hard and just fucking have a laugh with it. God, his chat as well, man. Make him say trans rights. Oh, God. Ugh.
Like that.
You say an outrageous phrase. Like the whole point is the punchline of the joke isn't the phrase itself, it's everyone's reaction to it. That's what the punchline of the joke is. Everybody getting really mad. People find other people getting mad funny.
They're not mad though. They like it. I mean, I can read some of these tweets.
People got mad. I mean, a bunch of people fucking screenshotted it and tweeted it at you, going, "Look at it. Look at me. He said that. He said this. He said that." That's
Yeah,
funny.
my audience.
Sorry.
Your audience likes it. Do you think your audience might be cool with racism, kind of?
Maybe some of them, but not all.
Okay. Point is that when you are trolling, right, often your audience is along for the ride, right? They like the fact that you're upsetting the libtards, okay? So if your audience is reacting, you can talk about that and discern something from that if you want to, but that's separate to the argument that you're trying to troll, you're trying to intentionally upset people by making outrageous comments, right? And the other, like, there's always going to be people that actually, I mean, I obviously am acutely aware of this particular issue myself as someone that experiences this, but there's always going to be people that like are actually racist. Okay, there's always going to be people in the audience that actually believe it and say it, and just like the fact that someone's saying it, even as a joke, even as a meme. But it doesn't change what your intent is in what you're trying to do there. You could have a bunch of people agreeing with you in the replies, but if you yourself are saying it and you're saying it's to wind people up, what does it matter if a bunch of racists are in the replies? Yeah, they might be racist, but it doesn't mean that you are racist, and that doesn't mean that you are a white supremacist. And this is supposed to be about whether Count Dankula is a white supremacist, not are people in your audience racist. You know, I would presume that if Count Dankula was asked, do you think some people in your audience are racist? He would probably say, yes, probably. I would say there's some people in my audience that I know are racist, but that doesn't speak to what my beliefs are. It's just that it's inevitable that if you tell edgy jokes about things, you will inevitably end up attracting people who unironically believe those views. Like you, Angler. Yeah,
I
Angler
didn't
Pitch
say.
is
I
a
mean, I
great
didn't say all,
example.
but like most of the people in the responses here, if they're not talking about your wife and cookies, which I guess was some separate thing, are affirming your racist beliefs. But they don't seem to be doing it like as a joke. They're just being racist, unless you think like.
How do you know that? How do you know
Well,
that?
that's the thing. We can't deductively, but you realize what we've retreated to right now, right? So you posted something racist, which is the 1350 thing. I mean, that's obviously like racial dog whistling. And your audience responded with racism, and everyone here is being racist, and your whole community is in on the racism. I don't know what the joke is.
It's not the whole community. The joke is everybody getting really, really, really mad about it. Like, say for example, one thing that I used to do, my old aunt Kathy, God rest her soul, fucking, she is the most militant Christian that I have ever come across. And
Bro, he's talking about Count Dankula retreated. Like, what do you mean? He's not retreated anywhere. You are the one that is desperately trying to paint him as a racist because there's some people in the comments who are making jokes that could mean that they're racist. Like that's literally the best we've got here is, oh, there's some people here and some of them could be racist. Some of them probably are racist even. I would accept that. What does that matter to what Count Dankula is? How many people need to be in the comments and reply to you being racist in order for you to be racist? That doesn't really make sense to me. It doesn't change what you think or what you believe about something, how racist people in response to you are. I've got to be honest with you, the way X is at the moment, if that was the logic we were going off, even the fucking libtards would be racist. Because if you look at the responses, right, now, it's all people that are saying racist shit in response to everything on X.
my entire life, right? Like, because me and my wife were living together, like, before we got married, we actually had to hide that from her because she's that militantly Christian.
Yes, if you have 1,488 people in your replies that are saying racist shit, that means that you are definitively, automatically a racist. It has to be that exact amount, no more, no less, and then you're a racist.
And I used to sit at the dinner table and say, you know what, I've been reading up a lot on Satan. I actually think Satan's a pretty cool guy. You know, I think what God did to him was pretty out of line. And she used to get so fucking angry at me for saying shit like that. Now, I don't fucking believe in Satan. I don't believe in any of that airy-fairy fucking shit. But because I used to just do it just to wind it up, just because I thought that her little sense of self-righteousness, getting all mad and shit, you know, this little short, furious Irish woman, I thought that was fucking hilarious.
Do you actually
Just
believe in
the same as-
Satan?
No, I don't believe in Satan. I don't
Okay,
actually believe
just
in that
curious.
shit.
Do you think there might be a
That's-
difference between you riling up a person who you know is going to be mad about it and you being racist to your audience of hundreds of thousands of people while your audience actually likes it and engages in unironic signaling of racism back?
The vast majority of them get that it's ironic.
This is what I mean by ruining, like, comedy. This isn't a joke. If you want to say it's just shocking...
It is a joke, though. It's kind of funny.
Well, I'm not just saying it's not funny. It's literally not a joke. I mean...
What? If you want to say it's shock humour, that would make it a joke, no? I mean, it's not like a structured, you know, punchline, set up punchline joke, but like, it is a joke, as in, it is not an honest reflection of what you believe. You're stating something for a purpose other than stating your unironic beliefs. It's to wind people up. Bosch is pretending not to understand the target of who the trolling is. Yeah, of course. Bro, the flailing that he's doing, like, dude, this is worse than I remember. He is like flailing around, desperately trying to find some purchase with which to make some points. And he's now at the point of saying, well, there's people making racist comments in replies to you, so that means you're racist, actually.
You can make the argument that, like, there's this funny, like, meta-ironic discourse going on in your community, and that's fine. But, I mean, from an inductive perspective, the far more likely, like, outcome here is just that you're racist, and your audience is racist, and we are nowhere near the end of evidence.
If a person seeking positive attention from the racist...
If you take what he says here, right, then you can infer that Vosh is a pedo because of the drawn images he had on his PC. Same exact logic.
It's an audience.
But he doesn't think so, though.
At what point are you responsible for cultivating and winding up racists? Well, you could be responsible for cultivating and winding up racists whilst not being racist yourself. Right? I mean, that is not the point of it. The point is not, are you being responsible with your audience? The point is, you know, are you a white supremacist? You could rile up 1,000 racists, but it doesn't mean that you then are a racist necessarily.
To that claim.
Well, But when I said that, you can't deductively think that that is what was in my mind.
Well, I can't deductively reason anything about what anyone believes, but in your own words, we would have to look at a person's actions, and we would have to infer from the things that they do what they actually
Okay,
believe.
then. So, are we going to look at tweets that I've done, or
God, Liz falling up has presumably stumbled in here erroneously, one would think. That's just a lie or manipulation, that isn't a joke. When you say something disgusting to make people go gross, that's not funny. Yeah, to you it's not funny because you are the target of the trolling. You are the person that is being trolled. You're the person that's being wound up by the statement of something outrageous, you fucking retarded bitch, okay? You are the person that is getting targeted. So obviously you're not going to find it funny because you're the target of the trolling, bro.
or are we going to look at actual real-world actions, stuff like that?
The trolled victim sits there and says, this isn't funny. Yeah, because you're the target. You're the person that is designed to be targeted by this trolling, by the joke the person is making.
Well, the tweet is an action. You.
Okay, I know, but that's pics and pixels on the screen. What about some real-world shit?
Wait. Racism isn't racism if it's done online?
When does I say that?
The joke is at
Well,
your
you just
expense.
implied a distinction between pixels on a screen and real-world shit. I mean, you affect literally hundreds of thousands of people online. You should know that more than anyone because you're a public figure online. Right?
Okay then. Okay, and in regards to that, I was meaning like stuff actual in the real world, like actual tangible like stuff, physical things, physical action.
I don't think that's in any way related. Physical? Do you mean like a video of you like beating up a black guy while saying I hate black people? I don't think that's necessary to inductively reason out your beliefs. If I didn't know a person like in real life at all, I just knew their Twitter persona. I think they could still do things on that Twitter account to make me think they're a racist.
see the sheer amount of people on the left that I've actually met in real life and have completely changed their mind about the way about what they think of me.
Oh, like
Because
who?
they realise that I'm not actually like that. In fact, there was one boy, it was actually a group of trans people when I was at Comic-Con, and basically they said that they didn't like my beliefs and stuff like that, but we actually bonded over our hatred of Graham Linehan. So that was actually very nice. One of them did come up to me afterwards and shake my hand and said, I hope you turn away from white supremacy, and I was just like,
Oh, that's changed. Graham Linehan has since apologised to Count Dankula. And he accepted it. I don't know what their fucking relationship is. But yeah, Count Dankula has basically said, stop going at Graham Linehan so hard now. Because he apologised to me. Basically, the reason he doesn't like Graham Linehan is... so basically Graham Linehan attacked Count Dankula over the Nazi pug thing. He thought that the Nazi pug thing was like really bad basically and terrible and he was rightly punished for it or something like that.
Hey, look at that. We're a comrade to the end. Look at that. Hey, I can break bread with people I disagree with you now. I'm actually fairly amicable as far as online lefties go, but I got a lot of people to account for their beliefs.
I do that all the time. That's the thing is, there's one of the things that gets used.
No, he trolled it. Well, the trolling part is I'm going to make a cute nut pug do Nazi shit when I say outrageous statements. Okay? And then obviously the purpose of that is to troll people and get them upset about it. But unfortunately, one of the groups of people that Count Dankula trolled was the Scottish government, who saw fit to charge him with a crime for that, in which he ended up getting a fine of £800, right? And then the issue there is if Graham Linehan was outraged about what he did, then fair enough, right? It's, he's a victim of the trolling. But Graham Linehan gave justification. I'm pretty sure he said that it was acceptable that the Scottish state had engaged in this behaviour against Count Dankula. So you're essentially like signing off on state tyranny against an individual for engaging in what many would consider to be legitimate, fair speech in terms of satirical speech, And this is coming from a guy who's like a comedy writer who did an entire episode that, some could argue could be considered a fucking hate crime, right? If we're going to call it Nazi bug thing. Those terms. It's like, well, yeah, what about the episode where you were like very mean to trans people? Many people don't like that episode and would consider that very hateful. Linehan was all in on it until he started saying anti-trans stuff and realised just how fast the government and the media can collapse on you.
On me all the time is, you've only spoken at right-wing conservative free speech events. Why is that? And I'm just like, because the left don't have any.
Well, that's
I don't actually know how we got here. I was talking about politics and then, I don't know, I just wanted to watch this. I'm going to talk about the CPI. I mean, I'm probably not going to watch all of this. The main reason is at the end. The end's the best part of this. Oh, I know what it was. People were asking me whether I'd debate an ex-political person. I said, no, I wouldn't debate a political expert about this because I probably would fucking get raped, and I'd also have to do research that I don't want to fucking do into some stupid topic that I'm not that interested in to debate about, you know? I'll debate a far-right person on some stupid drama, okay? That is what I want to debate on.
It's because the left doesn't need free speech events because the left isn't getting like banned off platforms for being Nazis. Usually the reason why the ultra free speech...
No, hold on. Don't turn around and say that that's the only reason that the right wing...
It's one of the bigger reasons, I'd say. It's a large, significant, perhaps.
It's one of, it's not all. There are people out there that are literally getting fucked over by speech laws who barely even fucking did it.
Well, I'm not talking about speech laws. I'm talking about like online stuff. I'm an anarchist. I very rarely will I support the state invoking state power against a person for things they believe. Like, it'd be extreme shit for me to believe in something like that. But when it comes to online platforms, pretty much most of the people mad over it are either Nazis or lying. I know that, for example, TPUSA had a big event.
That's a fair framing. That's a very fair framing.
Oh, well, if you disagree, like, who is suffering right now from like deplatforming who you don't think meets that characterization?
Funnily enough, there's actually been a lot of people on the left who've been getting deplatformed because they're not left enough. Like, for example, Christina Summers is one of
Christina Summers is not on the left and she is not deplatformed. What platform has she been taken off of?
Universities. Have you not seen people charging in fucking drums and rushing around?
Oh, that's not. Wait, that's free speech. I thought you were like a libertarian. Yeah, that's totally.
Oh my god, dude. Bro, dude, this is like a trip down memory lane. The idea that violently, like, you know, attacking an event and engaging in something that is so disruptive that you can't even conduct the event is just an expression of speech. Dude, come on, bro. I've seen some of those videos, man. I mean, it's deranged. Like, you got people that are like shouting, screaming, hollering, and presumably in a way that hasn't been, isn't allowed. I mean, I don't know how it works exactly, the exact nuts and bolts of it, but if you hire out like a hall to do something, that's your space with which to do what you want with, and you're allowed to excise people and not have people in there that are doing something that disrupts what you're trying to do there, one would have thought. I don't know how it works exactly, but yeah, I don't know, dude. I think, yeah. The SCW freakout videos. A hall, a room, a big room. I don't know how it worked and what exactly he's talking about here. But I just remember seeing videos where you've got them trying to do an event. Like, there's plenty of from the time of like Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro's trying to do some fucking speech, and you get a bunch of students come in and start hollering and shouting and making it impossible to conduct the event that you plan to do. Or you blockade doors and stuff like that and make it very difficult. Or, you know, you suggest or say or imply that there's going to be some violence that's going to occur if the event goes ahead or something like that.
Totally fine. Counter-protests are part of the process. Yeah, I thought you meant like getting banned off YouTube and Twitter and stuff.
You've heard the whole phrase, you know, you're right to swing your fist into my nose.
Well, I didn't. Yeah. Did they hit her? I mean, I don't agree with that.
No, it's the fact that it's like, you are absolutely allowed to have your rights. You're not allowed to use your rights to infringe on another person's rights.
I don't think a person has like a God-given right to present to the college campus without being counter-protested. That's free speech. Like, you're attacking free speech. Like, the sovereign right of citizens to challenge like the platforms of people who present at universities.
Right. Free speech if you don't allow the other person to speak.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't allow them to counter-protest. I don't know, like, you're Scottish, I'm American, like, maybe rebellion's born in my blood or something.
Wait, they're allowed to counter-protest, but in a way that doesn't interfere with the person's ability to engage in the speech that they plan to do at an event. Like, protest outside, have your placards, we don't like this person sucks. It's the interruptive nature of what you're engaging in that prevents that event from occurring in the first place. You can have your counter-protest, you can respond, you can say your piece about it, you can do your own event where you then talk about what you think about that, you know, but you are engaging in like blockades. I mean, dude, I don't even know what event they're talking about.
Striking.
Right? But I don't think that anyone would have a problem with a counter-protest outside as long as there's free egress into the building and you're not disrupting the event that is occurring. I don't think anyone would have a problem with that. It is specifically when it's disruptive. that it becomes an issue and becomes a question of whether you're adhering to like the principles of free speech or whether you're trying to interfere with someone else's right to engage in their right to speech using certain tactics.
Something, but like I think counter protesting is super important.
No, counter protesting is absolutely I encourage it. I encourage it. I've been at events where protesters have came and gave us shit, and I've defended the rights of the protest. Well, I've defended the right to protest right up until they start throwing bricks at us and beating up women. That was a little bit of an issue. But
if Christina Hoff Sommers was physically attacked, I do denounce that. I'm not actually familiar with the specifics, but if people were just protesting, I'm fine with that. What I meant to say, and I want to clarify, was when I say like people are being deplatformed for being Nazis, I mean like on YouTube and Twitter. Like these people are normally very far right for them to get like their channels cut, you know?
Right. Okay. Then. So what about? I forget the name of the news publication. I've actually completely forgotten the name of it. It was posting information about the Chinese COVID virus, and it was. It was they had their Twitter. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't the problem. It was something else.
I'm not familiar with the specifics of that story. If I looked at it, like I don't know, there was something.
Okay, I think I found what he's talking about. I think. Is this it? Yeah, dude, bro. Oh my god. It was just no platform shit. Remember this? It's no dude, bro. It's so funny. When people try to defend this shit, they were trying to no platform. They were trying to prevent them from speaking. It wasn't just a case of protesting.
This is gonna fuck me out, dude.
From speaking. And then it's like, well, they don't have an absolute right to go there and speak. It's like, do you have an absolute right to block egress to a place? Do you have an absolute right to engage in, you know, protest to the decibel level that it interferes with the event that's happening? Coalition of student groups demanding known fascists, Christina Hoff Sommers, be no platform. So whilst Federal
It's completely different, no?
Christina Sommers to speak tomorrow, and we're protesting her presence in the event if she still shows. Hashtag no platform for fascists.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off the press people?
Whenever I see this, my mind automatically goes to worrying if all equines in his area are accounted for.
Thank you for the super chat. It's Portland. Of course it's Portland. Unilaterally invite a known fascist to our campus. We encourage what we believe to be an act of aggression and violence towards members of our society. So you're painting the person as a fascist, and you're suggesting that their speech is violence against certain parties. Christina Sommers has repeatedly made remarks in order to delegitimize the suffering felt by women around the world, to embolden male supremacist groups. Dude, it's easy to forget this, but yeah, it's true. They absolutely... Christina Hoff Sommers is like some fucking feminist person. She's like a fucking like neoconservative feminist or something like that. Like something along those lines. Probably not even that, probably more progressive than that, but like, she's not a fucking fascist, bro. What are you on about? Absolutely great word. Sommers has called the epidemic of sexual assaults on campuses and the gender wage gaps myths. Refuses to recognise genderqueer and gender non-conforming persons and denies the existence of male supremacy. Because of the way systemic oppression manifests, we know that those who live at the intersection of oppression, cis and trans women of colour, genderqueer and gender non-conforming persons of colour, bear the brunt of this attempt to legitimise gendered violence. By giving a mainstream voice to such groups, Sommers gives credibility to this reactionary rhetoric. Rescind their invitation. Yeah, dude, this is wild. How the fuck can you defend this? Especially as Voss wants to present himself as a fucking debate bro. As expected. Exactly as expected, to be honest. Dude. Classic. Classic.
Oh, scene went offline.
Protesters trying to shut down.
I didn't realize he stopped playing Monster Hunter. Thought he played forever.
Okay, so we got a sign. Is there any footage?
Crazy fucker is like 80 plus. Why do they always sound like that? No, not worldwide, because when it comes to like, say, I don't know, somewhere in the Middle East, suddenly nobody gives a fuck. Weird how that works. Some of them are. Some men do. Microaggressions. These people, bro. Can't believe these people actually exist. Such an indictment of the human race as a whole. They actually made up a song. Could it be more cringe?
Like, dude, I just. Yes, correct. Like, even if you stood there, that would be in the spirit of a peaceful protest, I think. You know, standing there with your little signs, right? But like the shouting and the hollering to try and shut down and prevent the other person from speaking. I don't think it just, you know, I don't think that really falls under like a legitimate concept of what free speech is supposed to entail. Like peaceful, I don't think it entails peaceful protest.
So when do they drink the Jones and throw it? Their chanting looks insane.
Thank you for the super chats. Wait, is this a law school? Oh my god, bro, there's no way I didn't think of that. Good training. If you don't know what the judge is saying, you start shouting, you start protesting in court, no problem. Lovely stuff. It's just free speech. It's just free speech to start fucking singing about how much the judge is a fucking loser. A loser fascist.
Answer the student's question about what you just said.
Yeah, there was this narrative that really captured people's minds that, you know, this would like do something. Someone just saying their ideas about something has some sort of like immediate effect or even some long-lasting effect. I mean, it seems like crazy. Anyway, yeah, I don't think I would classify this as like legitimate speech, this level of disruption. I think that you need to allow people to speak and then you can speak your mind. I mean, if there's questions as well, you get the chance to express your perspective too, and it becomes a dialogue.
things I disagree with. I just meant like when we're talking about deplatforming, I meant like big tech companies.
See, how about we go back to the white supremacists?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
I'm going to say things that basically a white supremacist would believe, right? Okay, so for example, ask me, do I feel the white race is superior to all other races? Ask me.
I mean, I think you're. Oh, sure. Do you think the white race is superior to all other races?
100%. I'm sorry, I said I wouldn't give me answers. I'm sorry. My real answer is no. I don't believe
Okay,
that.
but I can't.
Ask me, do I believe in an ethno state?
Would you mind if after you answer that question, I follow it up with some follow-up questions on the ethno-state question?
Absolutely.
Okay, wonderful. Do you believe in an ethno-state?
No.
Okay, wonderful. All right, I have a couple of questions for you on that specific issue. So, in August 28, 2018, you tweeted, "I am absolutely fine with the replacement of white people as long as it's legal." Right, that's great. I mean, cool. Yeah.
You know what's cool with that?
Well, no,
What do you mean by that?
that's an
That was
argument.
me taking the piss out of something Theresa May said.
Well, do you agree with that sentiment?
Well, the replacement of white people as long as it's legal.
Yeah.
I don't know if, like, would it be illegal? I mean, I suppose if they were loading them onto trains, you know, that probably would be a bit illegal, but I mean, I don't feel that white people are being removed.
Yeah, okay, so you're okay with America and Scotland and all the other cool countries in the world having pretty much any ethnic composition.
I mean, if that's what happens, that's what happens.
Okay, but you're fine with that, like, and you think that people who oppose that are probably in the wrong? Because people who oppose that would be ethno-staters by definition, as long as we're talking about legal immigration.
By the time that happens, I'll be long fucking dead. Why would I give a shit?
Okay, so you think it's fine. There's no reason why people should feel as though they need to like defend their countries.
We'll defend what defend you mean. I mean, if we're being attacked by a foreign nation, then we should defend our country.
Right, sure. I mean, like, when I say defend their countries, I'm like invoking like the language of like.
Yeah, he's not really, dude. You can tell this anchor though is like he's trying to kind of play the line here, isn't he? He doesn't want to like completely. Like he's not really giving a solid position on this. Bro, his chat is so fucking annoying, bro.
Like white supremacists or white nationalists, like defend your countries against immigration. So you're totally cool. You don't have a problem at all with like any ethnic composition coming to America or Scotland, as long as they do so like legally.
Yeah, that's fine.
Like, you don't see like immigrants coming into the country and like having higher birth rates or something. You don't see that as an assault.
Like when he's saying if it happens, it happens. That doesn't really speak to what you think about that, right?
There we go, finally.
Yeah, it does sound like Bosch is trying to convince him to be racist. But yeah, I think as he's saying that, it seems like he just genuinely doesn't seem to care that much about it. But then the thing is, this is the kind of game that's played. It's like, you know, well, what possible impact could there be of a society? Like the racial purity thing, right? I don't care about racial purity, but what I do care about is what impact is it going to have on my country if you have like unfettered immigration from countries that are culturally so, you know, vastly different to my own. You know, if you're getting a bunch of people that are coming in, like maybe over a period of time, right? Maybe things might be okay. I don't know. But it seems like when you're bringing in lots of people that are culturally vastly different to you, that could have a negative detriment on, you know, the cultural dynamic of a given country. You know, it's Ramadan. I don't pay attention to any of that shit. So yeah, it's like, I don't know, it's like, I think that you can not meaningfully care about the idea of racial purity, but still have a problem with the changing culture of a given country if you have certain groups of people that are moving in from cultures that are vastly different to yours. And, you know, if there was integration that was happening, that would be no problem, I think. But some of these cultures, some of these people that are coming across are setting up like these ethnic enclaves, and you get whole areas of dude. The Birmingham stuff was stupid, okay, it was really dumb, the way the Americans spoke about it on that show. But it is true that there are certain ethnic enclaves that get set up in a given area, and it starts to change the shops of an area.
I don't know why the mouse is showing up now. Normally when I first like
the populace look very different and they act very differently. Like for example, wearing burqas, very cool burqas and stuff like that. There's a noticeable change, and you can see it if you go to some of these areas where there has been like a vast amount of immigration into that particular area, where it changes the feeling and the culture of the country that you're in. And I think it's okay to be concerned about that, but then that's about the culture changing rather than the purity of your race changing, you know? Because the thing is with the race thing, it's like, it would have to be that there's this blending of the race, but then that culture becomes dominant. Like, say for example, if you had a bunch of people moved in from a Muslim country, and then as this like supposed race mixing occurs, the browning of everyone occurs, Muslim culture becomes the predominant culture of the United Kingdom. That way, I don't think I would want my country to move towards a Muslimification of society. I think the secular, culturally Christian society we live in is worth holding on to and worth retaining, you know? But then I don't personally think that's happening as much as the righties would disagree. But then I am troubled by some things that I see. Like, bro, why is there like this little ethnic enclave here? You know, why the other day did I try and speak to a woman and ask if she was in a queue and her husband respond to me? Like, why are there these little things happening that, you know, is that just a one-off instance? Or is it a trend of a changing culture where we become more accepting of that stuff? And how do you even deal with that? How do you even pretend that happening? I don't even know how you would fix that, you know?
True. That is interesting.
With babies? Babies are marching over the horizon, they're all heavily armed, but they're coming for the white people.
Generally speaking, immigrants commit less crime than native populations. They assimilate. The rates of crime actually go up because they're becoming more like us. At least that's the case here in America. It's different with refugees, of course, because they're fleeing from much worse circumstances. But yeah, so the funny.
To be fair, nobody has a problem with Chinatown in New York City, but that's because Chinatown, right, doesn't impose like Chinese cultural standards and norms at a very deep-rooted level on the American side of things, right? It's like they take the best aspects of Chinese culture and integrate it very well with American culture. Capitalism, freedom, liberalism, etc., right? You know, it's not like you walk around Chinatown and there's like a woman in a burqa, and then you go up and speak to a Chinese woman, and the husband goes, no, you can't speak to her, I speak to her actually. So I just don't think that there's a inheritance of whatever negative aspects of Chinese culture that exist, like the communist stuff probably, and social credit score shit, etc. You know, it's like it's the integration and an acceptance of the foundational liberal conception of America that they accept, and they just integrate it with aspects of Chinese culture, the food, the aesthetic, you know, stuff which doesn't interfere with that. Whereas if you're having someone come in, say Syria, right, rather than integrating and accepting our liberal conception, Chinatown and NYC has had to fight to exist as entire strategy. So what are you talking about? I think it's very clear what I'm saying. You're just obviously very easily upset by ideas that are outside of your fucking thought bubble, okay? I'm not speaking as to whether or not Chinatown has had to fight to exist. I'm saying that you can integrate Chinatown into America without interfering with the foundational liberal principles that America is founded on. But if you want to come here, it seems like there are things which are conflicting with liberal principles. Like, for example, here's an example for you, okay? In the UK, right, you can speak to a woman and interact and converse with a woman, a married woman, in a sort of, you know, neutral way. You can ask a woman, oh, are you in the queue? And they can respond to you and say yes or no. But in this culture, that's not possible. That's not how it works. You cannot converse and have a conversation with a woman. Some might say that's a good thing, but it is for the man to then respond to you, right? I've experienced this firsthand. So the point is, what should happen there is there should be an integration and acceptance of our cultural standards and norms. that they want to impose their cultural standards and norms. And if one person does it, then what does it matter? That's a one-off thing that's happened. Who cares? But if this continues and escalates, then at what point am I going out trying to speak to a woman in a Muslim area, say, and I cannot have a conversation with a woman in a sort of like day-to-day standard, which isn't of any meaning, like, oh, are you in the queue? Without the man then having to respond, like, when does that then come to interfere with my life and my existence? That's the point that I'm making. And I'm saying that this is why I'm concerned with this idea that you can just endlessly bring people over like that without meaningfully integrating them into our cultural standards and norms. Because if someone wants to practice their religion in a way that doesn't affect me, then that's fine, they can go and do that, of course. But if the practice of that religion then has some impact on me existing in my society and existing in my community, well, that's unreasonable. You know, that's I think a pretty simple point.
Funny thing is that underneath that tweet, a bunch of people call it bait. So you said it was, you know, bait. Which is strange to me because the sentiment, I don't care, I'm perfectly fine with the replacement of white people as long as it's legal, is what you just said to me. You just said that. But back in this tweet, you said it was bait.
But I knew it was annoying.
Okay, usually...
People on the far right, white supremacists and stuff like that, because, you know, I do actually wind them up too. It's not just the left wingers. Sometimes the far right are pretty fun to fucking wind up as well, boss.
Well, do you think it's interesting that when you post something that isn't racist, everyone just responds with, oh, this is bait, lol, this is bait, but when you post something that's actually racist, everyone responds by being racist themselves? Does that seem like an interesting juxtaposition to you? Because I think that might belie a lot of things about you and your audience.
Actually, it's mostly because a lot of people on the far right who browse places like Poll and stuff like that, well, some people who are far right and some people who are far right understand irony. That's why, like, see, Poll used to be 100% absolute irony. It used to be complete fucking irony. You know, years and years ago. Yeah,
anyway, we're going to start to get through some of this here. I really want to get to the end part. The end part is the best bit. Okay, dude, I can see the part I want to watch. Let's skip ahead to this bit. This is apparently the most replayed moment, which is quite interesting. So I do want to move on from this.
For certain things that I believe in.
I don't care what you... So why do we keep going?
That's the point of the debate.
No, wait, if that was the point of the debate, when they come here in 5 minutes after I ask you, hey, do you believe in racism? You say no, and then we leave. Like, what's the point of that?
So Vosh, obviously,
That was
you
the
ask the
balance I
person
needed.
directly, like, hey, are you a racist? They're obviously going to say no, but maybe you could prompt another topic that white nationalists fundamentally care about.
Maybe
Earlier,
maybe that's why Count Dankula doesn't think Tommy Robinson's a fascist, because he asked. Yeah, okay. You're pro-immigration, right?
Pro-immigration, yeah.
Okay, sick. Yeah, me too.
Not uncontrolled immigration, not over the top, but immigration.
Dude, I don't even know if that's accurate. I don't even know if Tommy Robinson would be classified as a fascist. He's like I don't know, like an ethno-nationalist like guy, but I think dude, this is the problem, is people have got like they want to use basic terminology to describe people in ways that I think their views are a bit more complex than just putting them in a simple box like that. Well, he is anti-Muslim, and you know he's probably got some sort of racial stuff going on or racism going on, but I just don't think he's like a fascist necessarily. Like, yeah, exactly, bro. He fucking loves Sikhs. Tommy Robinson loves Sikhs. Sikhs are some of the most like racist people you can meet in the UK. There are some hardline, like far right, anti-immigrant people that are like Sikhs. It's bizarre. You expect a guy being there in a turban to be like, oh yeah, come on in, you know, whatever. No, they fucking hate it. They're like, no, keep him out, get rid of him.
Itself, like.
Yeah, sure. Again, I'm more comfortable with American numbers here just because I'm fucking the burger muncher. But right now in America, we get about 1 million to 1.1 million people every year, immigrants. Does that sound like a reasonable? Like, do you instinctively react negatively to that number, or does that sound like fine as long as we incorporate them appropriately?
No. So it's a lot.
Yeah, Tommy Robinson is, generally speaking, he's got a bee in his bonnet about Muslims, but he is very much a, you know, if you are able to come and integrate, then that's fine with me. I mean, you know, like, he's fine with like Sikhs integrating and then having a very pro-civic nationalist position.
Thank you.
It's a lot of wage slaves, man.
Thank you. What would be the parameters to which you would be against immigration? Or not like against, not the concept, but the levels.
See, if it was getting to the point, well, this is the issue that I have. See, when it comes to unskilled minimum wage jobs, like this is the thing that this is the thing that I've experienced. In fact, see, when it comes to unskilled minimum wage jobs, the market is beyond fucking competitive, like beyond competitive. Whereas, and see if it then gets to the point where like companies are just going to drop down the benefits, drop down the wages, drop down the hours. They can offer any old dog shit terms for their jobs because because there's so many unskilled workers. There's going to be someone in there that'll take it. Basically, I just feel that too much immigration overall actually increases poverty because companies have a huge wealthy people and they're going to find someone among them that's going to take their absolute dog shit terms for a job.
Can I convince you that this isn't the case and actually immigration bolsters the economic productivity of the country in every conceivable way?
Yeah, we've got mass immigration. I mean, what if America took in like fucking 10 million people?
Well, that'd probably be too much.
Yeah,
the current amount of immigration we have in the country.
Yeah, that's what I'm against. I don't want to be too much when it actually starts causing severe problems.
Oh, sure. Okay, yeah.
If it's at a manageable level, then whatever, that's fine.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, that seems fine to me. I mean, obviously, like, I want open borders eventually, but I wouldn't want them today. Like, I don't know if our infrastructure could handle that.
No, if we just went through open borders, half the fucking world would come here.
Yeah, well, that's why we have to bolster all the developing nations. That way we need to make them... The world I dream of is a world where the United States can open its borders because everyone would rather go and live in Nicaragua. That, to me, that's a beautiful world, right? We don't even need to worry about it.
I'll agree with that. I'll agree with that. I do. That means which is why I want China to get the fuck out of Africa.
So we can get the fuck in Africa?
No, I want China to get the fuck out of Africa. They're fucking raping that place.
Okay, well, okay, all right. Just making sure we're not doing horseshit.
I don't get that. Why is this the most viewed part about China? China needs to get out of Africa. This is like the Belt and Road Initiative stuff. So this is like...
Yeah, based. Okay, fine with me. Fuck yeah.
No, China, there's far too much to go into, but China have been absolute fucking scumbags for Africa right now. Like, honestly, they're bleeding the place dry.
Yeah, no.
Is that an anti-imperialist sentiment?
I don't want to conquer anybody. I'm not any colonialism or like, but I know that British foreign policy for a few centuries was going over to a random place, sticking a flag in the ground and butchering the locals. Like, I'm not really down with that, no. I'm not down with getting in the tanks and, getting some bleeding storm or anything like that. No, it's not my jam.
Alright, well, do you worry about the future at all? I mean, it's pretty much a fact that far-right sentiment...
Oh, dude, no, he doesn't have a water on his ear. This, bro, they're called keloids. And I believe they're a product of getting those, like, those plastic big hoops that you can get installed into your ears, basically. So I think he had those for a little while, and then he took those out, and I think this was the result, is as it healed, he had this, like, weird lump develop on his ear, essentially. Flesh tunnels.
Are on the rise pretty much across the world right now. It seems to be a product of a lot of things: economic anxiety, stressors concerning global climate change, that kind of stuff. Does it worry you at all? Like, we're heading in a direction where like the real enemy for you isn't like the SJWs, and the real enemy for me isn't like the hankies or whatever, but we're going to be facing an existential threat from like fascism pretty soon?
No, the real enemy for me is, and this would be...
Yo, maybe he was onto something there. Anyone bored of covering this? We're moving on. Let's watch the end part of this. It's getting too political for me. This is the best part of it. This is the absolute best part of the conversation anyway at the end. Wait, where does he start to do his like wrap up? Let's go here.
Fucking shill the corporations, try to cut down on freedom of speech, tightening libel laws. I don't know. I don't know, because he's like based in anti-globalist or something, even though he's 100% globalist and he just had a useless fucking terror war with China. I don't know. I've got to go soon. Do we want to hit us like 2 more super chats?
Yeah, I'm just gonna, Look, if anybody wants to donate for one for Vosh, go ahead. I'm gonna ask 2 to Dank, and then we'll close it out.
Yeah, I talk more than Dank has during the fucking super chats here.
And then we'll have like I'll have a little closing thing. So, Dank, should free speech still have a reckless clause, such as what you were charged under, or no?
No, the reckless part of it, I don't believe, and there are parts where I feel warrant more discussion, and the term for it is a hell of a mouthful. It's basically malicious misinformation with the intent to trick a vulnerable person into causing themselves bodily harm. So say, for example, if I said to Vosh, bleach is delicious, you should go drink some. If you go and drink bleach, you should have known better, right? That's on you. But if I say to like a 5-year-old child, bleach is delicious, go drink some, I've given that child malicious information that's tricked the child into seriously injuring or killing themselves. So that's an area, like, and there's also other stuff as well.
What do you say to a male child that they're actually a girl. What about that? Could that be malicious misinformation, that whatever it was?
It was like, I don't see, whenever it comes to protected classes, I don't think there should be protected classes based on race, gender, sexual identity, or like anything like that. The only two people that I feel should be protected classes would be children and basically people who are mentally infirm, basically people that don't have all the faculties, because they are the ones that can be exploited because they don't have enough cognitive development to know that basically people are exploiting them. Although I say that, there's been some shady cases with that here. Like, say for example, we had a court here in Britain literally ban a man from having sex because his IQ wasn't high enough. Like, seriously, that's...
I'm not familiar with the specifics. I think that protected classes are a necessary component of a free society. Inevitably, if you don't have them, then the majority power holders are going to leverage their power politically, socially, economically to disenfranchise others, which is a limit on their positive freedom. I don't think that a society where like all the wealthy white business owners can prevent black people from shopping at their places is a very good society. Yeah, I guess the ideal, like long term, would be to build a society where you don't need to have protected classes. Of course, you don't want to have, like, obviously stuff like kids would be forever, but like you don't. At the end of the day, like it shouldn't be necessary because it's only there to prevent people from engaging in existing like social prejudices.
Yeah, I'll ask one more question for Dank, and then we'll just have a little closing thing. For Dank, wasn't Tony Blair the only good example of socialism because it was more conservative? LOL.
Fuck Tony Blair. Dragging us into two bullshit fucking wars. Fuck Tony Blair.
Yeah, that's not very good. Okay, so guys, I had fun with this. I thought it was actually a bit more productive than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, me too. Fuck.
Bro, the retards in Russia's chat loving trans rights for no reason. This is what it used to be like. This is what the lefties were like. Just trans rights. Donkey Kong says trans rights. Bro, it was a different time. We've come so far in 5 years. Hey.
I don't know how Dank feels, but I have kind of an ulterior motive in these things, is that I'm very fed up with the state of discourse online.
Dude, the thing is as well, it's like, obviously, you know, I'm very concerned and disappointed with some of the way that some politics is going to the right. Obviously, Trump, I'm not a Trump guy. Very frustrating. I think that the thing for me with this is like saying trans rights is like trivial in comparison, really, when you think about it. But the issue is the cultural push that hardline, far left progressive types made. I think helped to cultivate an environment where the Democrats felt that they had to go in that direction, and that fucked them over massively. You know, Kamala Harris, I think, suffered as a product of being such a fucking leftoid retard in 2020. I'm sorry, 2019. I think that people remembered that, and then she wasn't really able to meaningfully dispel the idea that she wasn't some fucking BLM, you know, disband the police type fucking moron, like based on the rhetoric she was proposing at the time. You know? So yeah, it just feels like this whole thing, although it's trivial in its details, you know. Yeah, the progressive caucus, like, or the DSA type socialist caucus in 2020. And in fact, I think the reason that it happened is because they saw how popular Bernie was in 2016 and then in 2020. I think they were worried about the Bernie type caucus that existed within the Democrat Party. And I think they were way too gracious and generous towards them without recognising that, you know, the broader base of electorate didn't fucking like or agree with those ideas. It was very much an internal party push that was made, but it didn't really seem to take into account that, well, these people are great and all, but we're trying to get our middle of the road people who are not interested in defunding the police. They want a strong police force, right? They just, you know... Like, do you see what I mean? It's like they were way too generous and gracious towards that group. Yeah. Increasing popularity of social media and the amount of social pressure on the progressive community. And yeah, exactly. It's like Bernie. And the thing is Bernie Sanders wouldn't even necessarily have been on board with the extremity of where some of these progressives took things, you know? But it's like in appealing to that group, they kind of like went so far into it that they ended up putting out policies that were broadly unpopular. And Bernie himself probably wouldn't have fucking supported. So you ended up with like, you know, this kind of like woke simulacra of what the lefty progressive point was. It wasn't about all the race stuff necessarily. That was part of it, but it became the primary focus rather than what actually mattered, which was, you know, the more populist lefty stuff.
I fucking hate Bloodsport. Fuck Andy Worski. Fuck all those people that pioneered that bullshit. Fuck people that engage in that bullshit. Like dialogue is really fucked right now, and really bad actors are taking advantage of that. So I'm glad that it turned out the way that it did.
Yeah.
You guys have any closing statements? Boss, do you feel like he's a white supremacist? I'm gonna ask again.
Wait, do I feel like he's a white? No, I'm thinking. Wait, it's a really complicated. It's a really
I'm
complicated.
asking you what you feel personally at the end of it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, and I'm thinking because there were like different tiers of engagement here. Do I think he's a white supremacist in the way that I made the accusation on stream? No. Do I think it's possible there are subliminal biases that are informing his decision making? Yes. Does that affect everyone? Yes. I never want to completely absolve a person of the potential for engaging in racial bias because I think that's something we all do to an extent. But for what it's worth, I think this is an infinitely more productive conversation than I originally expected to have, and you are also an infinitely more reasonable person than I expected you to be. So I appreciate you talking to me, and while I understand that my engagement online is often very contentious, as that's literally my job, I do at least, I think, to try to engage with the things that actually people actually believe in, and I think it makes me look bad when I just outright like disregard the capacity for like a positive conversation. I appreciate you speaking with me. I appreciate you taking the time. Also, my chat has been doing a bingo on this convo the entire time, and they would like you to say trans rights.
Everyone always asks me to say that, but I don't like the idea that rights should be segregated between particular groups. I feel that rights should be a universal thing. Do trans people deserve rights? Obviously, they absolutely do because they are part of everyone else, and everyone deserves rights. I just don't like segregating rights with certain groups.
Can we get trans rights and cisgender rights? That way, we're rounding out the edges.
Universal rights. Everybody gets them.
Hey.
All right, cis rights too, just so we're rounding.
Thank you. I'll let you have the last.
Oh no! Raped, utterly raped. Oof, that's rough. That's rough, man.
Statement, and then we'll just end it.
I don't have much else to say after this experience. I was a lot more productive than I thought it would be. I'm hoping that a lot of people out there now understand my actual political persuasion instead of just, you know, from screenshots of tweets that they sent. I found this conversation to be very productive. I hope I have changed a lot of minds. And I just want to finish with saying, we must secure the existence of...
No, stop. Don't make me take it down. No.
Censorship strikes yet again. Just another white man advocating for his rights, getting taken down by the far left censors.
Hey, boss, you want to close it out with the Soviet anthem or something while we're rolling here?
Fuck the Soviet Union. I sing the fucking American Pledge of Allegiance, okay? Nah, no, at the end of the day, conversations are important, and I would like to believe that fundamentally most people online, even if we have different political persuasions, agree in the same basic things.
Bro, look at all the people in chat absolutely seething about that as well, man. Oh. Dude, just the most raped shit you've ever seen. Some guy debate pedo in for fucking 2 hours. Getting absolutely fucking owned. You can't actually meaningfully debate or fucking use decision. And then right at the end, the guy that you've just said is not what that thing is, does the thing that shows that he is what he is. It is so good, dude.
Most people want happiness. Most people want freedom. Not everyone, but most people. I think a lot of people are misguided in how to get there, but I consider it my job to try and provide at least some alternative ideas as to the ways we can best achieve those outcomes. Hopefully people listen to me, often they don't, but it doesn't really matter because I had a good conversation, and that's what matters right now.
Awesome. Guys, please go hit subscribe on my channel. We're going to be doing more debates in the future as well as interviews with experts on various topics, and also swing by the Discord server where we attempt to have productive conversations on the daily. So thank you all for watching. This has been great. Faraday out.
Oh wait, how much did you get, donor-wise?
I'm gonna have to go through it now.
Oh, okay.
I will contact you after this because I want to know what you got on your stream.
Yeah, I know what I got.
Gonna produce, and we'll produce receipts for that.
Yeah, sure.
We'll get that wrapped up before the end of the weekend.
Okay, cool. All right.
And everybody, that'll be put on the Twitter. Both receipts will be screenshotted and put on the Twitter.
I wouldn't sacrifice my reputation just so I can keep a little bit of money. Don't worry. All right, love you guys. Have a good one. Okay?
Bye-bye. All right, that's it. Thank you, guys. That was great.
Yeah. Oh wait, you caught me with my finger on the clothes. I thought you were saying goodbye to me. Okay. All right.
No.
Oh, so awkward, dude. So awkward.
All right.
Thank you. Are you streaming right now, Bosch?
I am currently streaming. Do you want me to mute so we can have a non-public finale to the conversation?
Well, I mean, I just wanted to hear what Dankula, his efforts that he talked about earlier with his white nationalist friends.
Oh, right. If you want to procure information on that later, honestly, if you want to like way later in the future, that's
Dude,
okay.
Smoking in a debate is like such an OP optics move. Bro, they need to fucking nerf that shit. That's why Andrew Wilson, this looks like you're effortless. You're literally just fucking smoking through it. When was the last time there's someone who was smoking through a debate looks like they lost? I can't think of one.
Yeah, like I've got a lot of other political stuff to chew over right now. But
Okay, well, thanks for coming on, man.
yeah, of course. Saturday, thank you very much for hosting. I really appreciate it. Count. Sorry, I didn't realize that you didn't want me streaming this. I guess I misinterpreted your statement, but yeah, of course I'll.
That's my fault. I didn't clarify that. I had a misunderstanding. That's
No worries.
That's entirely my fault.
All right. Be well.
Okay. Later.
Hey, man.
Oh, so you were supposed to stream it as end, little rat.
Oh God. All right. That was the most difficult fucking optical juggle I've ever.
Bro. You did not handle this conversation well. You came in to argue that he's a white supremacist, an argument you'd never win. You should have argued that he spreads white supremacy. You didn't hold him accountable for anything. You just conceded to him. Ooh. There's some copers. We've got some 4 out of 5s, 5 out of 5s, 2 out of 5s.
First time in my life. Holy God.
Watch guys.
Jesus Christ. That was a really difficult, wait, oh God, sorry, for a second I forgot that I'm still streaming. Jesus, I was about to start dropping in bombs. Okay, wait, hold on, let's count the total amount of money that we raised right now, right? Okay, as of this point forward, all donations are going to me, because I think it's weird that I have to, like, fucking donate to a charity. Okay, listen, so the total is, let me do the math, hold on. Just a second. That's, 270 times 0.7 because YouTube gets a cut equals that plus 629.69 629.69 equals, and then we add that.
Okay, this is boring. Anyway, there we go, guys. That was a fun little trip down memory lane. An unplanned trip down memory lane. That was good. What did the comments say, I wonder? These are all from years ago. I wonder if the newer comments are more critical. Sort by newest first. First comment. Vosh is a paedophile. Okay. Jesus.
Oh, it's full.
Dude. Well, he's not easily pro. There are some comments that are more supportive, I guess. Two idiots debating each other is comedy. God, Vosh is such a narcissistic, smug little prick. True, like that. Right, anyway, there we go, guys. That's the trip down memory lane. Little cheeky Sunday trip down memory lane.
It was a good callback. Oh, my shoulder, bro. You can really tell I'm still not fully healed. I never will be, right, at this point. But I really notice when I like lock in for like an hour, I'm like shot.
But you're so dumb. You're so dumb. I don't even know how to explain it to you anymore. Unless, this is the other option, unless you also are a transphobe. You know what I'm saying? Unless you also are kind of a misogynist.
So that right there is Francesca Fiorentini being very, 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 very angry at Cenk Uygur for daring to not mention her by name, but mention the absolutely stupid and ridiculous stance that Francesca took on a previous Piers Morgan episode about how the top male athletes who are dominating the males division should be allowed in her perfect world, if they declare themselves to be a woman, to compete on the female teams. This is something that Francesca Fiorentini 100% said, but she's mad at Cenk Uygur for bringing it up in a podcast because how dare Cenk Uygur ever actually note the ridiculous positions that this woman takes. Now, we're going to talk about this. We are going to break this down. We're going to talk about Francesca's meltdown after Cenk Uygur brought up how absurd this is. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports the channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money, okay?
You know they're people, right? Like, I guess I just want to, if there are transphobes watching, like, you do know that, like, trans people are people. Like they have feelings, they are bullied, they bleed, they feel bad about themselves, they strive, they train. You know they're, like, I just wanted to make sure we're, like, we know they're people.
So again, I will emphasize this because a lot of people, including myself, before I was informed of this fact, would be confused because Francesca Fiorentini, even though she acts like a child, even though she looks like somebody in her late 20s, early 30s, is actually over 40 years old. So all of this acting from her is just a show of her complete and utter lack of maturity. Now, of course, she starts off by talking about how the transes actually are people and the transes have feelings, which again, nobody is disputing at all whatsoever. When we're talking about the conversation of sports, we understand that men are more athletic on average, and when you get to the professional level, those gaps widen than women. Therefore, it is completely unfair to have them compete against women. The entire point of male sports, also known as sports, is to maximize competition. If any woman is able to compete on the men's team, I say you allow her to compete on the men's team. However, that does not appear to be the case. And by contrast, for female sports, for them to exist, they have to exclude males from those sports. These are basic premises, basic ideas. Everybody understands this, but Francesca Fiorentini, of course, stupidly, like the idiot that she is, decided to say that the top male athletes should be allowed to come in and dominate female sports. And then she got mad that Cenk referenced this as a stupid argument because how dare you mention things that she actually said. But what I find even funnier than this is that she is upset that she was even asked this hypothetical because how dare you try to put her beliefs to the test as she doubles down on her stupid beliefs.
Now, Piers Morgan has come equipped with a list of athletes, famous male athletes, that he wants to ask me, the resident lib, whether or not, if they transition, which is very important to say, that I would allow them to play in whatever sport. And he thinks he's got a gotcha. Now, here's the problem. This is a bull premise. This is a bad faith premise.
It's really not.
When he's coming with his list of who I would or wouldn't, what am I supposed to do as someone who thinks that, sure, if Messi tomorrow put on a skirt
Defend your position
and said I'm a woman, simply as like
defend your
let's say
position
as an anti-trans gag, right?
But you can't because you're a
I mean,
retard.
Would I
You
be
think
like, nah,
retard
I don't
stuff.
know about that. You know, have you done hormones? Have you been on hormones for like 3 to 6 months? What are the regulations of U.S. women's soccer?
What do you want
You
from
know,
this?
is there any kind of bar or testing?
Don't have retard
whatever
positions,
it is,
and we
right?
won't have to
That's
point out how
not
retard
the
they
answer
are.
you should give. You shouldn't give an answer like, well, I mean, if Messi, who I guess does kind of have some effeminate characteristics, were to, you know, do an estrogen regimen for, you know, 6 to 12 months, then I would definitely be okay with them, you know, with her, I guess, at this point, playing for U.S. women's soccer. Like, that would be okay with me. That's not the answer. But if Usain Bolt were to do it, I mean, I probably wouldn't allow him to do it. Or, like, Michael Phelps shouldn't be allowed to swim.
This is how you know it's a grift, right? Let's go over this again.
Then I would definitely be okay with them, you know, with her, I guess, at this point, playing for U.S. women's.
Let's do it one more time.
With them, you know, with her, I guess, at this point,
What's the matter? I thought you were all I thought you guys were all for pronouns. Why are you making this sound like a joke? Even this filth doesn't believe in the bullshit she's peddling. Like, this is the exact example of what a grifter is. There's no way this faker believes what she's saying, and you can tell because what she's saying makes no sense. And when called out on it, she gets mad because she can't defend it. Now everyone realizes, oh, she doesn't actually believe in this nonsense at all.
For U.S. women's, Phelps shouldn't be allowed to swim in women's swimming because his ankles go back in the opposite direction. So I guess I would say, like, yes to Messi, no to Usain Bolt, and probably also no. Like, that's not the answer you should give.
Again, I will emphasize, even though Francesca looks like she's in her late 20s and maybe early 30s absolute maximum, that she is somebody who is over the age of 40. She is supposed to be a mature adult, but the fact of the matter is, she is expressing her total lack of connection to reality, her total lack of maturity right here in this very moment. She is very, very upset that Pierce Morgan asked her these questions with ridiculous premises. However, she's the one who doubled down on those ridiculous premises, which was the whole point of him asking her to see if she would bite the bullet, and then she did, and now she's upset that she did that. But of course, she blames everyone and anyone but herself, because Francesca Fiorentini is an absolute child. She's an absolute baby. She's an absolute brat who can't take any accountability for her own actions or the things that she said.
I'm a big Messi fan, so, but let me just
Answer my question. Would you allow him, if he said I'm a woman, to play in the American women's national team?
Yes, right now. Hell yeah, are you kidding me?
See? Wow.
Messi on the U.S. women's national team? Hell yeah.
Would you
because
allow
that would
Usain
mean-
Bolt to do that and be in the sprinting
Yes,
team?
because that would mean they're a trans woman. They identify as
I
women.
get it. So just to be clear, you'd let Lionel Messi play in the...
Okay, then the other guy agrees with me. And so I was like, yes, if he transitioned and she is she, that's fine. Undergoing hormone therapy passes the bar. Whatever, again, whatever the guidelines are for that sport, I'm okay with that, because I don't believe trans people should be barred from playing in any sport or being in any walk of life the way a cis person is.
All you had to do, Francesca, is say that Floyd Mayweather would not be able to declare himself a woman and beat the crap out of females in boxing. That's all you had to do.
Hang on.
To get a ticket, which would suck.
I want to do a little checklist here. You'd let Usain Bolt compete as a sprinter in the American women's Olympic team?
Yes.
Okay. You would let Floyd Mayweather compete as a boxer in the women's American boxing team?
Yeah,
you are a
of course you have to be
complete
like the
and utter
heavyweight.
lunatic.
I completely agree
Lunacy.
I agree with Francesca, and I go
They
further.
would
actually,
have
Piers.
to
You always
transition.
All you had to do was say that Lionel Messi should not be able to compete on the soccer team. Maybe if you were an actual comedian, which you pretend to be, you would point out that he wouldn't play for the U.S. soccer team. He would actually play for the Argentinian soccer team, but I guess that was too far beyond your ability to think. You couldn't even joke your way out of it, but instead, you double down on the stupidest premise, and what happens as a result of that? You are the poster child for idiots who are buying into this 80-20 issue that is going against you, and we're all laughing about it. And Jank ends up citing this as an example, who, by the way, you've been attacking repeatedly, despite the fact that he put you on TYT, ended up helping you out throughout the course of your career, but now that it's convenient for you to backstab him, you've decided to do so, and now you're very, very upset that on an issue that you're an absolute doofus on, he's pointing it out.
So he comes in armed with that, and it's like, oh, now we got you, and we're gonna use it in the cold open. You look so stupid. You look so dumb. You giving me hypotheticals and me changing my position based on your dumbass hypotheticals is a bad look. It's a bad look politically, it's a bad look morally, and it's a bad look argumentatively. But on all those things, like, I don't change my stances when something happens. When something hypothetical happens, it's not gonna make me change my stances, or it's just some story. One time I heard one time an undocumented person killed this woman, therefore every undocumented person should be killed. That's not how I roll. That's not how most progressives should roll. But of course, I made a mistake, according to Mr. J. who was on former host of The Biggest Loser, Jillian Michaels' new show, where she offers lots of sound
Imagine the privilege they
advice on
You
how
can say
to
that about your boss and
be a
everything's fine.
perfect I don't know what she talks about. I really don't care.
So right here in the setup for Jank's clip, where Jank is making perfect sense, she ends up talking in a little bit of voice because, of course, she has to infantilize herself as much as possible in order to be rescued by other people who have IQs that are in at least the 3 digits, unlike Francesca Fiorentini herself. And this is how she operates on her stupid podcast on her own when she doesn't have the backing and the production value of TYT. She talks with a little nasally voice because she's like, oh, Jank Uger made fun of my a position that is completely indefensible because I'm an idiot, because my name's Francesca Fiorentini, and I can't take it, so I'm gonna say, oh no, people are literally dying because nobody agrees with me that Floyd Mayweather should be able to beat up the ladies.
Talked about me. He talked about me. He invoked my name. One of our hosts. First of all, I've never been a full-time host. So once again, one of our mercenaries. But let me just caveat this by saying, don't ever speak for me. Don't ever use me. We are not the same. We've proven this many times over. We are not the same. We don't come from the same cloth. And so I would like you to don't claim you sort of like, well, one of our hosts. I'm not, there's no our. There's no our.
Fire
this
this bitch,
is not a
dude.
weird,
Holy
you
shit.
speaking for Anna, you guys are the same person, Tweedledee, Tweedledum, so type situation, okay? I am a me. You can call me by my name. My name is Francesca.
So you can tell that Francesca is completely lost in the wilderness right here, and she doesn't know how to react to Cenk Uygur bringing up her actual stated position because it's so ridiculous on the Jillian Michaels podcast, because Francesca is getting very, very angry at the fact that Cenk said one of our hosts, which by the way is just accurate. She was a host at TYT, still is a host, I think, on the Damage Report, which is under the umbrella of TYT, and there's nothing objectionable about this, but she's like, yo, you're not like me, but there's no we, you can't say our. I'm very offended by that, despite the fact that Cenk is drawing a distinction between him and one of the hosts at his network, Francesca Fiorentini, who's very upset all of a sudden that she didn't get a full-time position at the network, which, by the way, why would you ever hire this person, even part-time, even as a contractor at the network? She calls herself a mercenary, and she's very upset about that, but I'm sorry, Francesca, when you provide no value, when you provide negative value to the network, there's no reason for you to be hired on board. You could have decided to leave at any time. In fact, now all of a sudden you're drawing the distinction between you and Cenk and Anna, going out of your way to insult them, that you've teamed up with Mehdi Hassan on their new network. So yeah, Francesca, calm it down, relax. You just said our host because that's understandable, and you're like, oh, he called me out by name, so I'm upset. And then later on in this part of the video, you mentioned that he didn't mention your name, and that's also why you're upset. That's also why you're angry. But again, the real reason you're angry is because you took a stupid-ass position on the Piers Morgan show. You walked right into the trap. Everybody's making fun of you, and it's completely and utterly indefensible.
So some on the left, I mean, one of our hosts, Piers Morgan, asked her, so are you okay with Leo Messi playing in women's sports? And by the way, he said it in the most extreme way, if he declared himself a woman tomorrow, even without hormone therapy or anything.
Doesn't work. First of all, that's not what happened. You guys just saw what happened, right? He said if Lionel Messi tomorrow, he didn't say without hormone therapy. I said if he transitioned. Caveat. If he transitioned, yes.
I'm telling you, I can give you 19 different studies that show it's not effective.
So first of all, my opinion is, are you nuts? Like, if you put Messi in, he scored 20 goals a game. If you put LeBron in the WNBA, with or without hormones, he scored 200 points a night.
So one of the things that I will point out is the question was from Piers Morgan if he transitions tomorrow, and Francesca makes the idea, oh, well, if he actually did transition, then she would be okay with it, as if that changes anything of the sort. But I also want to point out that Jillian Michaels is not listening to Cenk at all whatsoever, because Cenk gives the setup for the premise, and then Jillian Michaels is like, oh, I have 19 different studies that show that that doesn't work, when again, Cenk is talking about somebody not even taking any kind of hormone suppressors or anything of the sort, just going from the male side to the female side. So if you weren't a humorless wretch, if you were actually a comedian instead of an alleged comedian like Francesca Fiorentini is, you would point out that Jillian Michaels is not even listening to Cenk. She's actively just waiting to talk, and that's like a funny component of this that is just not included in anybody's commentary, but I just want you guys to go to this original clip and point out that Jillian is not paying attention really to a word that Cenk is saying. She essentially got triggered by Lionel Messi women's team, and all of a sudden she's like, I got all the studies and all the data that shows that that's wrong, even though we all understand that men are better athletes than women.
So first of all, my opinion is, are you nuts? Like, if you put Messi in, he scored 20 goals a game. If you put LeBron in the
Her
WNBA...
reactions when he says that. It's so funny. I know you can't see it. He's so triggered.
With or without hormones, he scored 200 points a night.
Okay. I'm sorry. This is again. this is full disclosure here. I like men's soccer, okay? I watch men's soccer, and I don't support women's soccer as much as I should. I just want to be honest with that, okay? I just gonna be completely 100%. Like, I've seen, you know, like,
I think the men's soccer is mostly boring.
I'm not a big sport
let alone
person,
women's
but I
soccer.
love soccer. I love Argentine soccer, especially. I like the World Cup, all that.
So first of all, Jenk is 100% right on this. If you put one of the best, if not the best soccer player, or one of the best, if not the best athlete in whatever sport on a women's team or playing against a women's team, you would absolutely dominate in ways that are cartoonish. And one of the things that I find hilarious is that Francesca Fiorentini is going to admit that she doesn't watch women's soccer. She doesn't watch these women's sports. She's not into it herself, which is one of the disingenuous ways that they try to attack people who are concerned about this, as if the issue is the viewing pleasure of the audience rather than the fairness, rather than the scholarships, rather than the injury risks that are all made worse by the fact that you have biological men competing against women. In addition to that, again, I will emphasize, the whole entire premise of men's sports is maximum competition. Anybody's allowed in there. The whole premise of female sports is limited competition. Specifically, men are not allowed in there because without that limit, you would not have female sports. And we all understand how these two different leagues are not parallels, they're not equivalents on each side. They are alternate goals that are being met, one by including everyone, the other by excluding men specifically.
I have watched U.S. women's champions. What are we, 4 or 5-time champions? Nobody fucking cares. Every time the U.S. women's soccer team wins yet another World Cup,
Why would they? It's women's
we
soccer.
don't talk about it. We don't herald it. We judge them because they, you know, did
Nobody
something
watches that
against
shit.
Trump, or they knelt for the national anthem. That's the only time we talk about women's sports. Or because we want to make Caitlin Clark some sort of, you know, white damsel in distress against a bunch of black, you know, WNBA players. That's the only time we talk about women's sports.
So again, Francesca goes on to this whole rant about how people don't care about the Women's World Cup. Well, sad day. That's just the reality. And then she talks about the only reason people care about the WNBA with Caitlin Clark is because they could be
It's because she
racist to black
elevates the
women.
game.
And again, it is the black female WNBA players, the non-straight black female WNBA players, that are going after Caitlin Clark and saying that her fan base is in fact racist, when in reality, she is one of the first NBA players, or WNBA players, excuse me, major difference right there, that is able to carry a fan base from college into the WNBA. It should be good for all of the WNBA, but these petulant children that are in that particular league can't stand the fact that somebody with her level of talent and skill has brought fans into the league, so they decide to complain about evil white racism. And guess what? Francesca Fiorentini right here playing into that narrative. There is no bad argument, there is no bad position that this woman would not take, and it's absolutely embarrassing to see her do this time and time again. But let us get to her overall point.
But the idea that Lionel Messi would score 20 points, 20 goals if he played in the U.S. women's team, like what, like a friendly, is bullshit. I'm sorry. Like,
You're right. It is bullshit. He'd probably score 50.
Do you know how many points are scored in soccer generally? Do you understand
Basically.
how they work? Like, I'm not saying he wouldn't do well. I could see him getting like 6 off. 20? What do you like?
This chick has no idea, dude.
Like, who do you think the women's team are? Do you think like female athletes just aren't good athletes? Because I'm starting to feel like you think
Compared to
female
men?
athletes aren't good athletes.
No, it's not equivalent at all, dude. It's just physically not possible. How is this? It's the most basic fucking biology thing imaginable. I swear, this is what made this is what pisses me off the most. That these people do not live in the same universe that you and I do.
One of the great things about people like Francesca Fiorentini, who don't know anything about sports, who are absolute idiots from top to bottom, is that you can ask every single question that they put forward right back to them, and they would be baffled by the actual answer. Right there, she said, Jenk, who do you think the Women's World Cup final team actually is? And the question should be asked right back to Francesca, because the answer to it, who they actually
They lost to a bunch of 15-year-olds like 5-0 or something?
is quite telling, because guess what? FC Dallas ran a boys under 15 team against the
There you
World Cup
go.
winning
Not even.
champions. They beat them 5-2. under 15-year-olds, boys, beat the Women's World Cup Championship team that represents the whole country, the best and brightest, the most talented of all the women, 5-2. The game wasn't even close. Now, 15-year-olds just from one city in the United States of America, Dallas, Texas, can smoke, can humiliate, can utterly destroy a World Cup winning female team. What do you think an actual top-tier professional soccer player who's the best at his craft would do if he was put on one of the teams? He'd absolutely obliterate them.
Who do you think the women's team are? Do you think, women female athletes just aren't good athletes?
20 goals is not outside what you would expect from this kind of player being added into the league. Francesca Fiorentini just has no understanding at all whatsoever of the great differences between biological males and females. And again, soccer is a perfect example of this. The way that the women's national World Cup winning team has performed against boys 14 and under is a great example of this, but she doesn't know any of that. So instead, she gets very, very offended on behalf of the fact that Cenk Uygur touched on a reality.
Okay, and I've read the studies. They always say, oh, there's studies, and they never read this. Then they got to the survey of Floyd Mayweather going into women's boxing if he declares himself a woman. Do not say yes to that. Do not say yes to that. Because they're going to hurt something. And when they do, you're going to lose the country even more.
100%.
And you're not protecting trans rights. You're walking them backwards.
Oh my god! Oh my god! So imagine, guys. Imagine if I had said, yes, I think Messi should transition, and I think that Usain Bolt could transition and play in women's sprinting, but I don't think Floyd Mayweather. And I was honest about that. I've said before that I should have said the joke. Floyd Mayweather shouldn't transition because he's hit enough women in his life, and that was a total missed opportunity. But if I was like, yeah, no, you're right. No, you're right. Yeah, not Floyd Mayweather. I mean, but just not in boxing. Like every other sport, but like not boxing. Because like women are like fragile and stuff, and they can't do that.
So right here we have Francesca Fiorentini talking about how she is an alleged comedian and she should have made a joke at a moment in time months ago on Piers Morgan, which just goes to show you the level and caliber that she's operating at. And I don't want to ding all female comedians for this because again, Francesca's comedian status is in fact alleged at this moment in time, but 2 months later for a comeback, not a very good representation of your comedic chops. Maybe, just maybe, we shouldn't allow men comedians to transition to females because they would absolutely obliterate people like Francesca Fiorentini. But also, I just want to point out, she is missing the entire point. Cenk is saying, don't sign up for Lionel Messi, don't sign up for Usain Bolt, which again is another one that's ridiculous. Usain Bolt is so much faster than men at sprinting that he was quite literally looking at the camera and smiling for the photo as he crossed the finish line because he was so ahead of the men. The idea that he wouldn't absolutely obliterate the women is absurd in every possible way. But Francesca's brain is so damaged by left-wing ideology, she actually thinks Cenk is saying you should sign up for Lionel Messi, you should sign up for Usain Bolt, but then jump off the ship when Floyd Mayweather or a boxer comes up, when in reality he's saying you should be logical about all of this.
What would it look like as someone who believes women are absolutely capable of boxing? What would it look like as someone who absolutely believes trans people should play in sports? What would it look like argumentatively to say 3 out of the 4 examples you are bad faith lobbing at me, I think could play as a trans woman, but this 4th one shouldn't? Cenk thinks I should have not said that? Like, that's so fucking dumb. On every level, that's dumb.
Yeah, Francesca, you're the one who's being dumb. You weren't supposed to bite the bullet on any of those extreme examples. The fact that you did shows that you are an extremist, that you're an absolute moonbag in every possible way.
And we're talking about a hypothetical, and this is the problem, is like, there are people, and I think like John Idarola, our good buddy, is one of them, who we argue this, and I don't take this back. We argue this tack on, hey, you're using a hypothetical for a population that is about, 0.3% trans athletes, right? We're talking about less than a percentage point. Why are you distracting us with these issues? Why are you throwing up these hypotheticals? This is all meant as a massive distraction and as a way to dehumanize, a population. Like that's a fine way to take it. But where I take it is, nah, man, I stand with trans people being able to play in sports. I see that you're doing a bad faith hypothetical, but I also stand with them. Even if you weren't doing a bad faith hypothetical, I would still stand with them.
Now, Francesca also gets angry that people throw out hypotheticals in order to assess people's positions, and I would just point out that a lot of left-wingers are very against the idea of hypotheticals, stretching a concept to its logical extreme in order to get somebody's position, because those are logical exercises and they don't deal in logic. Now, of course, because I'm the most generous man on the internet.com, and yes, I just bumped my microphone right there, I will give Francesca Fiorentini one bit of credit for calling out one of Jenk's positions that I find to be patently absurd and ridiculous.
But Jenk thinks that no, we gotta give them a win, because then they're gonna stop coming. If I say that trans women shouldn't participate in collegiate or higher level of sports, they're gonna stop there. They didn't. They just didn't. Trump's executive order applies to all people. When we're talking children included, we're talking about high school, we're talking about elementary school. This is all people. These are the athletic bands that are coming down in red states across this country. They are for all. Specifically, they're focused on children. So Jenk's line up until this point has been, no, it's at the collegiate level and above. I think once you get to the college level and above, that's when it's bad. So he would be on board with what the NCAA said recently.
But you're so dumb. You're so dumb. I don't even know how to explain it to you anymore. Unless,
It's supposed to be our drum?
Unless, this is the other option, unless
It's terrible.
you also are a transphobe.
Jenk's position on how, at the college and the professional level, we should not allow male to female transes to compete in sports, but at the high school level and beneath we should, is absurd in every possible way. Now, of course, it's not for the reasons that Francesca lays out, it's for the much more logical reasons of the fact that high school and college sports receive some level of public funding. Universities often get money from the federal government. In the high school level, you use those sports in order to compete with, in order to qualify for college sports, so it messes it up if you allow the transes in high school but not in college. But in addition to that, we just showed you how high school level boys that are under the age of 15 can beat professional female athletes and dominate them in a game when they play against them. So yeah, the differences are great in the high school level as well. But more importantly, the professional sports, those are private organizations. If you want to ruin your own professional sports league, even though I disagree with it, you should have the maximum right to do so at that level. Where you shouldn't have the right to do so is in the public schools, funded by our tax dollars. Again, increasing injury risk where there is no opportunity for other girls to compete in other leagues. You can have a situation where a professional league allows men to compete in the women's division, but women could choose not to participate in that particular league. So Jenk's position is completely incomprehensible because it doesn't include high school and younger, but Francesca is just calling it out as being wrong for all the wrong reasons because she's not very smart herself. But I did want to make that clear because I do want to give people credit, and of course I want to move on to Francesca calling Jake the B word because that's how she handles her business.
What has it got you? What did it get you? When you go and share a stage with Dr. F***ing Phil, what did it get you? Nothing. You know why?
Wait, they hate Dr. Phil now? What's wrong with that guy?
You know what I'm saying? You look like him.
That's just what it comes down to. You don't look like a fighter. You don't look smart. You look like... That's just the reality. I've tried to tell it to you nicely. I've tried to tell it to you cordially. I've tried to tell it to you on your show, on my show, on every show. And so either you A, are a bitch, or B, you actually agree with the right. And I'm starting to think, in fact, I do think, It's the latter.
Yeah, Francesca, I just want you to know, you're a fool in every possible way. Here you have Cenk Uygur telling you how ridiculous you look on this particular issue. The polling ends up coming out, and it finds out that Americans, 80% of them, do not want biological males competing against female sports, and you're on the wrong side of that issue, and your arguments are absolutely terrible for why your position is correct, despite the fact that the American people can see this for themselves, they know it intuitively, they understand that the purpose of female sports is to exclude men, and yet you're going against that with these weak-ass arguments, and then you're crying, you're throwing a hissy fit over the fact that not everybody wants to jump on board the sinking ship with you. Well, you shouldn't be surprised about that, and honestly, you shouldn't be mad about it. You should just accept the reality. You want to pretend like you're standing in front of marginalized folks, like you're taking a risk, then you can't be surprised when everybody else doesn't want to jump on board that sinking ship with you. You should just accept the reality that you are in the fringe, you have ridiculous positions, and you're an embarrassment in every possible way. Not cry about Cenk and say, don't say I'm one of your hosts just because I was at your company for years. I was never a full-time employee. When nobody cares, Francesca. Nobody gives a damn. Go team up with Mehdi Hassan. Go back to your Al Jazeera state-sponsored propaganda roots that is meant to sow discord in the United States of America, because we don't want to hear your absolute nonsense. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts. I want to know what you guys think down in the comments below. If you like the video, show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on the social medias, support me via the support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about Francesca Fiorentini, crying about Cenk Uygur. Till next time.
Trying to find something to put on. Because I know what I'm doing is boring. Boring to me, but it has to be done, right? So am I gonna give
spent countless hours trying to acquire the right permits and comply with zoning requirements, only to get the runaround from City Hall.
It's just all these crazy restrictions for a treehouse that's 115 square feet. And it just became a nightmare trying to go back and forth between departments and the Department of Building and Safety.
Oftentimes on this channel, when we're talking about the issue of housing and whatnot, we will discuss places like the state of California and how they have an insurmountable amount of red tape that essentially will cripple anybody's ability to build anything, and a lot of times this is based on the fact that California allows average everyday residents to sue builders, sue developers, in order to stop them from obstructing their view or do some such thing that doesn't affect anything except for their preferences. Again, these people who can file these lawsuits, they don't buy the property that they want maintained in a certain way, they just live near it and then sue the person, the developer, in order to get them to stop developing their own land in order to prevent them from profiting off of it because of their own personal preferences. It is a ridiculous system, and it is one of the many reasons why it is impossible to do anything in the state of California. Well, an extreme example of this is this iconic treehouse that a Simpsons producer has had up on his property for 24 years. It has become famous in the region, drawing in celebrities and people from outside of the celebrity circles alike just to see this iconic treehouse and enjoy it. It's been featured on television and a bunch of other different places, but unfortunately for this Simpsons producer, this became the subject of not only a 7-year-long lawsuit and battle with the red tape that he has to deal with after just one complaint, but it's also been the subject of a criminal investigation, and essentially this iconic treehouse must be torn down in order for this person to avoid jail time in the state of California. Building a treehouse on your own property that's 115 square feet is something that can get you sent to jail, to prison, and that's even more crazy considering that actually committing crimes, robbing people and whatnot, won't get you sent to prison in the state of California. Now, we're going to break this down, we're going to talk about this, but before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money, okay?
It is the final night for what may be one of the most iconic tree houses ever built. The Boney Island treehouse at Sherman Oaks is scheduled to be torn down tomorrow after its owner endured a long, drawn-out legal battle with the city to keep it standing. The Simpsons producer who built the treehouse says he's had lots of support from the neighborhood, but in the end, you can't fight City Hall.
Rachel Benetoff is live at Sherman Oaks, where community is saying goodbye to Boney Island after 24 years. Rachel.
So right off the top, you could see that this particular treehouse is really cool. It looks really nice. There's obviously good seating inside of it. And again, it has been a staple in this particular community for a very long time. Now, of course, the local news has to drop the Simpsons funds right away, saying you can't fight City Hall, which we all appreciate right off the top because you gotta ham up the comedy because this is a Simpsons-related story. Therefore, we all gotta joke and we all gotta have fun, even though it is very indicative of how difficult it is to do anything in the state of California. And by the way, a lot of people are going to say, Sean, you're referencing a Simpsons creator, a Simpsons producer, somebody who's involved in the Hollywood machine, and obviously this is somebody who votes Democrat or likely votes or donates to the Democratic Party. And while that might 100% be the case, I'm not denying that, and I understand there's a certain level of you voted for this regulatory environment, now you have to live under it, but I also want you guys to realize that I'm talking about a Simpsons producer, somebody who's been on that show for 24 years, somebody who has the money, somebody who has the time, somebody who can hire lawyers in order to fight against these complaints, and yet he has been bogged down for 7 straight years in legal battles over this treehouse, spent tens of thousands of dollars on it, and all that's gotten him is a criminal investigation, the prospect of jail time based on the fact that he put something up on his own property, something that is iconic up on his own property, that has received praise, that has been on TV shows and all that, and even he can't beat the California regulatory environment. That is absolutely crazy.
The homeowner says it came to a point where the red tape, the restrictions, and finally the criminal charges were all too much to bear, and tonight he's been removing a lot of the props, the furniture, kind of having one last hurrah with the neighborhood kids, and says he's really sad to see this place go. Climbing through this whimsical maze, you notice the carefully constructed details. City Sitting high above the Sherman Oaks treetops, it's
It is
an
a pretty
homage
cool
to
fucking
childhood.
treehouse.
And throughout the years, it's been updated with more adult features like a bar and a mini fridge of beers.
It just felt really nice and homey up here, you know.
Rick Polizzi, a former producer on the animated series The Simpsons, built the treehouse 24 years ago with his daughters in mind.
They would have their friends come over and play, and any neighbor that came by, we would say, come on up.
Now again, for everybody out there in the audience, understand that these are wealthy people that we're talking about. These are Hollywood people, but the story behind this, the story behind the story is actually quite wholesome. This guy ended up putting up this treehouse, which is absolutely epic, for his two daughters when they were little kids. It ended up becoming a feature in the neighborhood. They would bring other kids over, and everybody had a good time, and in 24 years, nobody has been injured, despite the fact that the treehouse is not up to some kind of zoning codes invented by the city in order to prevent anyone from building anything. Everybody had a good time for the longest time, and over time, as his children grew up, as they got older, he ended up making it more suitable as a hangout for adults. So essentially, this treehouse grew up along with them. Again, quite a beautiful tale, quite a beautiful story, something that we can expect in the United States of America, but unfortunately, another thing that we can expect in the United States of America is for community to be eroded, is for community to end, for people to get the government involved, for busybodies to start cracking down, and of course, for California's epic amount of red tape to end up wrapping this guy up in a 7-year-long legal battle that, again, is not just civil, it's not just regulatory. The man is facing criminal charges. He could be arrested and put in jail if he continues to fight to keep this treehouse up, and that's absolute madness.
Everybody that you saw in movies and TV were always here with their families. You know, people were saying, hey, is that Halle Berry up in the, you know, up in the treehouse?
But Polizzi says legal troubles started when a neighbor complained about the increasing attention the homemade fort was drawing. For the past 7 years, he's been working to defend his treasured treehouse to the tune of $50,000 and even a criminal charge. The Hollywood producer says he's spent countless hours trying to acquire the right permits and comply with zoning requirements, only to get the runaround from City Hall.
So look, again, obviously, a lot of the people that are impacted by this are wealthy people. A lot of the people that are impacted by this are celebrities. But $50,000, 7 years of battling against the red tape, trying to bring it up to code, trying to get the permits, and all this guy is experiencing is getting the runaround. And I just want to remind you that even though we're talking about a celebrity situation right here, even though we're talking about somebody who has the money, who has the means, even he can't get through California's red tape. Even he can't defeat this. Even he cannot match the regulatory burdens of the nanny state in the state of California based on one neighbor complaining one time about the fact that the treehouse was getting too much attention for that neighbor's preference. Now, of course, nobody forced that neighbor to move into a property that was already well known in the area to have this treehouse present there. Again, 24 years going strong, but that one complaint ends up triggering a 7-year-long legal battle, and this guy's going to end up going to court just because he wanted to build something nice for his children 24 years ago. It's absolute madness. But again, this is what you can expect in the state of California. You could just imagine if you weren't trying to build something that is for your kids to enjoy, for your kids to goof off in, how bad these regulatory burdens actually are when you're trying to build apartments or you're trying to expand your home or do anything that is normal in a normal neighborhood when you just don't have the money for compliance. So the fact that they give him the runaround with all this should not be surprising. Remember, we talked about how Donald Trump ended up visiting Los Angeles, ended up talking down to the mayor because he had heard from a bunch of different people that it would take 18 months just to clear the debris from the torn down homes due to the fire post the wildfires in the state of California. And Karen Bass promised that that was not going to be 18 months.
I've met at least 8 groups of homeowners, and I'm much more worried about the fact that they said it's 18 months exactly, and they were devastated. They want to start now. They want to start removing things. They're not allowed to do it now. And you mentioned hazardous waste. Well, the hazardous waste, what's hazardous waste? I mean, you're going to have to define that. We're going to go through a whole series of questions on determining what's hazardous. No, I just think you have to allow the people to go on their site and start the process tonight. And we will. Okay, good.
You can Mr. Back and check.
It's not 18 months, so if that's not the answer, Mayor Bass, What is the answer? Because that's what we were all told last night.
Let me just tell you that we are going to do everything we can, slashing regulations, expediting everything so that people can begin the process right away. You know, we have the Disaster Recovery Center on Pico and Westwood. We have building and safety there. People are already contacting the local agencies. We're bringing our city departments together so that people don't get caught in the loop of going from one room to the next. We want them all to be in the same room so that you can get busy rebuilding ASAP.
It was going to be a week, but what did we find out just a little bit later? That in fact, what's going to happen is that it would take 3 years minimum, 5 years around probably more accurately, to rebuild the homes in the Palisades area based on all the regulatory permits and restrictions and whatnot that you are required to get in order to do anything in the state of California.
I asked, what's a realistic timetable for rebuilding the Palisades?
3 years would probably be the fastest, but probably it would be more like 5. So it really depends on the individual circumstances.
Now, this is in Sherman Oaks. Obviously, I'm not saying that this is all Karen Bass's fault or anything of the sort, because remember, California has not only local municipality regulations and zoning and whatnot, they not only have the city ones, but they also have statewide ones and statewide laws that allow homeowners to sue anyone for anything, and it creates all kinds of chaos. And this is just a little bit of a taste of that. This is just one example of somebody who has the means, somebody who should be able to engage with the system and be successful. We're always told that money can get you through anything, but guess what? $50,000 in 7 years, not enough to get this man out of criminal charges. The only thing that will get him out of it is tearing down this structure.
Councilmember Nikia Rahman sent us a statement saying she's limited in what she can say due to ongoing litigation, but she did write this. Our goal has always been to find a pathway to preserve the treehouse, which has brought so much joy to neighbors, and our office is ready and eager to continue that work in cooperation with Mr. Polizzi. Polizzi, though, says months ago this same office told him there was nothing they could do, so he's resigned to take it down and say one final goodbye.
So here you have a city council member saying that the goal of her office and the goal of the city council is to make sure that this treehouse is preserved, and we're really into working with Mr. Polizzi, the guy at the center of this, in order to make sure that happens. Now, of course, we find out from the person, who's actually going through this, that he contacted this very same city council member, and her office said there's nothing that we can do, which is just a perfect example, a perfect distillation of city government, which is when you get attention on them, they say the right thing, but behind the scenes, they're actively working to destroy you. The city council could easily change these rules, and guess what? Problem would be solved. The city council could easily do something, carve out an exemption, propose a bill, anything of the sort, and guess what? The problem would be solved. But instead, what we end up seeing is that the city council is virtue signaling that they're definitely on board with helping this person, even though he's currently facing criminal charges for this. Again, criminal charges for this, not just fines and fees and, oh, you don't have the right permit for this. You might go to jail because you dared to build a treehouse for your children.
There's no reason for it. It's really not warranted. It's been up 24 years. We've never had one single incident. It just gets caught up in city red tape, and there's no way to untangle yourself from it.
Look, he's 100% right. There is no reason for this. It doesn't make any sense at all. They haven't had any incident, and the fact that there could be a potential incident should not be a reason to restrict anybody from doing anything. Obviously, we all understand that in some cases, anytime you do anything, you increase the level of risk of something happening down the line, but we should not have this preemption on the American people, stopping their imagination, stopping their desire to build, stopping their desire to expand, and it's absolutely tragic that we do. And again, this guy, probably a left-wing Democrat, probably voted for some of these very same people that put in these regulations, is probably upset about the evil orange man trying to cut back on regulations of a similar nature on the federal level. But the fact of the matter is, even he can't get through this, despite the fact that he has every advantage that you, the average Californian, would never have, that you, the average person living in a high regulatory environment, could never get around, and he's still stuck, he's still trapped, he still has to take this deal in order to avoid jail time, and that deal is just complete defeat.
Now, part of the agreement with the city is that once Rick demolishes the treehouse, the criminal charges against him will be dropped. So he has a construction crew coming out first thing tomorrow morning and they're going to do exactly that.
Honestly, this is the sad state of the United States of America right now, and I will just remind everybody out there in the audience that the Empire State Building was built in under a year. Many of the iconic infrastructure projects of the United States of America were built on a similar time schedule, if not sooner. But the fact of the matter is, here in the United States of America, it takes now 7 years to adjudicate the legality of a treehouse, and it's still technically an illegal gray area in states like the state of California. And by the way, again, for those of you out there in the audience who think it's just blue states, it's just California, while California is definitely an extreme example of this, local zoning and local ordinances like this exist all over the country. They're ridiculous and absurd, and if you run afoul of the wrong regulator, if you run afoul of the wrong petty tyrant, guess what? You could end up under the gun, and you could end up facing the scrutiny, and it could be devastating and ruinous to your life. This person, honestly, will be able to endure. He'll be able to get over it. He has already made himself a success in life for a long period of time, but the fact of the matter is, average everyday Californians, average everyday Americans run up against these kind of regulatory bodies each and every day in this country, and guess what? They don't prevail. They end up being driven into bankruptcy. A normal person having to spend $50,000 in order to defend themselves from regulators like this might lose their home as a consequence of it. But this guy is able to endure, and he still can't win. That's how crazy the state of California is. Now, of course, I want to know your thoughts about this down in the comments below. If you like this video, show them by leaving a like. Subscribe for more content. Follow me on my social media. Support me via the support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about the absolute madness in the state of California. Till next time. They actually did it, folks. The city of Chicago has bucked all logic, all reason, all fiscal discipline, all warnings about the impending financial cliff in order to borrow $830 million now, which of course will cost them over $2 billion in total throughout the term of the loan, which they won't start paying back on the principal until the year 2045. They've kicked the can down the road once again, and as we talked about, even though this bill is sold as a way to pay for the infrastructure, it turns out, due to nasty provisions that were tucked into said bill, this in reality is likely Brandon Johnson's way of bailing out the teachers union, of giving them that pay increase that he wanted, that he's tried to bankrupt the city in order to do time and time again. Because if you look at the bill itself, they actually have carve-outs of where they can distribute this money away from the critical infrastructure investments that supposedly this is all about. And the reason why they're ending up doing it like this is because this is how they've always done business. It's one of the worst fiscally run cities in the entire country, and Brandon Johnson knows that he will be long gone by the time it comes due, and they're gonna have to suffer the consequences of that. In addition to that, Brandon Johnson, of course, is on leave from the Chicago Teachers Union, so that means that Brandon Johnson will benefit from this when he resumes his role after he's done as mayor. And guess what? Considering he has about a 6% approval rating, which is the lowest in the entire country, I believe, that will be sooner rather than later. Now, we're going to get into this. We're going to break this down. I'm also going to educate you about another terrible deal that the city of Chicago is suffering from. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
On the surface, it sounds great for Chicago. New money to repair crumbling streets, rusted light poles, bad bridges. But critics say while those fixes need to be made, the way the city plans to pay for it all is not. City Council narrowly approving an $830 million bond measure today.
So let's make something 100% clear for everybody out there in the audience. Cities like the city of Chicago do not increase infrastructure spending by $1 billion over the course of a year. What actually ends up happening in a lot of these cases is that they borrow the money or get the money through grants from the federal government, and then they produce corresponding cuts to the non-earmarked money in the general fund in order to pay for the priorities that they actually want to pay for. That is normal, standard operating procedure. However, in this particular case, the terms of this loan, how the money could be spent, are written so broadly and so poorly that it essentially licenses Brandon Johnson to bail out illegal aliens and, of course, to bail out the teachers union. And again, I will highlight the provision in question that this local news report is not highlighting, that they're not paying attention to, because even though they got the basic terms of the loan, the fact that the loan doesn't even have to go to infrastructure seems to be completely absent from their reporting. Now, as you can see right here, we have a page from the bill that was shared to us and highlighted for us by a man called Austin Berg. I will link his tweet in the description if you want to go follow him, and it starts off pretty reasonable. It says, whereas the city has determined that it is in the best interest of the inhabitants of the city and necessary for the welfare of the government and affairs to the city to implement a plan to provide for the financing of the public right-of-way improvements and all these other different things that sound like they're very related to infrastructure. However, once you get to point 4, what you find out is that they also authorize loans or grants to assist individuals, not-for-profit organizations, or educational or cultural institutions, or for-profit organizations, or to assist municipal corporations, units of local government, school districts, the state, or the United States of America. Now, what this means is that points 1, 2, and 3, which are very specific about improving lanes, improving traffic lights, and so on, are completely and totally irrelevant. In reality, this is a license for them to blow this money writ large, and again, you will notice that educational institutions and school districts and not-for-profits are all mentioned along with other municipal corporations. Essentially, they have 3 lanes of cover to bail out teachers' unions, and in addition to that, this money can go to the nonprofits that happen to be providing services for illegal aliens. So essentially, the city of Chicago is borrowing nearly $1 billion, which will cost them over $2 billion throughout the term of the loan in order to bail out Brandon Johnson's favored industries, Brandon Johnson's favored lobbying groups, and of course to support his ideological agenda of putting the illegal migrants first.
Both sides using the kids will pay for it argument at council.
We're not mortgaging the future of our children. In fact, we are building the roads that they're going to use.
$30 million bond would go to repair city roads and bridges, city building renovations, new city vehicles, street lights, traffic signals, replacing lead service lines, as well as $1.5 million per alderman to use how they see fit.
So right here, they report the intended functions of the money that is being appropriated to this critical infrastructure, as if the bill is primarily about infrastructure. The cover story for Brandon Johnson being able to get this money. But one of the things that I am happy about is that they talk about how basically the aldermen were bought off by this bill, in that these aldermen get $1.15 million in order to give to projects in their ward that they see fit, and obviously this is going to be utilized in order to secure their future election prospects. And if any of these aldermen voted for this bill and you see them doing a ribbon cutting ceremony or going out with the pothole crew and filling potholes in your neighborhood, understand that they're essentially bribing you with your own money that they stole from you in order to deceive you into voting for them, because again, they are mortgaging the future for this, and you can make the case that maybe, just maybe, these repairs will last long enough and the economic impact will of course override the $2.1 billion cost of this $830 million right now. But the fact of the matter is that Chicago's credit rating has gone down for a reason, and the reason why is that they're constantly rolling over and financing debt with more and more debt. It's absolutely disastrous. Everybody who warned about how they're mortgaging the future is 100% right. And again, this money is going to be wasted. It's going to be blown.
Doing nothing. Supporters of the mayor's plan, they would create chaos.
Potholes will grow bigger, vacant buildings will catch on fire, light poles will fall, and bridges could deteriorate beyond repair.
To be clear, no one in council argued to do nothing. Critics zeroing in, though, on the mechanics of payback. The $830 million bond will, in the end, cost the city $2 billion. The city choosing to pay interest-only payments through 2045 and then begin paying off the principal. Critics wanted a bond half the size with a quicker payback to unburden future Chicagoans and prevent a further drop in the city's bond rate.
Now look, although they're not highlighting the key provision that I think is absolutely crucial in this particular bill, I do got to give the local news a ton of credit for the way that they're covering this, because you essentially have somebody saying, oh, you want us to do nothing, you're trying to get us to not have our roads fixed and whatnot. You don't have a solution, when in reality, this whole debate that was going on in the city of Chicago had an alternative plan where they would issue less bonds on a shorter time scale, make the absolutely crucial repairs, not give Brandon Johnson an $830 million slush fund to try to save his political career or pocket it when he gives the teachers union the contract that he wants to give them. And that alternative, they're just trying to pretend it didn't exist. They're trying to say that that was never put forward by the other aldermen that were against this. And to be clear, this was actually a very narrow vote. I believe it was 26 to 24 in favor of this, which just goes to show you how Brandon Johnson's political capital has been absolutely obliterated over time, and not a lot of people are willing to sign on with him.
Give the mayor a slush fund to reward people who vote for the ill-advised budget.
This motion passes. In the end, it passed 26-23. Reporters say it's a safety net for an unstable financial pipeline from a Trump-run Washington that's targeting cities like Chicago. And that the loudest critics are from wards near downtown, where upkeep is rarely an issue.
Maybe some of us can have the luxury of putting off infrastructure maintenance, but our community needs these investments now.
Now again, right here, you have this alderman from the 9th Ward calling out Brandon Johnson, calling out the other members of the Board of Supervisors for giving Brandon Johnson this slush fund in order to pay people off. But ultimately, we end up hearing that part of the justification for this is the fact that they fear that they're going to be targeted by the evil orange man because they put illegal immigrants first, protect illegal immigrant criminals, and this is now a justification in order to borrow this money. And make no mistake about it, they wanted to borrow this money the whole time, just like Brandon Johnson wanted that short-term, high-interest loan in order to pay off the teachers union to be borrowed by the Board of Education. They wanted this money all along. They were always going to push to do this. They always had fiscal problems, and they're just using the evil orange man as an excuse in order to get this narrowly through. And by the way, it was 26 to 23, so the estimate I had in my head was pretty damn close, but not accurate. I just want to correct that for everybody. And obviously, it's a disaster, but it actually gets significantly worse.
Also at City Hall today, Marie, we learned of another high-level departure. This time it's the head of the Department of Parks in Chicago, the Park District head, Rosa Escareno. In recent weeks, the mayor has parted ways with multiple department heads, from aviation to the Civilian Office of Police Accountability to emergency management, and so the churn continues over on the 5th floor across the street.
So obviously, that is a very bad sign for the city of Chicago when you have all these different people jumping ship on Brandon Johnson, getting out of Dodge as fast as humanly possible. You understand that this person is losing political capital fast. His numbers are way down, and it's basically unrecoverable. On top of that, a lot of times what we find out is that even people who were once appointed by Brandon Johnson are so disgusted with him they can't work with him, and then Brandon Johnson ends up firing them, trying to replace them. And when you criticize those firings, Brandon Johnson calls you an evil white racist. Remember, he did this to the board of directors of Chicago schools when they refused to remove Pedro Martinez when he didn't want to take this loan. So I'm sure there's additional corruption and nonsense going on in all these different other various departments.
Marks the 16-year anniversary of a financial deal so contentious it is often referred to as one of the biggest blunders in Chicago.
We're talking about the infamous 75-year parking meter lease.
But like I said earlier, I'm going to explain to you one of the biggest versions of this kind of short-term thinking that happened in the city of Chicago that might just be one of the worst deals a major municipality has ever stricken in order to close a short-term budget gap. Because you guys will remember 2008 financial crisis. A bunch of these different institutions were running out of money. They lost money because people weren't buying real estate like they were, and they were dependent on those tax revenues from the real estate. And rather than do the responsible thing by making cuts in order to make sure your budget's aligned and that they were balanced, the city of Chicago decided that they were going to sell their parking meters for a one-time payment of $1.15 billion to a consortium of companies from the Arab Emirates, I believe. And they did this in order to close a short-term budget gap. Well, 16 years later, the Arab company still has the parking meters because the deal that they struck gave them control of it for 75 years. Originally, I thought it was 99 years, but it's actually 75 years. And it turns out they've not only already made back the $1.15 billion because they pull in over $140 million each and every year throughout the length of the contract, but they're actually up net by $500 million. So $500 million, almost all of what we're talking about that they would need, is the profit that this company made for that $1.15 billion.
He pushed the deal through City Council in just 72 hours. The lease gave private investors control of parking meters for 75 years. The $1.15 billion payout fixed a budget hole during the Great Recession. But critics say the money wasn't invested wisely. And now Chicago gets nothing while private investors make huge profits. Joe Ferguson with the Civic Federation says the city learned a hard lesson, especially council members who, after the fact, complained they didn't have enough time to read the fine print.
Now again, this was passed by Mayor Daley back in 2008. Brandon Johnson is not responsible for this, and it was actually passed, this major deal, just 72 hours after it was proposed in December, again, as people are approaching Christmas time, as a way to get around public scrutiny. And it's one of the worst deals in the history of any major city, not just Chicago, but it just goes to show you that this short-term quick injection in order to pay it off later ends up always backfiring on these municipalities, and they become disastrous deals, again, almost immediately. It didn't have to be this way. They could have solved this problem in another way by just maintaining their own infrastructure, by not going for short-term gain, but this is how democratic cities are run. Even though they can theoretically present a balanced budget, look at the cost of that balanced budget. If you're borrowing a bunch of money into your general fund in order to make things work, then obviously that's unsustainable, and that's what they're experiencing right now in the city of Chicago. And again, Brandon Johnson, as bad as he is, has yet to make a deal as terrible as the one that we saw from Mayor Daley, in an obvious instance, in my opinion, of corruption. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts. I want to know what you guys think down in the comments below. If you like this video,
I hate coming back like not so long.
Two foreign nationals nabbed after an alleged breach of the U.S. Marine base in Quantico, Virginia.
Two Jordanians are in ICE custody after allegedly being stopped at the Quantico gate earlier this month.
Finally, we have an update to the two Jordanians who were in the United States illegally crashing the gate of Quantico. And for those of you who have no idea what I'm talking about, I've done 2 videos on these 2 cats who took a U-Haul truck up to the gates of Quantico. Quantico guards said, hey, something's not right. How about you just go over here to the secondary checkpoint and then decided to crash the gate and try to make it into the post? A little bit of a red flag. Now I'll break it all down and I'll quickly refresh your memory on what exactly happened to get us here. But first, a word from this video sponsor. We all have bad habits. Mine is screaming at a camera in my basement, hoping that the federal government will listen to it and fix some of it. And sometimes we need help kicking those bad habits. And that's why the sponsor for today's video is Fume. Fume is an award-winning flavored air device. No vapor, no nicotine, no harmful chemicals, just delicious natural flavors. And it fills the void that ditching a bad habit can leave. No batteries, no charging, no smoke or vapor. You can use it anywhere. It's sleek, portable, and it's built to last. And for those of you who can't keep your hands still, it helps you fidget too. And with a whole bunch of delicious flavors, you'll never be bored, like black licorice, spearmint ice, or cinnamon hearts. Go to tryfume.com/angrycops or scan the QR code above and use code AngryCops to get your free Fume Topper when you order your journey pack today. First, let's refresh our memories. Who are these two knuckleheads? Well, one we've got Mohammed Khair Dubois, not really sure how you say it.
Benoit Balls.
He got into the United States because he had a student visa. But even though it expired, he's still here. And then we have this beauty, Hassan Yusuf Hamdan. Hassan Yusuf Hamdan. Hamdan? Hassan Yusuf Hamdan. Who, get this, crossed the southern border illegally in San Diego. Who'd have thunk? Back in April of 2024. And back then, ICE was just giving out appearance tickets to people that crossed the border illegally. And Hassan was one of those guys. Cross the border, hey there, ICE, I'm in San Diego. Here's a little piece of paper that says show up to a court date, and then he was off into the United States. Not a care in the world. Well, then these two Jordanians that are now in the States illegally, one crossing the border illegally and one having the student visa expire, they meet up in Virginia. And the story is They rent a U-Haul truck. It's empty. They go to Quantico. They say, hey, we're Amazon delivery guys. We're subcontracted out from another Amazon delivery group. We gotta get on post. And the guards on Quantico are like, I don't believe you. Please go over to this staging area. We're gonna do secondary searches. Then Hassan and Muhammad decide that's not what they want to do and try to run through the gate until the barriers go up.
Where you just... Oh!
Then they're detained and arrested for trying to crash the gate.
Ports where you just... Oh!
Then they're detained and arrested for trying to crash the gate. Now that's in May. And throughout the summer, from August to September and October, there's 1 or 2 different hearings that they have to go to. And one of them is, hey, we know you're here illegally, but we're gonna give you $10,000 and $15,000 bail. And for those of you who know anything about bail, all you have to do is front 10%. And then you can get out. So $1,000 and $1,500. And then these guys just had to show up to whatever court appearances they had next. That's right, people that are here in the country illegally, crashing a military post, are given bail, to which they pay $1,000 or $1,500, and then they're free to go and do as they please. Free as a bird now. On the honor system, which so far is something that they haven't really been adhering to. Well, since then, I'm not sure if you've heard, there's been a change in administration.
Sorry to keep you waiting, complicated business.
And now President Trump, well, again, President Trump, has selected a new border czar who is just motivated to do his job.
Best job ever had.
And that brings us to today's update, which has some interesting new information. In one of the 2 previous videos I made about this, there were concerns about people coming across the border, and although they're being screened, ICE was having issues with determining whether or not people were on a terrorist watch list. Do you see the foreshadowing here? Can you believe that Hassan is on a terrorist watch list? That's right. They didn't catch it at the border. They didn't catch it when he was detained for trying to jump the post gate. But somehow, the United States Congress and several congressmen and women discovered that this whole incident happened and found Hassan on a terrorist watch list and sent a letter to the U.S. Attorney in charge of Virginia, Jessica Aber. Aber doesn't have the ability to work here anymore because she got let go. But the letter says, hey, this guy's on a terrorist watch list. Why did you let him go? Why did you let him go on bail? Why did you let him go at all if he's on a terrorist watch list and he's running into freaking military posts?
What's going on?
Which I think is a valid question. So up until the past few days, Hassan and Muhammad, God knows where Muhammad is, but Hassan on the terrorist watch list, not once, but twice, to include the time he tried to crash military posts. He's gone, but we got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
That's right. That change in administration, well, I guess it lit a fire under somebody's butt. Hassan's been recaptured. That's right, he's back in custody. Now, it's not entirely clear what the charges are, if there's new charges, or if this is because of the Quantico incident, but ICE has detained Hassan again, and he's now sitting in one of the correctional facilities in Virginia, where one of 2 types of people are held. One type are immigrants seeking asylum seekers. And the second are illegal aliens that are about to be deported. So I think we can all kind of see where Hassan is going after all of this. Probably back to Jordan. Although they have opened up Guantanamo Bay for the worst of the doers. So that terrorist watch list coming in here, who knows? Maybe we might just get a little bit of information from somebody. I'm just, the possibilities are endless. Wouldn't that be interesting? Or, hey, he just goes back over to Jordan because, yeah, not a good look to have people bashing the gates of our military posts staying in country when they're here illegally. So there's your update. One half of the story is done. It's over. It's kaput. The guy's arrested. He's probably going to be going back somewhere. I don't know what's going to happen with Muhammad. I can't wait to figure that out, considering him and Hassan were bosom buddies, both ramming the gates at the park. I would not hesitate to guess that maybe his number is coming up as well. So, hey there, kids. If you want to stay in America, maybe don't bum rush a military gate in a U-Haul truck. Probably not a good look. Best way to support the channel is get yourself a t-shirt. Gather in the goons. We got a whole bunch of goon shirts coming. We got Benjamin Franklin coming. We got Abraham Lincoln coming. We've already got George and Teddy. Easiest way to support the channel is leave a comment. What do you think about Hassan and Muhammad? We got half the story done. Hassan's going somewhere that's not here. Not gonna
work here anymore anyway.
What's going on with Muhammad? Student visa's been up for a minute. All right. See you next time, weirdos. Oh, wait, I forgot. You guys know how I did the Angry Meme review with Grok? I found Grok. Grok did not want the media attention at all.
American border agents are on high alert after a warning of possible attacks from the other side of the border.
Agents have been warned to stay alert, wear ballistic armor, carry strong guns, and work in teams.
So U.S. Marines are now at the southern border, locking it down completely so that nothing gets through. However, doing this has only angered Mexico's cartels, who were making billions off America's wide-open front door, which is why they're now making plans to engage in combat with our troops. And
I mean, like, if I see this, like, these guys, I mean, this is like free to play versus pay to win. If you compare these guys versus a kitted out SEAL team, it's not so good.
Law enforcement officers. But that might be a bad idea, because the border is about to experience a U.S. military response unlike anything we've ever seen.
Now to a violent new threat at our southern border. Cartels employ new tech to target their rivals as well as border agents. They're using weaponized explosive drones as bombs.
Migrant after migrant, all trying to evade Border Patrol agents.
Well, that one didn't fucking work. What are you doing? Don't you know they've got you? Like, you're right there. Just turn around, man. Like, try again in like a week or something.
Patrol agents.
Yeah.
Migrant groups just need a hole in the border wall. It's dark out, so what they don't realize is we're 5 miles away and they're still watching over every.
Yeah, of course.
New York Post reports that illegal border crossings have fallen to near record lows. Trump administration on pace to see the fewest crossings in 60 years.
Crazy what happens when you actually enforce your laws.
And not once was I really concerned for my safety, but I actually just got protective gear from our network because things are getting a little unprecedented down here. The cartel is operating in ways that we have not seen before. They're desperate. They're a $13 billion a year industry moving people in the country.
We are witnessing in real time how cartels...
I mean, yeah, I would be upset if I was them too. I'd be pissed. Because, like, if you had, like, I mean, if like, everything was good, and now this other fucking orange guy takes over, and, like, now your business isn't working, yeah, I'd be pissed if I was the cartel. I'd be furious.
And transnational gangs on the southern border aren't just trafficking humans anymore. They are actively trying to target U.S. law enforcement. And that memo suggesting that they may be trying to create bigger chaos.
I'll be real. Like, if they start shooting people that are like troops and like U.S. law enforcement, that's not going to be good. Like, I'll just tell you that. Like, because the thing is that if that happens, it's open season. Yeah, like American citizens would not have a single problem going in, like with the military going into Mexico and finding these people in invading. They would do it instantaneously. Like, it's the same thing as September 11th. Like, a lot of people forget how, like, people talk about like October 7th, you know, like what happened to Israel. If that had happened to the United States, where do you think Palestine and Gaza would be now? If that happened to us?
Off the map.
Right? Like, I don't think people understand, like, how much, like, because I remember what it was like after September 11th. And they wanted to just kill everybody over. Straight up. Like, and those of y'all that are around my age or older, y'all remember that, right? Like, this isn't just me. Yeah. So if they do that, that's bad.
So 93% less people are now sneaking into the country and evading Border Patrol. A major accomplishment, yes, but what nobody's talking about is that this has enraged Mexico's cartels, which were making $13 billion a year smuggling everything into our country. And now these violent gangsters who've made bank ruling not just America's asylum crisis, but also America's chemical abuse crisis, wreaking havoc in major cities, will have a lot less to keep them busy, which experts say leaves them no option but to fight back. Something that's already happening on a smaller scale, with Border Patrol agents being targeted by these cartels in several incidents over the last year. But now, this entire situation is about to change for the worse, because if you take billions in dollars away from gang members sporting military-grade equipment who've taken over entire swaths of Mexico, they're probably not gonna just surrender and go get real jobs. Which brings us to the real reason why.
I mean, I'm not really gonna say. I don't see how that ends for them as good at all, right? I mean, I don't. Like, yeah, I have no idea. This is the kind of stuff Trump should be focusing on instead of Canada. You're right. You're right. You're right. Absolutely, you're right. For sure. 100%. He's doing both. I guess so, right? But like, this, like we agree though that like this is more.
The U.S. military is being sent to the southern border with special forces being deployed into Mexico. Everybody expects the cartels to fight back against it. But the Marines are getting ready for what comes next, which could be assaults on the border by armed cartel members or targeted attacks against Border Patrol agents by snipers, who we're now learning are more heavily armed than most people even realize.
I just...
drone to drop explosives on rival cartel members, or even the military, even explosives that are laid on the ground as far as IEDs.
So those troops, those were not the Mexican military, those are the cartels. They're essentially a rogue army deployed to the Mexican side of the border. And experts say there's a good chance this army is ready for war. In fact, they're already at war with themselves and with the Mexican government, and it's feared they...
See, that's probably another issue that they have, is that, like, you know, I would say that if I was them, the walls are kind of like, you know, they're kind of closing in on them, right? Where they're fighting with each other because they all don't get along. And then they're also fighting with probably the Mexican government that's got pressure on them from the U.S. Then they're fighting with the U.S. Like, it's just, they're fucked. I mean, really, they're fucked. It'll fall apart. I think you'll still have a little bit of cartel behavior. It'll probably be, like, what I think will probably happen is that, this is my understanding at least, is that, like, you know, the old, like, you know, Godfather level, like, you know, mafia doesn't really exist in the same way they used to, right? It's not the same type of culture. Like, it's still around, but not really. I think probably the same thing will end up happening with cartels, is that it'll just be like a huge nerf.
Who may be at war with U.S. law enforcement, creating a situation so unpredictably dangerous that reporters are now being issued body armor. And, as you're about to see, our troops may now face battlefield threats they've never seen before.
So they're getting desperate. So we got our hands on some video. That video showing the cartel quite literally dropping a bomb.
So these cartels, they have been making massive amounts of money off the opportunity at America's border, which was previously wide open, but now that's over. And their business is now toast, but they're not going to accept that. The New York Post is calling them kamikaze drones. Here's a photo of a drone like this being used in Ukraine right now. Look at that
Yeah,
thing.
I mean, I feel like this doesn't necessarily have to, like, I mean, this is, I've seen like 5 videos of these like killing drones. Like, I've seen so many videos of like drones killing people in like Ukraine. I've probably seen like 20 videos of this.
The bomb is bigger than the drone.
Now with these drones that have the capabilities of actually dropping explosives, it really shows how much more these cartels have evolved.
I don't like watching it, I just see it.
Has increased even more so now.
Crazy. So before we get into how President Trump and our military are going to stand up against this threat and defeat it, it's important to understand that these drones and this technology, this is a new thing in modern warfare, and it's changing the face of battlefields all over the place. First of all, these things are incredibly inexpensive. They make it very unsafe to be on a battlefield. You can't hide in a trench because these things drop items on top of you.
Violence between factions, Samoa cartel, goddamn.
On top of that, tanks, armored vehicles. Most of these have weaker armor in areas that traditional weapons that would hit them in the front might not be able to reach, like the roof or the back.
Sure.
And unless you're going to fight fire with fire, there's really no way law enforcement's going to be able to stand up against this. Apparently, they've got spy planes that are now flying over the border, keeping an eye on things in a way that's never been done before, and using...
I can't really imagine that, like, the cartel has spy planes that we're not able to track. I mean, if we can track nuclear submarines, we can probably track spy planes, right? I mean, I just think that they're probably not letting it happen. Or they're not, they don't, yeah, I mean, let's be real, right? There are planes, and yeah, no, you're right about that, is that I remember that Mexican president, she said one thing I agree with. She said, why is it that all of these cartels have gear and items that were meant for exclusive use of the U.S. military? How did that happen? I think that's a great question. Really good question. These are your planes? Yeah, these are American planes. We've seen these before. These are like those Pelicans in Halo.
High-tech surveillance equipment like this is going to help the U.S. military find these drone operators, find these cartel members, catch them as they're sneaking around, plotting to ambush our troops and our law enforcement officers as they keep America safe.
Along the southern border this morning, signs of President Trump's long-promised crackdown on immigrants sent to the border begin their new mission. In the air and on the ground.
This is a full-blown military occupation of the U.S. border. This is crazy. You can even see the border wall behind them, but that's not enough. They need troops and tanks. And if you're a cartel member, the sight and sound of military vehicles in the skies and on the ground on the U.S. side will definitely throw a wrench in your plans. Because these cartels, they bring products into the country, which are illegal, and they bring people into the country illegally, which is how they make money. But you can't do that if there's a massive presence on the other side of a border wall.
I mean, if I was the cartels, I would probably just try to wait it out. Like, like that's what I would do if I was them, right? I would say, okay, we're gonna have to just like lay low for 4 years, or like 2 years, and then just, yeah. 4 years is too long. I mean, like, they live fast though. I mean, I don't know. I mean, a lot of these guys probably do it for like 15 years. They won't. I mean, I'm just saying, like, I mean, if that was me, that's what I would do, right? If I was them, I don't know. Like, I haven't been in a cartel before. Not yet.
Looking at you 24 hours a day, whether it's daytime or nighttime, and is ready to stop you. Then it seems to be working. It says right here, border crossings have hit record lows and could be on track to be at the lowest level they've ever been in 60 years. They're down more than 90% compared to February.
Jesus Christ. 90%? Do you think the U.S. will invade Canada? They focus on paying American citizens to traffic drugs for them. I mean, like, and also, like, if I really wanted to get drugs across, I probably wouldn't do it through the border. Like, I mean, I don't know, why can't they do it through, like, somewhere in Florida, maybe, or, like, somewhere on a coast? So I feel like that's a smarter idea, right? I mean, like, that'd be, they do, yeah, that's a better idea, in my opinion. They do, yeah. Tunnels? I don't know what kind of tech they have to detect tunnels. So, like, I'm not sure what kind of, like, sonar, like, you know, imaging they have for that, so I'm not sure.
February 2024. Look at this chart right here. This is crazy. The numbers of people that were coming in 2022 and 2023, that is nuts. And this has only taken about 3 weeks, something we were told was never going to happen. And in the middle of the asylum crisis, America was told that we had the most secure border we've ever had, and that everything...
Well, these are the same people that were telling you that Joe Biden wasn't the target. So, I mean, they're just making shit up as much as they can. I mean, people are writing fan fiction. They're telling stories. I mean, let's be honest, right? I mean, yeah, the sharpest attack. Yeah, just not the sharp part of the attack. The other.
To possibly be done to keep it safe and to stop people coming across was already being done, but it looks like that wasn't exactly true now, was it?
The troops deployed to address what Trump has declared is a national emergency.
What exactly do you want them to be doing right now?
Making sure that the border is safe and secure and that criminals don't come into our country.
Imagine
The
that.
surge in forces comes as the situation on the border has improved steadily since former President Biden announced new asylum restrictions last spring.
Oh, that's what
Encounters
did it.
between Border Patrol and
Yeah, that's what did it. The asylum restrictions, not the troops, not the tanks, not the massive military buildup, and border crossings started dropping even before Trump got into office. People.
Well, it's also people don't want to come over, right? I mean, like, if you are, like, let's say you're in Mexico and you're trying to come across the border, there's definitely going to be a reduction in people that are going to try to go and take advantage of that.
This is his 5th overall, and the first of his second term, about 43.
I don't know why the fuck that happened. Anyway, so, fuck, what was I even saying? Let me go back on it.
And border crossings started dropping even before Trump.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you knew this shit was going to happen, like, I would try to get in early or get out, right? I wouldn't do it. No, I just have a bunch of tabs open and shit like that. Yeah, I wouldn't come over, exactly.
Got into office, people knew that he was going to do something like this, and they said, you know what, it's not worth it. But as you're about to see, this might not be enough to stop these cartels, because they're not just going to sit around and lose billions of dollars and do nothing. They're going to take action, which is going to put everybody at risk. People in Mexico, people in America, especially those down at the border right now, trying to stop these guys. So here, Border Patrol agents have discovered a smuggling tunnel that went underneath border security measures. Look at this thing. Apparently it was held up by just wooden beams. It was incredibly dangerous. Here you can see the troops checking it out. And you know, that went
Jesus. Damn. Mexican here report that people, so many brilliant brains getting out of the country to work on a low wage. They have mini tunnels. I mean, like, look, if I was them, I would do that, right? I mean, fuck, it's smart to make a tunnel. Yeah, of course.
Underneath border security measures. Look at this thing. Apparently it was held up by just wooden beams. It's incredibly dangerous. Here you can see the troops checking it out. And you know what's surprising about this is that these cartels were even able to do such a tunnel. I mean, there are underground listening devices which can be used to pick up excavation-related activity. You can see them carrying bags of stuff out of this place right now and handing it over. That's evidence of some sort. Who knows what they had in that tunnel or who they had in that tunnel. But this just goes to show you how sophisticated this rogue army is and what they're willing to do to continue bringing things into our country that shouldn't be here. Not just people, not just products, but also things that could be used to harm those of us who live here and which fall into the hands of gang members, which they then use to coerce and exploit their fellow immigrants in the very community they come here and try to embed themselves in. And what's truly shocking is that it looks like this army that is south of the border is trying to move some sort of army or military presence into this country.
This was in the desert near Hawaii, Arizona. Now, sheriffs down here along the southern border and other law enforcement, they have their eyes not only on what's coming in, but also what is coming out. Here's why. Because they know that when they see guns and money coming
Hold up. That's a lot. That's a lot of guns. Jesus. See, since October. Oh my God.
also what is coming out. Here's why, because they know that when they see guns and money coming out of the country going towards Mexico, that means whatever the cartels were moving into the country, they were successful. Take a listen.
Yeah.
These are all American.
All these weapons coming through, all that money coming through, they were successful, and with that money, they're buying things.
Yeah, of course.
So right there, all of the stuff that's coming across the border, the stuff that gets confiscated and gets taken out, that's alarming to people that are watching this because this is just a small portion of what's actually coming through, the stuff that gets caught. There's a larger amount of stuff that's already here, floating around in the hands of the wrong people. But all of those...
course they're bringing over machine guns and shit. I mean, obviously, I don't think that they're using those machine guns. Like, if I was them again, I bet they probably use those to shoot other people that they don't like. Like, they probably don't use that against law enforcement. I mean, like, I'm sure sometimes they do. It happens. But I feel like that's probably a last resort for them. And like, yeah, and to sell them. Yeah, but they do? No, of course they're going to do it if they have to. But, like, again, if they do that, right? I mean, and this is a very common thing that a lot of criminals know, is that the last thing that you want to do is attack law enforcement. Like, that's basically, like, that's cornered animal behavior. So, like, if you see them doing that, it's not good. It's a no-brainer? Yeah, exactly. If they do that, they're done? Yeah.
Weapons, they didn't get into our country for free. What on earth could those be used for? Who paid for them to come in here? The Mexican cartels don't need it. After all, they're the ones selling it. Somebody else needs all those weapons. But the other part of stopping these cartels...
Y'all say Trump's live? Why y'all say Trump's live? He's not live. What are y'all talking about? He's not live yet. Yeah, it's not for a bit. Yeah, I'll look at that after. Y'all getting me fucked up.
Is stopping what may be accomplished by their nefarious activities inside this country, because some of what they're doing does get through.
ICE enforcement and removal operations officers have been watching these movements and patterns for days now.
That's because I'm holding it.
The suspect, an illegal migrant from Mexico, convicted in 2004 for alien smuggling, and already removed from the U.S. in 2005, but snuck back in.
These are the kinds of people that we're at war with, both outside of the border and inside of our country. This guy's already been kicked out.
He got back.
Now he's back somehow. Could he have come in as a quote-unquote asylum seeker under a false identity? We know that people did that and ended up being dangerous once they got here. But here's why it makes sense for the cartels to get their people back into the country. If they're bringing all of these weapons and all of these items in here, and those are going to be sold, who's going to make sure that goes down the way it's supposed to? Who's going to make sure payment gets made? Who's going to keep an eye on all that stuff when it makes its way from the cartels and gang members to the other gang members that are here? We're going to buy it and pick it up. People like this guy.
Yeah, there are
of course.
Safety threats or national security threats. They've had their due process. They've never shown up for deportation. Those are our primary
So
targets.
they didn't show. They were going to get deported, but they didn't show up to get deported. So they just got a.
How many people roughly are on this target list?
We've got multiple lists, so it's hard to say one specific number.
Dozens, hundreds in Houston?
On the list, thousands.
Thousands of
That's
people
crazy.
like this are in our country right now who could be potentially dangerous, who could be affiliated with some of the worst criminal organizations on our entire planet. Now, thousands certainly isn't millions, but it's important to understand that just a small handful of people, they can cause a lot of problems.
Yeah,
look at this. The NYPD has identified 41 members of Trendera, this Venezuelan gang. Look at this. They've been busted nearly 150 times. Arrests are up 45% because of the presence of 41 people. And here's why that is. Look, they can recruit new members, which they're doing inside the
Why would they not do that?
system. This is a gang of kids that live in the Roosevelt Hotel, a building that just so happens.
I mean, a lot of those kids, to be fair, are cosplaying, right? Like they're not. I mean, these are like high school kids that are trying to act like gangsters, but some of them are causing problems.
In New York. So if you're an asylum seeker, you come to New York, the first place you go is infested by gang members who are recruiting. That's great.
Yeah, 50% for an anti-air is pretty good.
Look at 10 of these guys were busted for selling weapons. The same types of weapons that these cartels are now bringing into our country. AR-15 assault rifles, modified handguns. And these weapons that the cartels are bringing into our country, they're being specifically used by the worst people who are in our country and shouldn't be here to grow their criminal operations. They need these weapons to coerce people to join their gangs. They need these weapons to push out rival gangs and exert their influence over territory, which they've invaded.
Once they commit their crimes, they go back to the migrant community where they assimilate themselves with people that are actually here bending the laws.
The NYPD is cracking down on Trendera, the Venezuelan gang they say is living in the shelter system and recruiting children.
We have 39 members of TDA that have been identified, and we have additional 4 members that have been identified of a subgroup called the Little Devils of 42nd. Yeah, those are much younger kids.
And those are just the members.
Damn.
Police have been able to...
So at the time of this report, the number of known gang members was just 39
Bro, this is some gangs of New York shit. God damn.
people. 39 people. All it took to start growing a criminal empire
Oh my God.
inside New York City shelters, which are supposed to help people, but they don't do vetting, and they don't let police inside the sanctuary city. So these criminals, they just took these places over with weapons they're getting from these cartels.
Undocumented criminals as little as 11 years old are carrying out retail robberies and committing crimes on scooters.
11 years? Oh my God. They're getting them early.
Snatching people's jewelry, watches, and cell phones at gunpoint and knife point. Over 300 incidents last year, more than 800 so far this year. They brazenly...
Okay, so this is what a small handful of people does. And the NYPD, God bless them, but they don't have a clue how many of these gang members are out there. How can they when none of these people were properly vetted before being allowed in the first place? This gang is like a tree. You've got the branches that are sprouting out of the ground, but you have no idea how deep the roots actually
These
go.
kids are cosplaying? No, I'm sure. All I'm saying is like, I don't think that like every single one is like that. Like, as somebody who went to like kind of like a lower like working class like school, there were kids that were like involved with gang stuff, and then there were also kids that like to pretend that they were involved in gang stuff. And I think anybody that went to, you know, a school like that can attest to that.
Oh, and
that's all I'm saying.
This gang's tentacles are wrapped around the internal workings of the criminal underworld in our city.
Decades
and it looks
ago?
like there's a small army
Shut
of
up.
criminals now operating out here, especially in some of our sanctuary cities. But in order to stop a small army of criminals from getting here and arming itself, you've got to stop an army outside of America's border from doing the groundwork for all of this to happen. Something that they've been allowed to do for far too long.
And while this directive was just issued, officials and detectives have already been bracing for it. A few days ago, Lieutenant Christopher Oliveras with Texas DPS told News Nation that as enforcement wraps up, cartels will fight to protect the smuggling route. It's really interesting, Nicole, for I spent many years reporting on the southern border on the Mexican side.
So these cartels, they are so bad, so heavily armed. You've got to have an all-out response if you want to stop these guys. Just telling them not to come to the border or expecting that Mexico is going to be able to handle this on their own. That's ridiculous. Mexico hasn't been able to handle these guys on their own. That's why they're here in the first place. And look at this. They've even infiltrated U.S. law enforcement. A Customs and Border Patrol officer was just arrested for human smuggling. Apparently, he was in league with these cartels. And he was paid $2,500 for each person he brought into the country.
It's a bit of a fucking mistake,
President
huh?
Trump, the borders they are not playing around. Not only are they deploying as much as they possibly can in the way of resources to the border, but they're doing internal investigations to root out those who are criminals and who are standing against an agenda that will keep our country safe and secure. But what do you think? Is the U.S. going to be able to put a stop to this? Or will
If they want to. If they want to stop it, they can stop at 90%. You're never going to get rid of all of it, right? It's the same as like, I mean, you can never get rid of all of anything. But like, in a general sense, you know, yeah, they can stop it.
Temporary in 4 years when we've got
They shut down a lot of it, at
is
least.
all of this going to change? Are the cartels just going to wait it out? Let me know. Thanks for watching. I will see you in the next video.
That was a good one. Yeah, I hadn't seen that before. I figured I wanted to watch it and see what's going on there. Germany almost did. Yeah, minimize it. You bring in the vets in and pay them well. Yeah, I mean, again, I think that there's a lot of people that would probably love to be able to go after them and do that. But they do that in months. Yeah, there's the video right there. But yeah, W video. Yeah, I've watched a lot of Cash Jordan's videos. I think they're really good, actually. I'm a very big fan. And I think that he covers this topic pretty well. Apparently, they've been doing these big raids. Big raids. Huge raids. And I'm kind of surprised about it. But apparently this has just been like really popular. Yeah, big raids. That's fucked up that they got Arizona tea at $3.50. Because y'all remember it used to say $1 right there on the package.
Then came over here to the Bronx, less money coming in, employees not showing up are some of the things that we heard. But for others, President Trump's immigration crackdown means bringing law and order.
So with President Trump's immigration crackdowns underway, certain areas
areas of town are a lot quieter than they used to be, with local
I
store
bet.
owners revealing a notable decrease in the amount of customers they're seeing, while saying some of their employees are scared they could be spotted by ICE and deported if they come to work. However,
That sounds like a really good place to start for looking at those employees and who they're hiring. And why are you hiring people without properly vetting them? And you know, you're hiring illegals under the table. I feel like, yeah, let's figure out these places that are afraid of having their, like, oh wow, our people won't come in because they're afraid of ICE. Why are they afraid of ICE? What is the reason for that? That's a great question. Probably paying them like shit. Yeah.
New York is not the only city in America where immigration activity is creating ghost towns, and it certainly might not be the last.
Promises made, promises kept, with President Trump taking immediate action on his top campaign focus, fighting illegal immigration. And as ICE closes in on migrants, once vibrant neighborhoods are now turning into...
In my opinion, I feel like they're not doing enough. Like, they're gonna scale this up 2 or 3 times. Like, they're only like deporting like 1,000 people a day. That's not enough people.
Ghost towns.
Susan Pichardo, who manages a Bronx bodega, says fewer undocumented workers are showing up for their shifts and significantly less foot traffic. She calls it, in 2020,
they gotta start finding these companies that are willingly hiring people that are illegal. If you're knowingly hiring people that are illegal, or you're not properly vetting them, like, where's the accountability there? Because, like, in a way, like, I don't even really blame the illegals. Like, the reason why I don't blame them is because, like, yeah, of course you want to come to America. You're going to get paid more money and it's better. Like, if I lived in some countries in South America are nice, some aren't, right? Let's say I live in one of the ones that's a shithole. I would want to come to America, absolutely. Fuck yeah. And so, but the reason why is because these companies will hire them. So these companies are really the ones that are creating the carrot. And so if you start holding these companies accountable, I feel like this would stop a lot faster.
By pandemic, but this time, an immigration pandemic.
There's a lot of criminals. Now streets is more safe. You can see, you can walk now. Yeah, though they be afraid. They be calling me and asking, Frank, are they gonna come to the store?
A lot of fear, says this man from Ecuador. It's the kind of fear humanitarians are pushing back on, especially those who wish to protect the sanctuary sentiment.
But the reality is, 65% of Americans strongly support deporting immigrants convicted of violent crimes.
No shit. Of course everybody supports it. That's the thing.
Owners are looking to hire employees, in this case documented employees, because they
only
need to...
65%. I think actually that was just people that were in favor of mass deportation. Like that's what I at least read, but it could have been another thing.
Keep moving the economy.
Yeah. ICE raids are putting
So immigration crackdowns are causing mainstream political panic, with some suggesting they'll lead to a smoothie shortage. But what nobody in the open borders crowd wants you to remember is that 4 years ago...
I love how, like, people think that it's a good idea to why don't we open the borders so we can get smoothies that are cheaper? Why don't we have open borders so we can have people that work for below the table wages so we can get cheap smoothies? Wow, that's a great argument. I love that.
The largest migration event in U.S. history, we had a reasonably well-functioning country, which was a lot safer. Because it wasn't a hiding place for gang members and dangerous individuals, the very people Homeland Security is now after, with mass raids taking place in sanctuary cities all across the country. But these raids are turning certain New York neighborhoods into ghost towns, with business owners and residents saying the streets feel much quieter. But that brings up some uncomfortable questions and possibilities, like where did people living in the country without the right to work,
where'd they go?
All of the money they were spending at these businesses? Were they earning money?
They were working there. And the businesses, in my opinion, I think in a lot of cases, willingly and intentionally hired illegal immigrants because it gave them a leg up in negotiation strength. You can now pay them less than average wages. They don't have the same rights as American workers, and you can treat them like second-class citizens. And that's why they're hiring these people. I feel like it's common sense. Like, if you were a ruthless business owner, wouldn't that be what you would do? If you're trying to get by? Of course it is. So I would assume that's what they would do too.
in a manner connected to the criminal underground by committing crimes, shoplifting, reselling stolen goods, or worse. And those businesses by complaining to the news that immigration raids have scared away their employees. They've just admitted to illegally hiring and employing people who can't legally work and may be in the country without permission.
Yeah.
Which brings us to the real reason why certain parts of New York are turning into ghost towns by allowing over 400,000 people to live in this city without permission to be in the U.S. An entire economic system has been created, which is illegal and exploits everyone who's part of it. In fact, I spoke to one restaurant worker who said their boss was hiring newly arrived asylum seekers off the books for far below minimum wage so they could save.
There it is. Oh, what a surprise. What a shock. Who could have guessed? Wow.
Hiring newly arrived asylum seekers off the books for far below minimum wage so they could save money. On top of that, if you walk down the streets of our working class neighborhoods, you'll see unlicensed street vendors all over the place, some of whom sell products that still have the price tags on them from the stores they were stolen from, which get
This is in New York City? How do you let this happen? What the fuck is the government doing over there? How do people let this go? The shamelessness, this is embarrassing.
handed to them in suitcases by a group of men, making you wonder if some of the people spreading out items on blankets are there by choice or not. But as you're about to see, even though immigration raids are putting an end to an illegal system of exploitation, predatory businesses and immigration advocates are very upset about it.
I bet
for
they
some
are.
reason.
This is the kind of empathy that I was talking about that's like so harmful. It's like these are people that are advocating for like letting these people stay in here in like this exploitative relationship where they're stealing things from the stores and then reselling them on the street. Like these people basically think that it's more noble to turn the country into a third world country than to uphold our own laws. It's insane. Yeah, facts. Yeah, I feel like it's suicidal empathy. Well, the funny thing about it is that for a lot of these people, they never have to live with the consequences of their own empathy. So it's like they vote for these problems, but they don't even live in these places. So they're saying, oh yeah, no, you guys can deal with it. It's totally fine because we can vote for this and feel good about ourselves. So again, it's about them being able to feel like they made the right decision and they're doing the good thing. They're on the right side of history, guys. And that's what matters to them. Embarrassing.
So here we have your local bodegas, convenience stores, coffee shops, and restaurants. And in some parts of New York, businesses like these now complain that they've got staffing problems and customer problems at the exact same time.
I think that they should complain to ICE. And that way we can get a list. We get a list of everybody. So who all is complaining? Okay, let's go ahead and look over these books. Why are you complaining about this guy? Damn, what is the reason for that? What could it possibly be? Zach, empathy is bad? The problem with empathy is that a lot of times the people that perceive and that they say that they have empathy, they don't have empathy. They want to be seen as having empathy. And so what they do is they're trying to do what sounds like the right thing. There's not really a principle guiding like their behavior. There's more or less an approval guiding their behavior. So these are people who are looking for approval. They're looking to have the right opinions to the right people, and they work backwards from that. It's not like this is a principled stance that these people have in a lot of cases. They're just simply trying to have the right opinion to the right people. And that's why it makes it, that's what makes this empathy bad, is that it's actually not empathy. It's narcissism parading and masquerading as empathy. That's the difference.
And they say it's because of a prevailing sense of fear in immigrant communities over recent Homeland Security activity. But if what these businesses say is true, and both the customers and employees at some of these places aren't supposed to be here, who exactly is benefiting from a system that is in violation of federal immigration law.
Well, the companies are benefiting. Those are the people who are fundamentally benefiting. And like the citizens, like it depends on how you look at it. Some of them benefit, some of them don't. But I think that the one group that you can guarantee is benefiting is the business owner and the capital owner, and the elite class is benefiting from having an underclass of people that they can control with less workers' rights. That is the one group that in absolute fucking certainty is catching a W.
Niggas in Washington Heights, then came over here to the Bronx. Less money coming in, employees not showing up are some of the things that we heard, but you can see us. ICE raids are already making a positive impact in our neighborhoods.
I know there's a lot of good people too, and I feel bad for them, but it's gotta be done. We gotta clean up. I got 2 daughters. My daughter.
Wow, so as it turns out, the residents of this neighborhood do not benefit from businesses who break the law and hire people who aren't supposed to be in the country. And they're saying
that's because the people that are benefiting and the people that are pushing for this kind of stuff are liberals that live in completely separate areas that don't have to deal with any of the fallout from this. That's the reason why. So, like, the people that are living there don't like it. It's the people that aren't living there. They have no connection to it, but they think that they have, like, some sort of cultural solidarity with some, like, random immigrant that came and is committing crime here. And it's actually, it's really kind of crazy, the psyop that, like, I think that the, like, elite business ruling class has played on a lot of the, like, liberals, that they've convinced the liberals that having a second-rate, second-class slave class or laborer class is actually the moral and ethical thing to do. Like, it's really kind of an impressive degree of manipulation.
their neighborhoods now feel a lot safer because of these recent immigration crackdowns. But even though residents seem to be happy now, local businesses that were hiring these folks are not. But the crazy thing about that is by hiring people who don't have a right to work and paying them less than fair wages, those workers are being exploited, and so is
There's a lot more that goes into it than less than fair wages. There's like workers' compensation. There's any sort of accountability if the workplace treats them badly. There are tons of other, like, if you take income out of the equation, there are tons of other, like, line items and levels of accountability that businesses have that are created by the government in the best interest of workers that these people get to completely ignore.
Local neighborhood, which now has less jobs available for its residents. And how do we know that these businesses hiring people with no legal right to be in the country aren't holding that status over them or using it to coerce them to come into work in the first place, possibly as leverage to get them to work in unsafe, unsanitary conditions or do things they wouldn't otherwise? But there's
exactly, yeah. It's like come to work, or we call ICE on you. I mean, absolutely. Yeah, if you take out the emotional manipulation, the emotional blackmail, and the suicidal empathy out of this argument, and you just look at it logically, there's no perspective that you can have on this that it's not completely retarded.
Problem because in New York you've got over 400,000 people who don't have a legal right to remain in America. Yet because this is a sanctuary city, they're allowed to do that. So they've got to get by somehow. They've got to work. They've got to buy food, clothing, provide for themselves. And they can only do this if groups are willing to help them break the law. And some of those groups are gangs. And one of these gangs, this Tren de Aragua from Venezuela, they've had a bunch of high-profile members taken down recently. But this is a gang that made its way to New York during the asylum crisis, where it's been growing its criminal reach by exploiting people who may have entered the country but can't live or work here in a legal manner, and now find themselves needing the help of criminals to get things like fake IDs or fake working papers, which they could be using to trick.
And then this is, again, it creates more of an ecosystem of crime. And then this ecosystem of crime becomes more oppressive and more powerful and more, what do you call them? Like more toxic to a community as it grows because it becomes more powerful.
Legitimate businesses into hiring them, revealing that even if companies don't knowingly hire people who aren't supposed to be here, they can still be forced to shut down if they do, which apparently might happen to some small businesses
How you doing,
in certain
Luigi?
parts of New York.
Good.
There's a lot of criminals. Now the streets are more safe. You can see, you can walk.
Susan Pichardo, who manages a Bronx bodega, says fewer undocumented workers are showing up for their shifts. And
how is ICE not immediately going to this person and holding them criminally responsible for fucking hiring illegals knowing that they're illegals. They're busy. That's phase 2. I just like, and I really want to emphasize this point a lot, is that I blame the companies and the business owners 100 times more than I blame the illegal immigrants. Like, the illegal immigrants, I get it, right? I get it. But these companies, they are the fucking...
Where's my de-ice? What was happening?
They're the ones that are benefiting from this.
Less foot traffic. She calls it the 2025 pandemic.
They take advantage of people? Yeah, they are.
So the manager of this one bodega in the Bronx says that this crackdown has turned New York City into what it was in 2020 when the streets were completely empty and desolate. That's quite a statement, but it also reveals that most of the business at her store was due to illegal activity, both on the part of the employees and the customers. And it also means that her store might not be able to stay open if that illegal activity disappears. Now look,
I love how this argument is. Well, my business can't survive unless we have illegal activity, so we just have to ignore the law so my business can survive.
Myself, and a store shutting down
Imagine
is never
that.
something anybody should be excited about, but if you've got a business and all of the people working there...
I would I would disagree with that. I think that if your business can't exist inside of the legal framework of like respecting workers and not breaking the law, then I absolutely would celebrate you getting shut down. Because when you can't operate inside of that legal framework, it's because you're taking advantage of people and you are doing things that are unethical, and in some cases, at least what even I would argue, are immoral. Like, that's a W, because this is effectively an oppressive and subversive mechanism in society that has now been removed.
Supposed to be in the country, and neither are the customers. Who exactly is benefiting from that business other than the owners?
Yeah.
How are all of these customers who don't have legal work authorization able to afford the things in the store? They had to have been getting their money from somewhere, and these places are tiny. They can't employ 400,000 people, which means some of the business these stores were getting is related to criminal activity in other parts of the city. And there's no way around that. If somebody does not have legal work permission, the only way to get a job is to do it in an illegal way. And in some cases, that involves more than just working off the books. It involves shoplifting, which is a big problem in New York because retail theft has been decriminalized, and there are markets all over town where people were just...
Retail theft is decriminalized. Not to completely disagree with you, but in New York, you have to operate like this to have a small profit margin. I'm not saying that is, but that might be. I think that if your business can't operate while following the law, then your business shouldn't exist. It's just that simple. Like that's yeah, obviously, right? I mean, like if you can't make an honest buck, then your business fails. That's the way it goes. That's the free market.
$500,000, I think, or was it 250?
Reselling stuff on the sides of the street. On top of that, you've got restaurants full of health code violations renting themselves out to people to just use. And apparently you've got people making food and selling it all over town, totally under the radar of the health department. And the restaurant in question here
How is this like this? That's like India.
100K.
Like, how could anybody support this at all? It's unbelievable that people can support this.
Not
$1
have
million,
a satisfactory
100,000,
inspection grade like
50K,
this place does. In
20K,
fact, after this article came out, it ended up getting
10K
shut
for
down,
5
which
and
means
6,
people eating that food
5K for 7 and 8,
people were buying food prepared in an
or
unsafe,
3.
unlicensed restaurant.
Yeah, not
just
bad.
hurts legitimate businesses like this.
This is what I was saying, dude. This is narcissism.
Let's see if his dad steals it.
Empathy. These people are not empathetic at all. And I think that actually some of them maybe are, but they're so stupid they can't understand like the second and third order effects of what their actions are causing.
While making the streets of these neighborhoods much less safe.
We are victims of those criminals. Fernando Mateo says President Trump is making bodegas safer by doing what the criminal justice...
You're generalizing most people don't support this? Enough people support this that it's the status
100%
quo
gets
in
taxed.
the state. So you're
prize
right
money,
that
always
a lot
gets
of people
taxed.
don't support it, but enough people support
I'm not
it
sure in Japan,
that
but-
it continues to happen.
has failed to do. Now, if you've committed a crime, I recommend, other than enter the country illegally, that you look for an
Imagine that.
So this guy right here is the president of the United Bodega Workers of America, and every time something happens in New York controversial involving a bodega, he's there to stick up for these people every time they get robbed, every time they get raided, every time criminals enter their stores and assault workers. And he says the stores he represents are victims of crime committed by people who aren't supposed to be here. And that's the problem that sanctuary cities have. They're okay with criminal activity as long as it's federal, but they don't seem to understand that by allowing one type of crime, they expose themselves to other types as well. And residents of the Bronx
Well, yeah, because if you can't be a citizen, you have to resort to doing other things that are illegal too. That's the problem. And it's like a parallel to this that's like not exact, but it's similar. So like whenever you're like a convicted felon and you get out of jail, you have such a massive like red flag on your resume that it's so hard for you to get a job that you end up probably committing more crimes again, because now you're at this massive disadvantage and you end up doing it the same way, or housing, or finding a place to live. So these people, because they're not able to go through the normal channels, what ends up happening is that they turn to other additional criminal means. And really, I mean, again, they're trying to survive. It's easy to understand why they would do this.
Washington Heights can attest to this. They're out there saying that their streets were dangerous, all because illegal activity allowed and empowered a criminal element to dig in its heels and take over. And empowering criminals hurts the law abiding in ways that are less obvious but are very real for the people affected by them. And if jobs are being given away to people so businesses can break the law and save money, that's something we need to talk about, because it means that these businesses are taking job opportunities away from people who have to obtain them in a by-the-books manner.
Yeah, and this is not like, I mean, people make the argument where it's like, oh, these people are like picking strawberries, and so nobody wants to pick strawberries. Okay, sure, you can say that, but these are people that are working at like a gas station. Like, you really can't find an American citizen that'll work at a gas station. Give me a break.
Employees, in this case, documented employees.
Bullshit? Of course it's bullshit. Absolutely it's bullshit.
Huh, so look at that. These businesses, now that their employees won't come to work, they've decided that they're going to obey the law and hire people who are on the books, which is going to be good news for people who need their first job and can't get it. And while the immigration activist crowd is out there protesting these raids as being cruel and unnecessary, these very same activists never protested businesses who exploited their workers at the expense of the law-abiding.
That's what I really find to be odd, is that all of these people advocate for these undocumented workers, but they don't advocate for holding the businesses accountable for treating them and exploiting them badly.
Wouldn't hire. However, the open borders crowd is very upset about this, and they've got no intention of staying quiet about it, even though it benefits the very people trying to.
If it's the business owner's fault, why are you facilitating dehumanizing immigrants? You're totally wrong. I'm wrong about dehumanizing them? Well, of course they're people. I mean, yeah, I don't really see, like, when somebody commits a crime and they do something that they're not supposed to do, is holding them accountable for that dehumanizing? Like, I don't understand the logic there. These are criminals, they're not supposed to be here. They're
I really love the way she plays, the way she looks.
To exist here without being detected, and they're working at these jobs that they shouldn't be at to begin with. Like, how do you, in any logical perspective, come out on their side? Dehumanizing, yeah, like it's emotional language. It's emotional language, and I'm sure it works with some people, but I don't think that average people give a shit about that anymore.
In America, immigrants who they claim they're advocating for.
We don't? Yeah, it's so annoying.
Gonna press this one instead of this one.
So as a sanctuary city, New York is in a very strange place. Yes, these ICE raids are getting dangerous individuals, criminals, gang members off our streets. But they've got an entire group of people here who are very proud of New York's sanctuary city status, probably because they don't understand how much harm it's doing. Nonetheless,
it's because they never have to live with the effects of it. That's the reason why. It's not because they don't understand it, it's because they don't have to.
Just to grab these cans. Thought it was too late.
And they want it to stop.
Deportations undermine city families, they undermine city communities, and they undermine public safety. And so, all said
I lost the dumb shit.
So this sounds like a good place to start if you're going to look like people that aren't going to cooperate with the federal government. I mean, like, that's just not the way it works. Yeah, it's nuts. Undermine the American people, yeah.
Professor on the news describing this viewpoint of sanctuary city protections. Maybe he holds it himself, maybe he doesn't. But the fact of the matter is, it's working class neighborhoods that are experiencing most of the crime related to all of what we're talking about today. And none of the gang activity plaguing the Bronx or Washington Heights is present in places like Cobble Hill or the West Village. And these raids and crackdowns are something that people who live in these neighborhoods are very happy about.
And I love how it's racist to deport illegals, as if everybody who's brown isn't illegal, or everybody who's Latino or Hispanic is illegal. Like, how can you say that and not be obviously fucking racist?
Activists are out there talking about how terrible these
No.
raids are. None of
Okay,
the
that's super
liberal
sus. There's no way he can
listening
block
to
it.
them. And some of the people taken down in these raids are extremely dangerous. They've been caught trying to buy military-grade assault
Ooh,
weapons.
fucking heavy.
This gang activity is certainly not a mystery to New York's leaders. They know that a lot of gang-related activity is taking place in shelters like the Randall's Island facility that is in the process.
What a surprise.
You'll find wanted posters outside,
Big
and
shocker.
the city knows there are gang members living in these places, taking them over, co-opting them. But because this is a sanctuary city with a right to shelter, the city has plans right now to open a new 2,200-person shelter in the Bronx, while all of this immigration-related activity is taking place in that very same neighborhood.
Tough questions from Area Organic staff here at this contentious Bronx Community Board 1 meeting.
What's my reversal, dude? I have no fucking idea.
Revealed the decision to open a 2,200 bed.
So I can answer the first question. It's a no.
2,200 people?
Nobody gets screened at all. The city's not doing background checks before it moves people into its shelters. That's
On
how you
Google
have
that, it gives
gang
you
members
medical
pushing
shit.
down the hall, in some cases from families with little kids. And since we're a sanctuary city with a right to shelter, that automatically means that nobody can be denied that right regardless of past or current criminal
This guy
activity.
is so
That's
sus.
how these dangerous gangs were able to make their way into these shelters in the first place. Nobody checked to see if they were...
I think the federal government needs to come in and, like, these people not cooperating with them, like, needs to just, like, fucking arrest them. Straight up. Like, I mean, you can't just, like, actively defy and, like, not enforce federal law. It's insane. Like, hold up, what? Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, what is this? That's wild? No, it's not. Absolutely, that's not crazy at all. These are people who, their responsibility is to uphold the law. They're part of the United States. This is the United States of America. It's a federal law. You don't just get to ignore the law if you disagree with it. Yeah, we already fought an entire war over this once. I mean, we don't need to do it again. Just get rid of these
fucking
people.
hands, man.
thugs. And after this place opens, because this is a sanctuary city, the
I'm losing.
police will not be allowed
I hate not
inside
playing
it to
characters.
keep it safe and make sure there aren't
I'm losing
gang
now.
members operating
That was-
openly with weapons. But by advocating
But
for
I do think that there's a greater problem at play here, which is that there is a huge contingency of people who agree with this thinking. And that's really what the problem is. And I think that you need to have, like, the way to stop those people from thinking that.
How do I get called by that? It's like he telegraphs it like a fucking imbecile.
Bad
Let's take it
behavior
forward.
and the amount of bad things that allowing these people into the country facilitates. And I think that's really where the weakness is. It's because that hasn't been focused on, and it's instead been a lot of emotional advocacy and emotional blackmail towards
It's like really dumb.
justifying them being Bleeding Heart Lefties? Well, yeah, but like, you see, the best way to combat emotional manipulation is with emotional manipulation. Because you can't reason a person out of a position they didn't reason themselves into. So the best way that you need to approach people that are like this is to, like, approach directly the
No, it was
the
not your
people
turn.
who are hurt from
Especially.
this.
Oh no,
Approach
that's
it
why.
from an emotional
Probably pressed
perspective.
the punch too
Approach
soon
it
because he
from
was
a
in
manipulative
burnout.
perspective. That's what's actually going
Should've
to
come
cause
after
those
this, didn't even
people to
come
change their mind. Halt
to any immigration crackdowns in New York, these advocates fail to realize that they're advocating against
Federal law supersedes municipal law because the government doesn't have to enforce federal law. The only thing that they can't do is
The guy is actually not
enforce laws
good.
that contradict federal laws. Oh, well, I mean, well, sure, right? I mean, if
Not
I
that
don't
it
want to
matters,
see
he's
people
playing.
sent to jail if they're not actually committing a crime, but like if they're actually defying or trying to like subvert or stop the federal government, then that's totally different, right?
Yeah,
but
yeah, definitely.
The difference here to me is that
I don't like Fang at all.
I think the big problem is that people believe this enough to push it. It's kind of what I was saying before about like JD Vance, is that yes, well, I think that the people that are like actively aiding and abetting this should be criminally prosecuted. Of course this is true. But the other thing that's true is that it's the marketplace of ideas and the fact that this idea is so prevalent.
This guy
Why
misses
is this
the
idea
basic
so
combo.
prevalent? And I think the
Just
reason
dropped it
why
after
it's
the
so
first
prevalent
hit.
is because people have refused to play the game that these people listen to, which is emotion. And if you play that game,
We're gonna
you
find
can
out
beat
soon,
them at
right?
that game, because I think that there is no moral high ground to allowing these people to live with. Absolutely not.
protecting people who do have a valid reason to be here. Some of the asylum seekers in these shelters do have valid claims, but by allowing gang members and criminals to live next to them, everyone's in danger. And now things are so bad, criminal activity is spilling out of these shelters into our neighborhoods, with gang members committing crime all over town and exploiting people.
Not supposed to be here? No, you're missing the point. You're right that they're not supposed to be here. But that's not a good argument to get certain people on your side. What I'm saying is that you have to approach it from multiple perspectives. And one of the perspectives that you should approach it from is, how can I get these people
I grabbed
to
too.
agree with me?
This guy might
How can I
actually
get
be
these people
cheating.
to do what I want them to do?
It was so
And
fucking
so
weird.
Sometimes you have to speak a person's language, and they might not think the same way that you do. Now, of course, you're right, and I think that the way that you're thinking should always supersede what they're thinking because it's logical and not emotional. But that doesn't stop the underlying problem that a lot of
He's
people
doing really dumb shit.
And that's my point.
Shelters into our neighborhoods, with gang members
Her
committing
cousin.
crime all
It's
over
about how to
town
win
and
people
exploiting
over.
people. On top of that, New York does not have unlimited shelter space, which means that some of these facilities are housing gang members, while people who could be legitimate asylum seekers are out sleeping in tents on the street somewhere.
Of course.
I'm literally just losing to the character because the guy has no idea how to play. Matchmaking got that
So
right at
this
least.
guy from Ecuador who partially showed his face on the news, is he here legally? Because if he is, he's got nothing to worry about. But if he is not here legally, he probably isn't, and he could be at risk for getting deported. But even though we've got advocates that are scaring people with this thought of mass deportations,
Like,
when Trump took office, ICE only had around
He's definitely, there's something going on with the frames because he's like ignoring the burnout frames completely.
simply are not there to deport millions of people from America. And even though ICE is now allowed to enter sensitive areas like schools, hospitals, churches, that's not what's happening. Federal agents are not camped up outside of an elementary school. Instead, the reason ghost towns are
Like, he plays dumb enough to actually be
an
an actor.
targeted removals of people who are dangerous and also have orders of removal from this country.
It's very
And
weird
you're
what's happening.
profiting at the
I mean,
expense
especially when it
of
goes
the
into burnout.
law-abiding.
That's when it
What's
really
unique about
shows.
that are these raids in New York City having a positive effect on neighborhoods that were previously taken over by criminals? Are people in the country unlawfully forced to
People
subject
can't break out of the psyop. I actually think that it's incredibly easy to manipulate people. It's incredibly easy. All you have to do is know what their levers are. As soon as you know how you can, like, there are different ways to appeal to different people. And once you understand how to appeal to a certain group of people, then you can apply that in mass. But the same strategies can't be used for the same people. It's easy to emotionally manipulate. Exactly. Yeah, it is. And so you just do that instead.
themselves to the criminal underworld in some fashion to get by? And does that empower and embolden people who put all of us in danger? Let me know. Thanks for watching. See you in the next video.
I like this guy's videos a lot, and I really do feel like it is crazy how many people think that it's anything more than a complete manipulation.
Oh my god, dude, it's so
Striking
crazy.
emotional chord. They have nothing but putty. Yeah, exactly, right? And they just arrested a Salvadoran hitman. Did you see? No, I didn't see that. I'll look at it in a minute. I think facts don't care about feelings, but feelings must be targeted.
Because of this,
Yeah,
it's
they will be. And I think that facts generally win out over feelings all the time. But in the same way that facts may win out over feelings, there's also the component of
this guy knows
feelings
one
still
thing,
being
bro.
important. Because I think that it's better for you to, if you can, it's better for you to win the hearts and the minds of the people as well. Like, it's great to have a victory, but it's even better to have a moral victory. So if you can do that, and I do think that this is a situation.
It's good practice though,
because
because he's got no clue, right?
So
good practice to go up
it's
against
better
someone
to
that
focus
just does
on
range.
that than focus on just the books and only that. So yeah.
Outdoor diners, beware. This surveillance video shows what's starting to look like a pattern of armed robberies at outside restaurants. Police are trying to figure out whether the holdups are connected.
So a new disturbing trend in New York's ever-evolving sea of crime has emerged. And even though police have no leads since the crooks targeting these restaurants all escaped on mopeds, this is the type of crime that happens so quickly, it is so easy to pull off that experts say it's only going to get worse.
The thieves are demanding watches, wallets, and cell phones.
The video we're talking about shows men moving around the dining table and scaring people.
Investigators say one of them had a gun, another had a knife. Police say they got away with $200 in cash from the register and 5 iPhones from customers.
Bro, what's crazy about this is like they're not even trying to hide their fucking face. He's just like, yeah, it's me. Yeah.
iPhones from customers.
They're using crimes of opportunity where they're just basically grabbing purses or handbags off chairs and running out.
Surveillance video shows a man toting a gun. He's demanding customers here to hand over their watches and wallets. Detectives are now looking into whether or not the same men robbed customers at Carbone in Lower Manhattan.
Is there one thing in particular you
Brain
think
dead,
is
man.
leading to this?
It's really hard to counter. It's really weird.
Officers are now required to record the race, age, and gender of anyone they approach.
It slows officers.
Why? That's so stupid. Who does this?
How is he still on that side? We clearly crossed it.
Immediately.
Overall robberies are up 5% citywide compared to the same time frame last June.
Oh my god. These are not targeting New York City's restaurants. Yeah.
It must be nice, man, playing a branded. I know it is nice because I play him too. A lot better than that, I might.
Sure if these incidents are related, but what nobody's talking about is that all
That's what's
of these
pissing me
incidents
off.
are related to the fact that this city does not
This guy would have no
tolerate
chance.
crime. And here, if you steal under $1,000
I play a character I don't know shit
store in
with.
town, you'll suffer no
Showing.
consequences because that's
Why? Why not just put him in jail? I don't even understand this. It doesn't make sense. Why would you? It's so easy. There's no space. Then make another jail. But Asmon, they're people. No, they're not. They're thieves. No,
Dude, her cross-up needs
put up-
work.
we
Oh
can't
my god,
put
it's
up with
terrible.
this. How do you let this happen? How do people vote for this?
misdemeanor, which has created a huge problem.
Can't even
Because
link a
last year,
fucking
stores like
super.
Macy's have been getting robbed regularly, which is
Bro,
why
if you're down
just
bad
cross
so
it, man.
much that you are stealing
just
out of
non-existent.
Macy's,
Doesn't exist.
bro,
It
this is
literally
like, you know
doesn't
they
exist.
have these at Walmart for like fucking a hair dye. Nobody voted for this? Well, they need to vote whoever voted for it in or out.
getting robbed regularly, which is why everything inside is now chained to the store itself. And what this means is thieves need easier targets to steal from.
Yeah.
And our money-hungry crooks, they're not looking at stores anymore. Oh no, now they're setting their sights upon the rest of us as we chow down on
does
bagels
that,
in the middle of the West Village. Because our phones, wallets, and handbags make us walking dollar signs to these thieves who might even
Can you carry a gun in New York?
Oh my god.
No,
This
why
game
not?
is so
Because I
busted.
feel like that's what they should do. Just let people carry a gun. Then somebody tries to rob them, you shoot them. What's the problem? Legally is a different question. Yeah, I feel like this probably isn't going to happen somewhere in Texas. It's a lot less likely to happen than criminals that have guns. They already have guns. Didn't you see the video? They're already using the guns. It's amazing.
Lurking among us as if they're just regular people.
Yeah.
Not just at restaurants, but also at the grocery store or
Naturally.
even on the subway, which itself
get it.
is no
Go
stranger
learn
to
a couple
violence
or
and
two
crime,
and then come
and
back.
now
I
looks
get
more
it.
like a military occupation zone because of the high levels of
Fucking hell,
police
dude.
doing bag
I hate
checks
losing to
and
them
the
shit
presence
early,
of the
dude.
National Guard. Which
And I
brings
should
us to
lose,
the
right?
See,
I've been
that's
playing this
smart.
character for 3
That's what
hours.
they
That's
should
it.
Yep, that's right.
reason why we've now got a crime wave above ground targeting restaurants.
Still makes me
just
mad for
like
some reason.
this. There simply aren't enough police to keep us all safe at once. In fact, New York City right now has as many police as it did back in the 90s. But
Well,
the
having a
population
reversal,
of the
really.
city has grown by.
Oh my god, this guy. They're not even doing anything. There's just a lot of people that are standing around, and the police officer is like, all right, one of you is getting arrested. Who's it gonna be? Come on, I know there's a reason for, like, who's off parole? Somebody's got a gun, drugs. Come on, let's get this done. I got a quota. Just come on forward. Yep.
Over 1 million people since then, which is a recipe for perpetual crime. Because when all the crime underground started, every available resource was sent down there to stop it, leaving all of us up here utterly defenseless. Easy pickings for criminals who can steal everything we have in
Yeah, holy shit, she literally doesn't have a reversal.
The reason why they're defenseless is because they can't carry a gun. Like, that's the reason why it's happening. What are we talking
developers
about?
broke
Like,
the
yeah,
mechanism.
you don't say. Yeah, it's not even a question. Yeah, exactly. But guns kill people? That's the point. Duh. You can carry, you just need a license? Oh, okay. Well, as long as you can carry, that's a good idea.
So here we are at Carbone, a famous restaurant in New York's West Village where thugs recently targeted its patrons who were eating outside. Now this place has a high-end reputation. It was started in 2013.
I'm sick of this. I'm gonna look it up. Can you carry a gun in public in New York City? Okay, so here we go. All right, now we actually know what's happening. New York prohibits the possession of a loaded handgun outside of the home or place of business without a license. Concealed carry is only legal with a New York pistol license. 16 hours of classroom training. So you can with a license. The Supreme Court ruled on New York City because the way they were not giving out licenses. Wow. Well, I guess now it makes sense.
Celebrities eat here, and a USDA prime porterhouse for two will set you back almost $300. And that's what makes this place an attractive destination for criminals, because they know everyone eating here can afford the food and is probably also dressed to impress.
The video we're talking about shows men moving around a dining table outside, and apparently they're demanding cash, they're demanding wallets. Detectives are now looking into whether or not the same men robbed customers at Carbone in Lower Manhattan,
Jesus.
allegedly stealing a $100,000 watch. Police believe this could...
So this span of robberies has happened over the last couple of weeks. And before we get into the details of how these criminals operate, as well as the testimony from terrified patrons of all of these places, it's important to understand the one thing in common they all have. First, these are popular places to eat. In fact, so many people want to eat at them that not everybody can fit inside the restaurant. That's why you have these massive outdoor dining sheds.
Well, it's like, no, people do this in games, right? It's like you go outside a dungeon and you farm the mobs outside the dungeon if you don't have a raid. Like, no, I mean, I get how it happens. Like, it makes sense. Like, and it's smart.
I keep forgetting that's a fucking...
Right? No,
What's the
that's
sweep
smart.
on the
People
goddamn
did this in
branch,
Scarlet
bro? So
Monastery.
fucking retarded. It has that shit.
Exactly. So because there's like only one of them. They're not as high level. You don't have to go inside there. Yeah, no, of course.
One behind you that is pretty much a restaurant in and of itself. Look, it's got air conditioners and stuff in it, tables inside. The bagel shop down the street has people sitting outside. But the issue is, here you are all by yourself on a public sidewalk in the middle of New York City with no police anywhere in sight. And these restaurants and businesses, they don't have security guards. No, it's just you get your food and you can eat outside if you want to, and that's on you. And this is a safe neighborhood, so it's kind of alarming that incidents like this are taking place here. But once you
that's
understand...
why it's taking place, because why would you... Like, you don't want to... Why would you want to do it in a PvP area? You want to go to an easy area and just get free loot. Like, if you want $200, do you want to work for it, or do you just want somebody to give you $200? I mean, I think they just want $200.
why these criminals are picking these places out.
Yeah, seal
Specifically, it'll all
clubbing,
make sense. Especially when you realize that people
Gotta stop
eating
jumping,
out in
especially
New York
against
City as a big group are utterly distracted and not really thinking about personal safety. But there's a much more frightening reason why criminals are looking to target people specifically on the streets.
Robbery is not on the menu here in
It's easy to get away, yeah.
Sons in Williamsburg, but that's exactly what some outdoor diners got. You can see the customers give up their belongings before the gunman takes off on a scooter. When we should...
So New York City has a massive moped problem right now, and the thieves, a team of 2, were riding one of these mopeds, which is how they were able
See,
to
this wouldn't happen. See, the thing is that if you were able to shoot them when they ran away, it'd be no problem. That's what you should be able to do. I think if somebody tries to fucking rob you and they try to take your shit, you should be able to shoot them. Absolutely. Yeah, it's like, because that would make it stop.
So quickly. Now the drivers will wait in the street with the engine running just steps away from where people are sitting, and then the passenger gets off. And in the video that we're looking at here, the passenger was the one who had the weapon and who went around to each person at that table and asked for their valuables and then got back on the moped and escaped. Now observers say restaurant crime has a lot in common with the other types of moped crime we're witnessing, where thugs quickly approach.
Can't shoot someone fleeing. In my opinion, if you're stealing somebody's shit and you're running off with it, and somebody shoots you, nice shot. Got him. Rip Bozo.
Hilarious.
Unsuspecting New Yorkers, as they're walking down the sidewalk, take a valuable and then ride off into the night. But you see, that type of crime, it's a crime of opportunity, because you have to be on your bike, riding past somebody who looks like someone that you would want to target. But at a restaurant, there's a whole bunch of people sitting outside
Too
with their
fucking
guard down.
obvious.
Perfect for criminals in a city that's not willing to protect its residents. On top of that, people at a restaurant, they're sitting down, they're on their phone, they can't get up, they can't run away, and they're dressed well most of the time. And no one at any of these places
got nice
is looking for
stuff.
trouble. And what's sickening about all this is it is the logical progression of unchecked robberies
Absolutely.
that happen on the
Of
street.
course this
Now,
happens, yeah.
restaurants aren't even safe places, which is exactly what witnesses of these events are saying on Reddit. This discussion
What
covers
does
all
it
of
say?
it, which is exactly.
Gunpoint robbery at Birds of a Feather. Oh my god. Jesus.
Yo, wait, that
Witnesses
actually
of
hits?
these
Holy shit.
events are saying on Reddit. This discussion covers all
Somebody
the recent
clip that.
restaurant robberies, and one user writes that it all happened so fast, most people weren't even sure what was happening. On top of that, all of these crimes occurred during dining hours, between 6:30 p.m. and 9:30 p.m. in the evening, which means this
gotta
crime
know
is
what that
different from
was.
purse snatchings that
That's
happen on
bullshit.
sidewalks.
See, that's
These
why I
were
play IT.
premeditated attacks, specifically
What the shit I
targeting
can't
the
do.
patrons of expensive, pricey restaurants in expensive, pricey parts of town. The criminals knew what type of customers they were going to encounter in places like this, which is sadly
Well, yeah, obviously, like if you're gonna go after somebody, you're obviously gonna go after the ones that have the most money. Like if you're one of the robbers, do you want to rob a Gucci store or do you want to rob a thrift store? Fucking duh. Like, of course they're gonna do that.
the very reason these places were pre-selected
high risk.
targets. But just as crimes in places like this look like an escalation
That's
over
kinda cool.
previous types of street-related crime, there's a new escalation that has now started happening with the whole
What's that?
restaurant scene, and it's not happening on the street.
The most recent incident happened here at Birds of
Oh,
a
it hit
Feather
me.
about a week ago.
Oh,
This
it didn't
time,
look like
two
it
men
would.
helped customers dining inside of the restaurant. The men stole cell phones and a watch. Sources tell Pix 11 News.
Look at that. The most recent incident did not happen at a sidewalk seating arrangement.
can I
No,
fucking
it
press a
happened
button?
inside the
Shit.
restaurant. The thieves just walked in the front door and walked out with everyone's stuff. Which totally makes sense. If you're a criminal and you get away with minor crimes, you're just going to graduate to bigger and better heists. And the
Well,
video.
yeah. I mean, if you can steal $1,000, you're gonna try to steal $2,000, and if you can steal $2,000, you're gonna try to steal $5,000. Like, duh. Well, of course.
Don't know when the press, man.
You're leveling
Videos
up.
we're
Yeah.
seeing all show the criminals targeting men who have expensive watches. And if you're a thief and you can get your hands on a watch, that's something very small, very pocketable, and very expensive that you can easily resell. Because in this city, we've got as many jewelry exchanges as we have restaurants, and finding a place where you can
Jesus.
pawn that thing off won't be a problem. But there's another element to this new pattern of crime that is extremely alarming and makes it something that is very
how the
offensive.
fuck I was
Because
getting
let's say
back
you're
to
eating
that.
over here at this restaurant, or let's say you're inside a nice restaurant. How hard is it to spot someone
appreciate this
coming
guy
into
for
the
giving me
restaurant
games.
wearing a motorcycle helmet to pick up a delivery order? That is like the most common thing. So these thieves, they can get very close to their intended victims. They can hide in plain sight, blending in with normal.
Well, couldn't they just make it a rule that you can't go inside of the building with any sort of a helmet on at all? Like, that's what I would say. Like, yeah, that's what you do. I mean, it's not even a question like any face covering at all.
Restaurant traffic. They're not even patrons at the restaurant. They just show up with their motorcycle.
And I know that they wouldn't follow it, right? But that's the point. So, like, if you see somebody coming in there, you know automatically, oh, fuck, this is somebody who's not willing to follow the rules. You see what I'm saying?
Like every other delivery driver, and no one blinks. And this gives thieves who are riding an e-bike or a moped the opportunity to hide and bide their time until the exact moment presents itself for them to commit a crime. And even though most restaurants in town have security, how good are these cameras going to be when the thief is wearing a helmet and you can't see their face? And it's incredibly frightening to think that the next time you're having a meal anywhere in New York City, you could be being cased and spied on as you chow down. But there is something the city could do if it really wanted to take this issue seriously and really wanted to put a stop to it. But as you're about to see, the solution to all of this is so logical and so straightforward that it's never gonna happen in the city, and that's something that should not only disappoint all of us, but should frighten us.
What's the solution? More police? Yeah, probably.
Visually.
Weren't these the same police that tried to, like, detain some guy from AMP and take pictures next to his Lamborghini? Wasn't this in New York City too? Yeah, see, they're busy. They're busy, bro. They gotta take pictures next to cars.
Fell right into the Jeep.
Here we have ye old police department. This is the Greenwich precinct, which is responsible for protecting people who were at that restaurant Carbone over in the West Village. But it's about a 15-minute walk. And the sad truth is that New York City just doesn't have enough police to keep everyone safe at once, especially with crime waves taking place in multiple places across the city at the exact same time. Which isn't the kind of thing that matters to anybody until the watch off your list is taken when you're out to dinner and you still have to pay the tab because the food ain't free.
We have a staffing crisis going on in the NYPD right now. We lost nearly 3,000 police officers last year to just retirements, police officers leaving the department. Also, we're losing an average of over 200 police officers a month. So by the time we get to that end,
that is absolutely crazy. 200 officers leave the police department every single month. And not only does the police department here have monumental tasks in front of it, this attitude of defunding the police is still with us today. And that's why the numbers in the department...
Oh my god. Oh boy, here we go.
Itself are declining, and they're declining at a rate that is so fast we aren't able to replenish the department with new recruits. And to make matters worse, we're losing experienced veteran officers, which means not only is our police department shrinking at a time when New Yorkers need it most,
I don't know what to do.
crime waves going on, the experience of the department is decreasing, which some say means its effectiveness is also going to decrease.
Well, of course, yeah. If you've worked somewhere 20 years, you know kind of like what's going to happen.
You did, right?
Whereas if you're new, you're not going to have that same type of insight. I mean, that's common sense, man. Yeah, the experience is dropping. Yeah, that's the way it is for anything. There are places that 100% defund our police and it became a hellhole. Yeah, no, I mean, the people that say defund the police usually live in gated communities. The people that are actually in like a lot of these poor communities outside of the ones doing the crime are not
just
defund the policers, okay? Like, they know they need the fucking police. It's always, you know, upper middle class people that think they have some kind of solidarity with, like, poor people, and so they want to take their right to safety away from them. They're like, oh, we're gonna try to help you. We're gonna make your life better. You're not gonna get arrested anymore by these mean police officers. It's crazy, man. First Amendment auditors kind of a field day. Yeah, I mean, people don't get why we have police. Well, that's because, and the reason why they don't get it is because they live such sheltered, privileged lives that they've never needed police. It's never been a problem. Like, because, you know, for them, they live in a nice place and it's homogenous. There's no issues. Everybody has, you know, is well off. It's all right. So there's not a lot of crime.
Round 2. Priest is
They got
across
no
the city
idea.
where we would normally turn out 6 to 8 patrol cars. Right now, we're turning out 2 to 3 patrol cars in those communities on a given tour.
So what does that do to the safety of the community?
Well, I wonder.
Could never get that out,
Continue
man.
to rise. That is the reality of policing right now.
Yeah.
So some precincts are down from 8 patrol cars to just 2. That's a 75% reduction in available patrols. How is that not a recipe for more crime in pretty much every area of town? Less
Well,
police.
yeah. I mean, if I was a criminal, I'd be like, bro, like, new patch. We got a buff. Like, let's go. Let's start farming.
Damn, dude. I'm too fucking.
This means response times are going to
Yeah.
go through the roof because as crime becomes more common, police are now stuck choosing which incidents to respond to first, meaning your watch getting stolen at a pricey restaurant might come in behind something much more serious. And what's incredibly frightening about this is that our criminals, they're not defunding themselves. No, they're expanding their operations in light of the lax security that happens whenever the police divert resources from one crime wave to try and deal with another. And what makes this even more frightening is the proliferation of weapons. So not only are the thieves becoming more numerous and
New
more...
York City migrant shelters under scrutiny after accused cop shooter claims gun smuggling chain. Jesus Christ. Maybe this is a mean thing for me to say, but what the fuck are you doing making migrant shelters if you can't even protect the people with your police? Like, what kind of a priority is that? You've got shelters for migrants and you can't even afford police? How the fuck do you do that? What kind of priorities is that? Insane.
Emboldened, they're also becoming more heavily armed week by week. You know how they're smuggling the guns into shelters? They're using delivery bags like this one right here. Apparently the shelters have metal detectors, but they're not actually scanning to see what's coming in the food packages. Does that mean there's a direct connection between all of this crime and the asylum crisis? Well, no, not necessarily, but it does mean there's a direct connection between the apparati that are supposed to keep us safe falling apart and increased crime. And the reason this disaster is unfolding upon us is not only because the police are shorthanded, it's also because our laws force them to fight crime with one hand tied behind their backs. And the latest example of all this is the How Many Stops Act, which is now in effect in New York.
Officers are now required to record the race, age, and gender of anyone they approach.
This is really something special, man. This is amazing. Wow. Wow.
Okay, now critics say that this is essentially a paperwork requirement that slows down law enforcement when we need more law enforcement faster, not less law enforcement slower. But proponents say having police record this information is important to make sure that law enforcement is happening in a fair manner for everyone. Now, whether or not you think
Can't you just do that with a body cam? Like, I mean, I feel like, yeah, it's important to know that, but, like, if somebody's committing a fucking crime, it doesn't matter what they
Dude, how the fuck does she get so far with the
don't you have a body cam?
driver?
What the fuck?
I ran on a speeding way before that.
The body cam doesn't capture age? Yeah, but neither can a person. You can't capture somebody's age.
I did it. Suspense, man.
Like, there's no way.
Just besides the point, because in a city with a short-handed police department, you've got to pick and choose what things you have your limited resources do. And the more time police spend using apps on their phones, the less time they have to stop crime. And as we just heard, many departments are short-handed right now, and if they've only got 2 patrol cars on the street and one of those patrol cars is busy filling out apps on their phone, there won't be enough cops to keep people safe.
Former NYPD Lieutenant Darren Porcher is concerned about delayed response time and the data itself. We reached out to the NYPD for a response. A spokesperson says the department has put in place policies, training, and technology to comply with the law. Officers will be using forms on...
Now, of course, this is just
I mean, here's the thing, though, right? Is like the people in New York probably voted for this, or they voted for the person who voted for this. So, like, at a certain point, I don't really feel that bad for them. Because, like, you wanted this. This is what you get. That's right. It's their fault. Yeah, that's right. I'll do it again. Yeah, you chose this. And so don't go crying about it, because this is what it is. You made it happen. They did it to yourself. Yeah, exactly. Oh my God. Yeah, defund the police. Well, it worked. There you go. Or they're uninformed. Yeah, then they're just stupid. But these people move out, then they vote for the same shit somewhere else. Yeah, I know.
An example of a law that might hamstring police in the event of an emergency. But the thing that's crazy about this is all information, all of this demographic information, it would all be available in the event of an arrest. This applies to people who the police stop in a normal interaction. For example, if the police come out of the bomb squad department over here and they want to talk to me, and it's an official stop, they're going to have to put my information to the best of their ability into this new system, which will be publicly available, apparently.
But then the question becomes, if I'm not arrested for anything and there's no suspicion of guilt and I haven't committed a crime, what is the ultimate value of that? And there are fears that activists will use that information.
Well, the implication is that the reason why they have it is that there's basically a assumption that people that are minorities and part of others, like protected groups get stopped more often. So I assume that this practice is supposed to quantify whether that's happening or not. That's clearly why it's happening. I'm not saying it's good or bad, but I think that's the reasoning.
To further scrutinize our short-staffed NYPD, which could lead to more investigations that lead nowhere and more oversight that is unwarranted in a time of increasing crime.
I also worry that there's just a general mentality, a lack of appreciation for police officers.
Well, I think the communities really support police. It's the politicians that enact these laws that tie their hands to the police and put the public and the communities in harm's way.
Yeah, that's probably true.
You don't see this.
So ultimately, there's nothing wrong with the system that increases the transparency at which a public institution like the NYPD does its job. That's a good thing. It will help keep the city safe. The problem is the resources to do it aren't included with the plan that says it needs to get done. And right now, the police resources that we have are stretched so thin that the moment there's a crime wave in one part of the city, it pulls the resources over here, and then another crime wave pops up over here because the criminals saw an opening. Do you see what's happening? The police are playing whack-a-mole with our crime waves. That's why they're impossible to stamp out. That's why we went from having a crime wave in the subway below where I'm standing to a crime wave up here at our restaurants. And you know what?
I think you know what that proves, though, is that police presence reduces crime. Because I bet now in the subways there's a lot less bad shit that's happening. It's because people don't want to fuck around whenever there's 3 police officers standing around.
Yeah?
It's a huge deterrent. And I know that people like to act like, oh, no, it's not. People are going to commit crime anyway. No, they won't.
Check.
Like, trust me. People absolutely,
Er toch nog
with
niks
all
nodig.
crimes,
Ik heb nog geen eens geen sollicitatiegesprek.
99% of criminals make a...
Kom door in kostuum naartoe, hè. Heb je toch een gewoon trui? Trui en die zwarte broek? Heb je al lang uitgekozen?
That's why you don't see, like these thugs and these people that are like robbers that are not robbing police officers. Do you want to know why? Because there's a high chance they're not going to win the outcome. They're not just doing this randomly. They're making educated decisions based off of the highest possible opportunity versus the lowest possible risk. The same as anybody would.
Once they get rid of this,
risk-reward assessment. Yeah, exactly.
Subway. That's exactly what's going to happen. Now, are the police perfect? No, they're not. Do they always do their job fairly? No, but they are the protection that the law-abiding have when we're at a restaurant between us and the criminals who want to ride up on the street on a moped with a weapon and try to take our belongings and possibly harm us. And that's very frightening. It's very frightening to think that we don't have the backs of the people who are supposed to have our backs. What kind of system is that? Of course it's going to be dysfunctional. Of course it's going to lead to crime waves. Is that what's happening? Is that why we've got crime in the city? Let me know. How would you fund the police in New York, or are they funded too heavily? Should we restrict their funding? Let me know what you think. I'll see you in the next video.
The problem is that there's a lot of instances of police officers that act unprofessionally, and they don't get disciplined in a way that is comprehensive. Like, people aren't like that mad about it. They don't get pissed off about it that much. It happens all the time. Yeah, right? And so people don't get in trouble, and then guess what happens? Well, then that's like, let's be honest. Then everybody sees that and they say, well, I fucking hate cops, which makes sense, doesn't it? Because like, if you see some cop that's like, for example, I saw a cop, these 2 cops were arresting this black guy, and he had his hands behind his back, and one of the cops just like straight up punched him in the face. Out of fucking nowhere. Let me see if I can find this. Fuck. No, I just tried to search it on YouTube. It seems like it's probably not going to happen. Not YouTube, on Twitter. It seems like it's probably not going to happen. I'm not going to be able to find a clip of it. But yeah, it happens pretty regularly, right? I mean, like, of course, it's not graphic or anything like that. It's just unlawful display of authority. I mean, that's all there is to it. The big guy took a punch like a champ. Yeah, so y'all saw that video, right? Like, am I crazy? Like, y'all saw this video very recently? Excessive force, right? And so it's like, that dude, in my opinion, should be taken off the police force and on trial for assault. It's not even a question. But, like, the problem is that you have, like, this weird thing where people act like there's sides to this, where, like, there's really not. There are police officers that are bad actors, absolutely, but that's not, like, the norm, right? That's not every single one of them. Which one was this? Yeah, I don't know. Checks on that authority, and people will be less likely to want to defund them? Yeah, exactly. So, like, that's the problem, is that there aren't really, there's not accountability for, like, these different guys, and so that's why people hate them. 2 week suspension and pay punishment? Yeah, exactly. There's the video right there. Give it a like. This is, I think this is a huge issue. Like, I mean, if you don't have police, bro, like, that's bad. New York City's grocery stores close over theft.
Now nearly all grocers in New York City say they have been victims of shoplifting this year alone. And 60% of them...
That's not a surprise. I think people steal things out of every store. I mean, that doesn't really sell me.
Stores say they've been burglarized every single day of the week this year.
Okay, that's a lot.
So the city's fallen to a point where if there's something on a shelf, anything, it is a target for thieves, who've now set their sights on our food supply, robbing local businesses until they shut down, and the city is powerless to stop this from happening.
Why?
For some reason.
As we all know, retail theft rings are an ongoing problem for bodegas, grocery stores, mom-and-pop businesses, and both common and luxury retail chains.
I think a lot of people would be surprised that it's almost every single day.
Coffee, cheese.
Well, like, anybody who's worked at a store knows that there's, like, an acceptable level of losses for something like this. Every store accounts for people stealing shit. It's just that usually, what's that accounting? Like 3%? Something like that? 3 to 5? That's usually what I hear about a lot. Yeah, now it's 300 to 500%.
Shrimp. Nothing is safe.
Are you concerned sometimes for your safety?
Absolutely. Retailer is just open game. Walk away with anything.
Simple shoplifting's really graduated to organized, sophisticated crimes. It's like the wild.
What's crazy to me about this happening is that it seems like this should be happening less, right? Because as people have better surveillance technology and better facial recognition, it should be easier to find where these people are and who these people are who are stealing things and go get them. The cops don't care. I think that's what it is. Yeah, cops don't care. Because, like, these guys aren't wearing masks. I get that you're saying they're wearing masks, but they're not here.
Misdemeanor. Merchants want increased penalties.
Jesus, it's like Batman.
Which Governor Kathy Hochul is going after, introducing a $45 million initiative to drive.
I was trying to pause to see if you could see there. Oh, that guy's got a mask on.
They go in and swipe everything off the shelves. Oftentimes, they're loading into a stolen vehicle.
Meanwhile, here in New York City,
it's the Kia boys.
It's reported that retailers lost close to $4.5 billion last year.
Yeah, but like, what's the percentage there? $4.5 billion. What does that mean?
All victims when retail theft happens.
I mean, it seems like a lot, but still.
Of things, and it also creates. Of things, and it also creates this environment where people are hesitant.
Now grocery stores are closing. Yeah, I bet. I fucking bet.
So almost 100%.
93% of groceries. Nah, bro, this is so dumb. That's so.
Grocery stores have been shoplifted recently. But nobody's talking about how New York City's latest plan to stop shoplifting won't actually punish the people.
No, bro. Like, I mean, because it's hyperbole. Yeah. Like, I mean, of course, so you have a store. The store is doing business every single day. Like, let's say 360 days out of the year, assuming they take off Christmas and, you know, maybe Thanksgiving or something, or Easter. So 360 days of the year, they're probably selling an inventory of 1,000+ items. What is the probability that one thing gets stolen? I think it's like 100%, guys. It is. I bet it's like 100%. So, like, it's not about whether they're stealing. It's about what the degree is. It's like everybody knows people might take, oh my God, somebody stole a bag of Skittles. Aha! But I'm thinking, like, how often is this happening? Employees stealing too? Oh, that's a really good point. I actually don't hear people talk about that a lot. I remember a friend of mine actually wanted me to help him break into the place that he was working at so we could steal a bunch of money out of the safe that they had there. And I told him it was a bad idea. We ended up not doing it. But, like, he was an employee.
Shoplift. Instead, it's only aimed at punishing people who become violent while shoplifting, which means peaceful shoplifting can continue surging out of control. With organized theft rings running full-time businesses, not just targeting retailers like Macy's, now they'll rob your local grocery store and offload stolen oranges.
Steal those oranges, boys. I mean, they're just sitting there, bro. Like, it's just sitting there. Just put them in your pocket and go. They're right there.
At a bodega or a curbside produce truck, because even though stealing physical merchandise like a North Face jacket will make you more money,
we need Spider-Man. Where's Spider-Man?
Those are now chained to the stores that sell them, so they're harder to make off with.
Oh, bro, this is how it is in at Walmart. So I was at Walmart. I told y'all the story about this before. I'll say it again. So I went to Walmart and I wanted to buy a pack of underwear. And I tell the lady, I was like, I go to the place where the underwear is, and I can't get any underwear because every single package is behind glass that is locked up. So I have to talk to a person, and I thought to myself, okay, like, I really don't want to have to deal with this. This is fucking annoying. There's nobody here. Can I just buy a more expensive one, maybe? And, like, then, yeah, I pay a little bit more, but, like, I don't have to deal with this. Like, I was like, okay, buy the $9 underwear instead of the $6 underwear. Okay. Amazon Pro? Yeah, but, like, I was there at the same time, so I was like, I might as well do it, right? And so then I talked to the lady, and I'm like, okay, can I get this one? And she's like, yeah, sure, you can get it. And then I said, well, can I get it? She says, no, I can't give it to you. She wouldn't even let me hand it. She was like, are you buying it now, or are you gonna keep shopping? I said, can I just have it, and then I'll take it up to the thing? She's like, no. You have to buy it right now, or I take you up there, and we ring you up. And I said, okay, well, I guess I'll take it up there. She says, no. I will take it up there. You will walk with me as I take it up there. She takes the underwear. She hands it to the cashier, and she's like, oh, he wants that one. And I could not even touch the underwear that I was going to buy. I had to be escorted over. I swear to God, there's probably less restrictions on buying a fucking shotgun. How does this happen?
Okay.
Well, actually, no. We all know how it happens. It's because people steal underwear. That's the reason. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. It's because people are stealing all the underwear. That's why they have it like that. I've seen stores, like I've seen like pictures of stores where every single item is behind locked glass.
Stores that sell them, so they're harder to make off with. But the real reason shoplifting continues to surge to levels we've never seen before is because it's still possible in this city.
Attention, theft is prosecuted at Walgreens. And, oh, you can see. Look, bro, look. See? They got it right up there.
To steal under $1,000 worth of stuff and not go to jail. Which means any thief can start their own business tomorrow selling products they got.
Which is a good idea, right? Because you steal like $800 worth of stuff every day, and you know you're fine because you never go over the limit. I'll be right back. Well, the thing is, with laundry detergent, you know what they do with this? Is they take two things of laundry detergent, they unscrew one of them, and they pour the other one. They fill it all the way up to the top, and then they take it out there. They still do it. It's like there's nothing to do. Oh, yes. That's all they do. Well, yeah. I know this might sound crazy, but I've never stolen anything out of a Walgreens before. I've never done it. I'm actually kind of afraid to steal things out of stores. How about a Walmart? I mean, generally, like, I don't like stealing things out of stores because they have cameras. And so I think that the people that do it, I understand what the reason is behind doing it. It's because they assume that they're not going to get caught. That's what it is.
Effectively closing down the stores they steal from, who then have to compete with their own stolen merchandise. And what's truly insane is how thieves are now literally threatening the food supply of New York City.
What?
And if this continues, it could make things tougher for some of the city's neediest residents, when the grocery stores and bodegas they rely on shut down for good.
Well, it's not just them shutting down, man. It's also the fact that they're going to increase the prices. Like, let's think about it logically, right? So if you have 100 oranges and you're selling them for $1, well, that means that you're going to make $100, right? But what happens if 50 of the oranges get stolen? Well, you still have to make $100, so now oranges are $2. That's a lot of money. Jesus. Y'all remember that one video where that dude was trying to steal some shit out of a store and then the other guy started beating him with a mop or like with a rake? Just fucking beating his ass. I've watched that video like
So first it was Macy's, then it was Walgreens, now it's small mom and pop independent stores that sell food who are now being targeted. Which makes sense because once you put the big chains out of business, all you've got left are the local businesses.
And no, that's not the reason why it's happening, because it's easier to steal from the local businesses because they generally have less infrastructure and less cameras. That's the reason. And also, like, if you steal from them, the level of recourse they can have is much less. Like, if you're stealing from, you know, Dave's Bar and Deli, like, what is Dave gonna do about this? But if you're stealing from Subway or Jersey Mike's, well, they've got a lot more resources.
If a big drugstore like this can't figure out how to secure its products, what chance does your local bodega or grocery store have? Most of what they sell can't even be locked up
Well, it's
behind
not that. They assume they aren't going to get caught. They're doing it because NYC cost of living is so damn high and all their money goes to rent. They aren't stealing things to resell. They're stealing them to survive. Well, if you steal things to survive, and you're stealing them from people that are trying to sell them to survive, wouldn't the people that are trying to sell them survive not be able to survive because they got their stuff stolen that they were trying to survive with? Like, I don't think that's really a good way of looking at it, man.
The progressive plexiglass you see everywhere in the city because they sell food, because they sell
Hangt die trui daar niet? Hangt die trui daar niet?
And when you combine that
Ja,
with
die van
insanely high rent,
de grafenis.
this is a very tiny little storefront.
Yeah.
You've got a situation where these businesses are not exactly making millions.
$3 for a can of tuna?
And that doesn't leave a lot of extra money lying around for security guards. But just as your local bodegas are getting looted into oblivion, the same thing is happening.
And it's also like people don't want to have security guards there. You're right, it's 4, it's not 3. Because like, for me, whenever I go to Walmart, it annoys me. I don't know, like maybe I'm being unreasonable, but like it annoys me whenever I have a loss prevention person come up to me and want to see my receipt, because it makes me feel like I'm being treated like a criminal. And it's an annoyance that I don't want to have to deal with. I'm being profiled? Yeah, no, I mean, if they should check anybody, they probably should check me. But I don't steal things from stores, right? So, yeah.
Get your local grocery stores. And when one of these places shuts down, it can take the rest of the neighborhood with it.
Its way also is Gomes Kamala, 30-year resident, 15 years as a manager at this fine fair on White Plains Road, sending a surveillance video after surveillance video while describing a new climate of emboldened shoplifters. They feel like the law protects them, like there are no consequences. Totally emboldened.
Now, to understand...
That's what happens, is that, yeah, the people that are doing this, like, if the police wanted to catch one of these people, they would catch them. But they don't give a shit.
Now, shoplifting is never a victimless crime. This grocery store is the only one in the area. Everybody living around here, this is the store that they shop at. It's gone. Where are they they going to go? And even if the store itself doesn't close, as they deal with theft, they have to raise their prices because if half the stuff on the shelf gets stolen, the other half has to cost 100% more for them to make the same amount of money.
Exactly.
Higher prices hurt legitimate.
When there's thousands of people shoplifting in your city day by day, they don't have the resources even for serious crimes. Exactly, right? And so, like, that's the problem. Is like there are so many people that are stealing that it's unfeasible to go after all of the theft. Like, that's crazy.
Customers who obey the law and are just trying to make it in one of the most expensive cities in the country, which essentially means that shoplifting is a tax on the rest of society. And the more it continues, the more everyone has to pay for the same stuff. But eventually, prices rise to a point where nobody can afford what the store sells. And when that happens, the store has to shut down. It can no longer stay open and operate because its prices are too high, and if it brings them down, they won't be able to pay their expenses and make a living. And customers that might be used to shopping at a little place like this, they don't have unlimited money. At a certain point, it will be cheaper to take the subway and waste your time traveling.
Man, I thought this would be like $11. And look, it's under a lock and key. Tide Pods are under lock and key.
Now, that has another store that hasn't been looted to a point where its prices are so high nobody can shop there. On top of that, the majority of this thievery, it's not just one person stealing a loaf of bread. No, these are organized retail gangs that make a living off stolen products. And it's so bad and so prevalent, you've got entire swaths of town that now resemble ghost towns in New York City of all places. And the New York Post interviewed several deli and grocery managers who all said when they saw someone stealing who was obviously in need, they did not care. Which means although greed does have a lot to do with why once profitable businesses are shutting down, it's not due to the greed of the business.
Yeah, it's not like, I mean, the thing is that nobody should be able to let steal, right? You can't let people steal. But there's obviously a fucking spectrum, right? Where it's like if somebody is stealing diapers or somebody is stealing, you know, a can of beans to eat, that's way different than somebody trying to like fucking get every bag of Skittles in the entire fucking store and then run out with all the Skittles. It is different. You're wrong? No, I'm not.
Dude,
I'm not
that
wrong.
is me off right
What
now, man.
I'm not saying that like, they're both bad and they're both against the law and people shouldn't be able to do either one of them. I get it. But let's not pretend that a person stealing beans to survive is exactly the same as a person stealing $300 worth of cosmetic things in order to sell. It's not the exact same thing. That's all I'm trying to get at. Like, it's more nuanced. Yes, it's just more nuanced than that. It's one is bad and the other one is really bad.
Business owners, instead it's the greed of the shoplifters.
I'm not saying that I don't think anybody should be allowed to steal. But it is obviously a spectrum of which one is worse. To stop stealing, yes.
They take it an extra step.
It's pretty good for gold.
They want to fight us. They constantly. It's often a battle.
Shoplifters have grown so bold, their illegal businesses so profitable, they now feel entitled to the very inventory they never paid for in the first place. And this is why physical altercations inside these stores are now so common.
Bro.
And what that's doing is it's turning the local places who are just trying to survive into complete war zones. And the sad thing is, nobody working at these local businesses gets paid enough money.
Because you think about it too, like if you're a local business, think about how much money it would cost in order for you to get, let's say, all of those like lock and key things for your store. Bro. Because like I bet for Walmart and for Walgreens and CVS, those stores probably have like default size shelves with default things that they can give you. So like everything is like built to scale, whereas like a lot of the mom and pop shops don't have that. And so the amount of money that it would take for them to cost, or for them to protect that would be way higher. That's thousands of dollars. Yes, it's thousands of dollars. And also it's a decision that, for example, like if you're a Walgreens, you can instantly make this decision and it's easier to do because the decision has effectively already been made for you. However, if you're just a small store, you don't have those different foundations set for you. You see what I'm trying to say? Or what I'm trying to say.
Put their life on the line for a hat, or an apple, or an orange for that matter. Now, the governor's new plan to stop shoplifting only increases penalties for shoplifters who also become violent while they are stealing things from a store, which means that if shoplifters go into a store and they're on their best behavior, this new plan won't offer them any new consequences for their behavior. And since the police are powerless to stop these criminals, you've now got a situation where thieves make a living off the backs of the innocent in more ways than one.
This Bravo supermarket in the Bronx is clean and feeds the neighborhood, but they're also hemorrhaging between $1,000 and $2,000 a month from theft.
That's probably a lot. No, they said a month, right? Not a day. Because like the margins on a lot of these things are not really super high. 24K a year. Yeah, and this isn't really a big store. I bet that's a lot of money. Yeah, that's a salary. Yeah, basically.
Everything is bad. It's terrible.
Coffee, cheese, shrimp, nothing is safe. Several months ago, Jose says a woman came in with a
We got him, Ryuji.
with these logs of
So I bought this massive brick of Bustelo coffee on
We
Amazon
showed the guy all
because this was the
the worth
cheapest
he
I could
has.
find these Bustelo coffees in, and it even looks like it came from a legitimate distributor. It's shrink wrapped. It's got the cardboard under it. This looks pretty legit. But these little bricks are the same ones that get sold at the supermarket. What if these are stolen and they were placed inside this package? I've got no way of knowing that. Professional thieves are really good now. They will steal things individually and repackage them, sell them online, and all this packaging and stuff that you need, make your product a bundle of 12 packages of espresso is all readily obtainable. This is already a huge problem with other sorts of retail theft, clothing, electronics, stuff like that. The food, the same thing's possible if you've got stuff like this that's non-perishable. And what's insane is the reason all of us are shopping up.
That is so fucking ghetto. Holy shit. Like, I understand doing that for, like, you know, magic cards or, like, Pokemon cards. But, jeez, doing that for, like, food? It's so much work, yeah.
Because we're looking for a deal, we're looking to save money, and online you can do it, and we think, oh, that's just because it's online. It's because there's not an actual
Steal and sell it
store that
online,
has
yeah.
to pay things like rent. And you know something? That is partially true, but the store that you bought it from, they also don't have to pay for things like inventory because the goods are stolen. And it's ridiculous to think that the entire shoplifting industrial complex operating in this city happens because legitimate people are also the victims of it. We don't understand that we're buying the things that are closing our own stores, and stores like this aren't shut down because Robin Hood was trying to feed the poor by stealing from the rich. You've literally got people raiding local businesses, stealing as much as they can in a half an hour.
Well, you think about it logically, right? So if there's a person who's stealing from stores professionally, they do this for their job, they are probably stealing more than like 500 other people put together. So, like, the real problem are the people that are stealing in mass and at scale. Probably more than 1 to 500. 500 normal people. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the mega stealers. Okay, so what's the solution? I think that you need to, like, empower different businesses to protect themselves without feeling like they're going to get sued into oblivion for protecting their inventory. And then also, more importantly, the people that are stealing things need to go to jail. It's that simple. If you steal things and you're running out of a store with your arms full of a bunch of shit, they should arrest you and put you in jail. Like, fucking duh. It's not even a question.
This inventory costs the thieves absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
You've got a pure profit business.
Start chopping limbs? No, that's a terrible idea. Okay, so now you're gonna cut somebody's hand off. Well, now they can't get a job and you have to pay them disability. You see how this is a problem? You can't do that.
If the criminals get arrested, since they don't go to jail, if it's under
maybe a finger,
they
you know?
get right back out. They don't even miss work. And although these theft operations might enrich the people at the top, a lot of the people at the bottom who are doing the actual stealing, these are folks who are being exploited. People suffering from addiction, from homelessness. Crooks convince them they can earn quick cash today by bringing a trash bag full of beauty supplies, detergent, or espresso back to a warehouse. And without
which is like, I mean, if if you were in the projects, if you were in like a low-income area, and you saw like some random dumb homeless guy, and you told him, if you steal a bunch of shit out of the store and bring it to me, I will give you this much money for it. I bet a lot of guys would probably do that. They use kids a lot too. Yeah, like that's smart, right? Like if I was trying to do this, that's what I would do. I would find crackheads and pay them to steal the stuff. The crackheads get arrested every once in a while. It is what it is, right? But then you pay them a bit extra money after they get out of jail and it's fine. And you just have them do it. Yeah, absolutely do it. Well, of course they do. Like, I mean, a lot of the guys that do this aren't really stupid. They just don't want to get a job and they're lazy. Some of them are stupid.
And from a justice system that cares about businesses like this, there's no way it stands a chance
It's a
against an
thieves' guild.
operation
Yeah, exactly.
like that. And think about a grocery store losing $2,000 a month just from shoplifting. If your business is already
lot of
struggling
money.
because
Yeah.
the rent's too high, and because your taxes and other fees just for operating are through the roof, a crime-ridden environment could be the final straw, and your business could make the unfortunate decision to close up shop. And who's the winner in a situation like that? Certainly not the business owner, because now they're out of a job. Certainly not everybody who lives around here, because now they're out
Well,
of
the people that are stealing, that's who wins.
Got that. And you know what? It's not even the criminals who do the actual stealing, because eventually the store's going to be gone and they're not going to be able to buy any food either. It's completely destructive.
This guy was not getting the
They can
message.
just go somewhere else,
Don't throw
right? I mean,
fireballs.
that's the thing. Is like, if you're stealing things as a job all the time, you've probably got a lot of free time.
Is this a total nightmare? Absolutely. And that's why the government is moving forward with this plan to punish violent shoplifters. It's better than nothing, but the real question is, why is it taking the government so long to act on this? Why have so many stores had to close down? People lose their jobs. Customers lose their shopping centers. Sadly, because the people running New York don't see shoplifting as that big of a deal, apparently.
I think also there's like kind of a, like culture or a premise that shoplifting is not bad and it's society's fault why people are shoplifting, which is like, you could say that's like kind of true in some circumstances, but in terms of like the professional shoplifters that are stealing a lot of stuff, those people are probably making at least some money. And they're doing that instead of having a job. That's stupid. Yeah, I think it's stupid too. Like, and the thing is that, and this is the problem, is that, like, they're also right in a way, because like if you give people more money, then they would be less likely to shoplift. I'm not saying it would go from like 100 people to 0 people, but it would maybe go from 100 people to like 15 people or like 20 people. Most people don't want to actively break the law because people don't want to risk, you know, like going to jail, getting in trouble or anything like that, or getting kicked out of the store or any sort of interaction. Like, most people won't want to do that. So a lot of the people that are probably stealing are, you know, like they wouldn't do that if they had the money. So it's like, that's definitely true, but at the same time, it doesn't make it okay, right? So it's like, just because this problem exists doesn't mean that it's okay for people to capitalize on it in this bad way.
Hello. Worst guides.
Shop redesign, all items behind the wall. Yeah.
You ever have people come in here and try to steal?
Yeah, have you guys ever seen some of these pictures? I've seen like these pictures of like Church's Chicken or like KFC or McDonald's, and the entire fucking thing has like, the entire thing is plexiglass. You can't, it's like a prison where they put your food in like the little slot and they move it in there. Bulletproof glass, maybe? Yeah. Here we go. Holy shit. Holy shit. Look at that.
Basically, yes.
Oh my god. That's a Burger King, man. This thing is a bank. Look at this, a bank. Look at
Oh, I got lucky there. I did it too.
Holy fuck. Oh my god. That's a McDonald's. Bro, that's like a McPrison. Hey, this might be the one. Bro, this KFC is locked the fuck down. Look at that. Little holes. It's a McPrison, yeah.
Bulletproof Burger King.
Bulletproof Burger King. I love it.
Keep pressing the wrong fucking buttons.
They cashing checks there? Yeah, they have an armored car deliver the chicken, guys. Look at that. It's like right underneath. That's where you slide the cash in. Like right under. Bro, that is actually a bank. This is straight up a bank, guys.
Same. It's just they're just cheating.
Like actually, like I went to the bank maybe like 6 months ago, and to be fair, there wasn't any of this. This is worse than a bank. Yeah, my bank's on the open. Yeah, yeah, mine is too. My banks have none of this. They got the windows barred up with.
He's chosen incorrectly the last 3 times, and somehow he still got it.
Man.
I wish I had Ryu's curls up, dude. It's the easiest in the game, bar none.
One more.
I've got the hardest, literally.
Is this a shop?
That we've already terrible.
Let me see. Open image in new tab. There we go. Look. Like metal everywhere. Are these workers getting? Yeah. Like that's actually. You know what? That's such a good point. Are the workers getting hazard pay? Yeah, it's like you have to work somewhere where you need bulletproof glass to sell chicken. You know what I mean? Like, they should get paid. Like, that's crazy. Sounds like the safest place in the city. Yeah, I guess so. Could it have been put there for COVID?
Let's be honest though, Ryu is the easiest character in the game.
But
could get my mom right now and she could play Ryu.
And a lot of these things predate COVID. And I think based off of all of the other things
Just maxed
that are
out my
happening in retail, I don't think that's the real reason. Because like whenever we had COVID, a lot of you guys probably had like, you know, big like just plexiglass, like just like walls kind of. And that was it. And it would go to like right here, right? Like about right here. And like you could just move it or push it down. It's a sheet of glass. Yeah, exactly. This flimsy garbage. Because all it's supposed to do is like make sure that you can't, you know, the spit from your mouth isn't going to go to the other person. It's not bulletproof either. Yeah.
Stuff. Yeah. Do you think you ever have people come in here?
Bro,
and
her cross-up is gone.
Do you think there's a store in New York City that's never been shoplifted from?
Give that retard the cross-up like that, man.
It's good enough. That's a bad frame of reference to base off of. I think it's that is shoplifting causing such a decrease in profits that is tangibly negatively affecting the store. Because like if you're losing 1% of your money to shoplifting, that's bad, right? But if you're losing 7% or 15%, that's insane. It's about percentages. I bet every place has been stolen from.
Because it's like, it's so many people in the city.
Yeah.
It's so many
the catcher
people
can answer
in the
that?
city.
Well, yeah, actually in a lot of these places, they're small. Yeah, they might actually know.
It must stop. Governor is now pledging $25 billion for a dedicated
No reversal, no cross-up, realistically speaking.
$15 billion for district attorneys.
It's so hard to do anything with.
Businesses for security. The question tonight, will that actually protect merchants?
So here's some good news from the government. $45 million, that's a lot of money.
Meanwhile,
But
character on the
unfortunately,
other end is
it won't all go to
literally
purposes that people think are going to have an effect.
But it's also worth noting that it's not the governor's fault or the mayor's fault that we have a shoplifting problem in this state. After all, they didn't write the laws that have led us to the place we're at today. And to a certain...
Yeah, that's the reason.
To an extent, their tools for dealing with an out-of-control crime crisis are somewhat limited. So first up, we've got $25 million for the police, who can arrest people
more
who
than
then
decent,
get
dude.
released because the laws here don't jail people for stealing. Now, yes,
That's the problem. Yeah.
His grasp is broken.
If I was stealing
Utterly
something,
broken.
and I knew if I got caught,
Will routinely
the police
hit
would
when it
grab
doesn't
me and
even
put me
touch
in
you.
jail for
Not
a
even
day.
remotely.
Well, let's say the probability of getting put in jail is 1%, and you make
And you get
$200
60% of your
every
bar
day.
for 3
That's pretty good, man. That's really good, especially if
Not
they
even,
just
not even
they
Marisa
let you
now
out the
can
next day.
get that off of 3 days.
Yeah, that's super worth it. Almost all people, like, not almost all
maybe
people,
she
but a lot of people, whenever crime like this gets out of control, it usually gets out of control because people make a value judgment. They look at how much they're going to lose for getting in trouble versus how much they're going to gain for committing the crime. And like, you can see this also at, like, the mega macro level. Whenever a company pays, like, you know, this is like $1 trillion company or like a, you know, $100 million company, and they pay like a fine of $33 million for, you know, like a business practice that made
What
them
the fuck, bro?
$8 billion. So
People are
yeah,
so
it's
lucky,
risk
dude.
reward. Exactly.
Again, he's chosen incorrectly
And I
so
think
many
everybody
fucking-
makes that judgment.
It doesn't
like, there's
matter.
an idea that like criminals are illogical. That's not true. Some criminals are illogical, but there is a tremendous amount of them that are logical, and they are making calculated decisions on, okay, I'm going to do this because this has a low probability of me getting in trouble.
State police, they're the ones who bust a lot of these big-time retail theft rings, and the leaders of those operations are responsible for way more than $1,000 worth of theft.
Yeah.
And the leaders might get locked up, but the low-level criminals who are still out there robbing these stores, shutting them down, they're still walking the earth. There's also $15 million set aside for district attorneys to go
Well,
after.
how are you gonna, like, the thing is, like, let's say you pay Rufus the crackhead to go and to go steal things for you, right? You give him money, and then Rufus gets arrested, and he goes to jail for a day. The police want him to rat you out. Rufus isn't gonna do that. Why the fuck would he do that? Because if he
Dude,
rats
this
you
fucking
out,
concept
then
needs
you're
to
not
get-
going to give him
just
money.
remove it then.
So it's like he's not going to kill the golden goose.
Fucking developing
Rufus is smart. Yeah,
People have no idea.
He's
what
not
the fuck
that.
they're doing.
He's at least he's not that stupid.
Just
He
randomly
knows
nerfing
what's
shit.
going on. He just wants another hit. Yeah. You're talking about criminal employment. It's a growing industry in some states.
Rashid is the perfect example. How the fuck is that guy
But the
still
whole
being
problem in New York City is that
Rufus ain't no
progressive
snitch.
laws that protect criminals instead of punishing them. Those laws exist because people believe in them. Judges believe in them. District attorneys even believe in them. So the people that are supposed to prosecute the criminals end up feeling bad for them, sympathetic towards them. And may
Dude, what the fuck is going
the
on?
harshest
That's
penalties
really
they
suspect.
could, which might actually land somebody behind bars. But
Oh
the
my
last
God.
$5 million, this could actually do something because it has to do with grants related to in-store security for local businesses who need it the most. For example, things like security guards, security cameras, these could help in discouraging crime.
I think that they need to arrest the people who put it. Like, I hate this idea that, like, the way to solve this is to have, like, 50 different levels of, like, security. I think you should have some security for sure, but at a certain point, the security is so overbearing and overreaching that it's, like, obstructive to even being able to go into the store and, like, conduct business regularly. Like, applying all that security stuff to each different individual product, that's insane. Like, I think at a certain point, like, you should just...
My neutral jump
a
didn't
society
even-
should expect people not to steal,
Like, it wasn't
and if
even-
people do it, they should be held accountable. Like, that's it. It's crazy that this is even a conversation.
At the source. But that brings up an interesting question about all this. If a $5 million
Or
grant
overhead.
to businesses, that's
Well,
almost like an admission
He doesn't have a
that
reversal,
things
so
are
he doesn't-
happening inside the business
Not a
that
real
the
one.
city's not able to stop, and the
That's
business
right
needs
there.
more resources to deal
Meanwhile,
with
I'm
it.
playing
So
against
what
Poster
if the
Boy,
business is
right?
the whole
Who has
35
everything,
million?
literally.
At the end of the day, if even bananas are being
Such an
stolen and
utter
there's nothing the
embarrassment. The
police
people
There's
make these
no amount of
games.
money that these the government can give the businesses that will stop it from happening. That's not how it works.
Do about it. Why not give businesses the resources to tackle this problem on their own? But money for businesses, that's definitely better than what other local leaders
resolution,
here
yeah.
have tried to come up with. One local leader wants to start taxing landlords who have vacant storefronts. Now think about that for a second. If the store closed and left because they weren't making enough money to pay the rent, if the landlord has to take less rent, they're essentially subsidizing the activities of
See, he can even still block,
shoplifters.
even though
Knowing that
definitely
businesses
not from that
launches
distance.
through theft, to cause them to shut down in the first
I hate
place.
this game.
Well, everybody subsidizes it.
They make it
Taxpayers
too easy
subsidize it. The
on some
other
characters.
stores, the other like people that are shopping subsidize it, and so does the store. They all do.
There's a new plan on the table. How long is it going to take to work?
Yeah.
Will it
Like
save
there, he
businesses
chose
from shutting down
incorrectly,
completely?
and
what
yet
do local
magically,
business
oh, you
think about
used
this?
to beat it, even though you've done it a million times. That's really annoying me. I'm pretty sure it's just a Riot team. Like Riot is just.
Oh, okay.
It's the Street Fighter
So it's
character,
at
right?
least
They make
1
it
year
the
away.
most
Meanwhile,
random.
criminals are still going to walk around doing what they've always done. And even if business
That's why
do
his scroll
hire
stuff is
guard
fake.
dogs and put up cameras and install security
It hits you
apparatuses,
when it really
what
does.
does anyone think the result of that is actually going to be when there is a legal system and a justice system on the other end
And
of
then,
all that security
because these
footage that
developers are
isn't actually
retards,
going to punish
they
anybody?
make it so
Because
that when
at
that
the end of the
happens,
day,
you slow the game down so you clearly see that it didn't
Like,
even touch
back
you.
whenever I didn't have like a lot of money and I was younger, why wouldn't you steal from a store if you're not going to get
The developers we
What's the
built, not
logic?
the ones we
Why wouldn't
deserve.
you do it? Ethics? Well, you have to look at it from the perspective of the people that are in the situation that are stealing. And from the perspective of the people that are stealing, this isn't me justifying it. I'm explaining it. Is that they have been fucked by society. They have been put in a situation where they have to steal. And because of that, they have no sense of accountability to society. They have no sense of, like, oh, well, like society's not doing them any favors. So of course they're going to do this. The store owners doesn't deserve success. Yeah, exactly. Like they feel like they've been dealt a raw hand or a bad hand in life. And this is them making up for it. Like that's their thinking. So if you have a person who thinks that they've been wronged by society and they're stealing, you have to have a punishment for it. It's their own fault. It's not about whether it's their fault or not. Like that's totally outside of the point. Sound like a victim? Get a job, climb out? You're not understanding. I agree with all of that. I agree. Like I'm not disagreeing, but like in order to understand why a person does something, in order to make somebody stop doing something, then you have to understand why it's happening in the first place. San Francisco Channel 5 video shows multiple examples of what you're saying. The thieves gave those exact reasons. Of course. Yeah, of course. Because a lot of people that steal things, this is one thing that I've learned a lot. A lot of people that steal things, they are... People in general, like it's the same with piracy, right? They want to like excuse it and act like,
I know,
oh,
right?
it's okay that
That's
I'm
how it
doing
usually
this.
goes. If I meet a modern,
Oh, well, this is okay.
I don't even play
It's all
seriously.
right, I'm doing this. So like they're
Win
looking
or
for
lose, I don't give a
justification.
shit. Guy's cheating regardless, so it doesn't
This
matter.
isn't just an American problem. Oh, I'm sure it's not. Robin Hood syndrome? Well, yeah. Steal and get no consequences or pay.
My
what you
level
can't
of respect
afford.
for modern
Easy
starts at
decision for
0.
thieves. Yeah, exactly.
It goes lower the higher
so
their
if a
rank
person
is.
lazy and doesn't want to put in work and steal, it's justified. I'm gonna be honest, man. I'm just gonna permanently ban you. I explicitly said it wasn't, and you're putting words in my mouth. I'm just gonna ban you. It's just you're wasting everybody's time. I don't want to read your messages.
The reason we've got such a problem with repeat offenders is because the first-time offenders were never punished in the first place. And what's truly fascinating about this new push to try and stamp out crime is it comes after an effort that started a year ago to try and expand the number of food-related businesses in areas that are lacking. And if you're not sure how you can have no grocery store in an area with lots of people, then you haven't been paying attention to this video.
Well, there's even like a term for it. It's called like food desert, I'm pretty sure. That's the one that they use a lot of. So yeah, it's really common. And I hope that people know that like whenever the government does that, they're effectively using everybody's tax money to subsidize paying for shoplifting. So like they're effectively like, because shoplifting is happening in stores, shoplifters are stealing from stores, the government is effectively
just jump
shoplifting
neutral.
everybody's money to pay for it.
They'll drive
That's
it
what's
right
happening.
into it.
So grocery stores have been struggling for a long time. We know this. And a year ago, the city admitted that, hey, these stores, they don't have enough money to operate. For some reason,
That's what I say. It doesn't matter, dude. They're cheating.
Stores lose money.
Ignore moderns.
And people have nowhere to buy food. And obviously, last year's program to try and expand stores by giving them discounts and not admitting the whole reason why stores have trouble staying open has missed the mark completely. And here we are a year later with those same types of stores having an even tougher time trying to make it in New York's crime-ridden environment.
And you know something? It's really hard to have a crime-free environment when the people who are supposed to enforce the laws regarding crime view all criminals as victims.
For example, some schools of thought see criminals as victims of a society that has been unfair to them in some manner,
which is true. And that's the thing. Is it? They're right. No, like pre-watched. Well, no, it's an obvious conclusion. Like, yeah, of course, there are some people that get fucked over in life. It's not about whether life is fair or not. Like, for example, if you play the lottery and you lose the lottery,
here's the thing.
That doesn't.
I reduce it down to its most basic form. What is modern? Modern is nothing more than the creation of macros
doesn't mean that
for the purpose of catering to bad players.
Steal people's shit. However,
if I, a bad player,
that a lot of people
use classic, but change my stick to macros, I get banned.
Pretty normal.
They're cheating.
Sure, it's missing a point. Cycle of violence is no different than cycle
it's
of
literal. They're
You're
literally
definitely
cheating.
Right. You're completely right.
It's a 1-1 comparison.
Is that I think that the people that are getting fucked over, like a lot of you guys, you know, like we just got done talking about how like things are massively overpriced. So people can't afford food, and so then they steal the food. It doesn't justify it, but it helps understand what the problem is. That's my only point, right? I just want people to understand, like, that's where it's coming from. I agree with you that they should be arrested, put in jail. But that's not the only way. You have to come at a problem from like 2 or 3 different ways to like really get it to stop.
Them permission to victimize store owners who are obviously wealthier and better off than they are. While at the exact same time, those business owners are seen as victims of the landlords who they rent from who charge so much.
It inherently unlevels the playing field. They're not playing the same game we are.
If we lived in a place where when criminals did something
we are
wrong,
playing this game of reactions
they were not allowed to go on the streets. They were not allowed
dropped
to go back
inputs.
home and sleep at night and think about what crimes they were going to commit the next day. You would probably
They're
have
literally
zero
not
retail
playing the
theft
same
rings
game.
operating if all of the criminals who were doing the actual stealing were behind bars. If these crime kingpins who are selling on every single website can't find workers, they're going to have to shut down, not the stores they steal from.
Yeah, because there's only so many Rufuses. Exactly. Yeah, because you go pay Rufus, and then Rufus goes to jail. It's like, oh, fuck. Well, let's go pay Jim. Okay, all right. Jim's doing it for a while, then Rufus. Then Jim's in jail. Fuck. Okay, now I'm out of crackheads. Fuck. What am I going to do? Am I going to have to go in there? What if I go to jail? And the problem solves it.
In a world where everyone who does something wrong is actually a victim of somebody else who deserves it, you don't actually have any.
I think that's a terrible argument because they're not selling the game to 0.1% of the players.
Is it New York City's attitude? What should we
That.
do here to stop this out of control, peaceful shoplifting epidemic? Let me know. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Yeah, I just
Should be-
saw this.
they should
I
be in
figured
their
I'd
own
watch
queue.
it. I mean, I'm not really surprised that
That's
stuff
simple.
like this is happening. I mean, like, really, it's just it
I
is
don't begrudge
if
modern
you make
players.
something not against the rules.
begrudge
here's
the
a really
fact that
good
I see
example,
them.
right? And like, this is I never watched this guy's videos before. It's a really good video. I liked it a lot. Like, you know, like in Wrath of the Lich King, how every
It's fine if you want to play Street Fighter Lite, but I'm not playing Street Fighter Lite. I'm playing real Street Fighter. We're playing fundamentally different games.
everybody was buying gold. Do you know why everybody buys gold? It's because people don't get banned for it. And if you do get banned, maybe the gold gets deleted and you get a 3-day suspension. So the punishment for buying gold is better than the reward. So if the reward is so good that the punishment doesn't outweigh it, well then people are just going to keep doing the thing that they'll get in trouble for. It's just what makes sense. How would you deal with it? Do you think it's ethical to steal a loaf of bread to feed your family? No, I don't. I don't. Because the people that are selling the loaf of bread need to make that money to feed their family. Just the answer is no. Simple thing. Is there anything else? Fair enough. Let's see here. Steal bread, tell the story of the cop. People will buy you food guaranteed. Yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of other ways to do it. I mean, like, a lot of... I know, like, here in Austin, there's a lot of resources. Not everywhere there is. But, yeah, that's what my opinion is.
Delays.
That's what I'm banning them? No. I mean, like, that's just what my opinion on it is. It's that simple. And before the bread seller is the 1%. What if you stole bread from Walmart? Well, if you steal bread from Walmart, there are a lot of people who have their, like, 401ks in Walmart. And so if Walmart's stock goes down, then all of those people lose money. And those people are relying on those 401ks to live their retirement. Also,
bro, what the hell? I just noticed this guy's master.
Walmart
on Rashid as well. So.
And if Walmart closes, then all the people that work at Walmart won't have a job anymore. And then all the people that shop at Walmart won't be able to get food there. That's not how it works. And I understand that people think that it's okay to steal from something big. But the problem is that it's only okay whenever you don't think about it. And the more that you think about what the effects of stealing from a store is, the more you're going to realize that it actually hurts everybody. Walmart will move out of the community. Exactly, right? And Walmart is a huge employer, by the way. Like, Walmart is probably one of the biggest, if not the biggest employer in the country. I wouldn't be surprised. So, yeah. All of those people are now not able to get a job. Now, is it Amazon now? Yeah, I'm not really sure. But I know that there's a lot of Walmart employees. They don't think about stuff like that at all. Preventing small crimes just breeds big crime. Well, if you put a bunch of small crimes together, you create a big crime.
This is what I mean, though.
So
I don't have a cross-up, I don't have a reversal, and then on the other hand, this exists.
I mean, I understand that, like, this might be complex or whatever.
The developers even give a shit about their game? It doesn't feel like they do.
Real whenever it's about physical people. Well, the people that are talking about victimless crimes are generally talking about victims, people that they don't think are victims. Crazy the hoops that people jump through to make stealing okay. Not stealing is stealing. You can't logically have... And, like, also, like, here's another reality. Most people are not going to freak out if some random single mom is trying to steal a loaf of bread. That's really not what the big concern is. Like, and that's been accounted for in retail for over 100 years. What people are talking about is, like, people that are coming in and stealing large quantities of things and then running out with it. Send the mom to jail and the baby too.
The entire character is just retarded.
People place much
this guy's not playing Street Fighter.
The idea of corporations and companies are composed of people too, not some soulless entity. Yeah, of course. Where do you think corporations get their resources from? They stole that shit from less developed countries with bad leaders. I don't think that has anything to do with the fact that people are being employed by the company.
Which other characters can do this in any shape or form?
And you're hurting those people in a way that I don't think that you have the authority to do so. So, like, just because you think that a company is immoral, like, I think everybody has a different determination of, like, whether a company is immoral or not. Like, I think almost all of us agree that something like Nestle is immoral, but less of us would agree that maybe, Hobby Lobby is immoral, or Chick-fil-A. But there's still a lot of people that believe that. And then I would say even less people believe that something like Wendy's is immoral. So the problem with, like, allowing a person to make their own subjective judgment on, like, what is okay and not okay to steal from, the problem is that before you know it, everything is going to be okay to steal from it because these people want to justify stealing from it. It's so easy to figure out a reason why it's okay for you to do something bad. Society runs on law and order. Yes. This one from a poor background. Justifications for crime really offend me. Whether they claim it's in favor of the poor people, the main victims of crime and theft are the poor people. Yeah, they are. Do you think if we were better taking care of people who would steal, as in better care of communities, it would be less of an epidemic? Absolutely. And that's what I was saying before about approaching a problem from multiple directions, is that if you want this to stop, you have to obviously approach it from 3 or 4 different reasons. Like, you're absolutely right. If people had better social systems and
oh my God,
there were less people that, like for example, whenever my mom had food stamps, there was also, like, food banks that she could go to and they would give her a bunch of food.
Laura.
And even locally, there's a lot of, like, very small, like, kind of micro food banks that we have here in Austin that people come to and they'll put food there and then, people will come and take the food if they need the food. So all of those things, each one of those things are, like, you think about it as like a Path of Exile or like an MMO character build, all of these things like reduce health by like 1% or reduce armor by like 2%. So like they're all like 1 and 2% reductions.
Yeah, what is he,
but
Laura?
if you have enough of them, you get to like a 10% reduction or a 20% reduction, and then that's whenever you really have a big change. But it happens incrementally.
I know, right?
39 scores.
Yeah, they're like I said, dude. These developers,
Dude, is
the
this
developers that we
video
got, not the
real?
ones we
Like,
deserve.
What the hell? 39 stores are leaving New York City because of theft.
The NYPD is looking for several suspects in a drugstore burglary pattern.
Police say the suspects were involved in 8 different incidents where they tried to break into pharmacies by breaking their glass doors or rolling down those heavy security
That would make
gates.
sense.
Great, just what we need. A new robbery pattern targeting pharmacies in New York, many of which are having problems staying open. With Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid closing a combined 40 locations in 2024 alone, leaving New York with about half the number of pharmacies it had just 10 years ago. Before our leaders thought it would be a good idea to stop sending thieves to jail where they belong.
We've spoken to several managers at various drugstores around New York City. Though none would go on camera, all tell us they've seen an increase in theft.
Millions of dollars in
I wonder
stolen
why they
goods
won't go
seized
on
in
camera.
Queens and put on display to the cameras.
There's this huge problem that people think that it's okay to steal shit, and they view it's like I think that there's like a huge difference between somebody stealing like diapers and somebody stealing like fake eyelashes. I do. I think it's totally different, right? Like cosmetics, yeah. What is this? A TV? Yeah. No. What about piracy? Piracy isn't good, but there's no zero-sum environment. Like theoretically, everybody could have a copy of I don't know, Gladiator, and it wouldn't affect anybody's copy of Gladiator. So it's a totally different situation. Piracy is totally different.
The thieves had an eye for cosmetics, beauty products, designer clothing, and accessories.
Yeah, we're not talking about stealing like milk and diapers, baby formula.
The shoplifting concerns are part of a growing trend in the city, but due to court laws, many of those arrested were released back on the streets to do it again. This man just
I love how I love how they have catch and release. You know, the only other time I've ever heard of the word catch and release as a term is with fishing. Like these people, they think they're fucking sardines or something. Yeah, what is this?
That was on the side and just ran out. Security tried to stop him, but he was already gone.
Raphael and Sean Martez have been getting their prescriptions filled at this Walgreens for at least a year. They believe shoplifting played a role in the store's closure.
They have it locked up because sometimes they get boosters that come in there and steal their stuff.
I don't know if they're stealing from here or stealing from another place.
Booster, big surprise. It's just people that steal.
Here, these plexiglass screens and all these other inconveniences creates additional friction, and friction is the death of retail.
It's like nothing is being done.
So do you feel like it's getting colder?
Yes, it's definitely getting colder.
To me, I would say that having to speak to an employee to get something out of the shelf is a huge deterrent for me wanting to shop at that store. I honestly, the reason why I don't want to talk to a lot of people.
Oh my god, this
go to the
fucking
store and I want to get something.
fake ass
And it's
concept.
really annoying. It wastes my time. It's just convenient. I don't want to interact with anybody.
Started mashing and it worked.
So American? Really? I mean, I don't know. I feel like... And I think also there's like the component of it where there's like an implicit expectation that you're a thief. And so I think that people don't like... Maybe I'm the only person that feels this way. I think people don't like that you're like pre-categorized as a person who would have been a thief, basically.
for God's sakes.
So nearly half of New York City's drugstores
There's
have
much Kuma.
disappeared over the last decade as retail theft continues running rampant. But what nobody's talking about is all of these pharmacy closures that are happening 1 year after our leaders promised to get tough on shoplifting. A promise many businesses are still waiting for them to keep. And sadly, if you walk
just
through
mashing.
town, you'll be greeted with all the signs that the high crime environment afflicting our stores is here to stay. With locations.
Yeah, we have this at Walmart. Like you have, I mean, now they got.
This guy's like legit silver. Just mashing. But it works because his character is pretty fucking good at that.
Coloring and underwear. That's it.
Throughout New York locking up their products because here we won't lock up our criminals.
Because stealing here's been decriminalized, making New York a breeding ground for professional criminals who take things that aren't theirs and then sell them on the internet or on the side of the street somewhere.
Perpetually funding illegal retail arbitrage businesses that will exist as long as shoplifting here remains unknown.
It's also a good point is that when somebody steals something and then they resell it, that also takes away, like, effectively 2 sales from the company. Because, like, if you buy it from somebody who stole it, well, not only did the person take the inventory away from you, you also didn't secure another sale as well. It's really bad.
Available misdemeanor provided it's peaceful shoplifting that doesn't escalate to a physical altercation with another person. As for some reason, our criminal sympathizer leaders don't think destroying security barriers or cutting security tags counts as violent behavior.
And that brings us to the real reason why New York is losing so many pharmacies, leaving many neighborhoods without.
I don't know how you could say that's not violent behavior. Anytime you destroy or alter property in a way that's malicious, it's obviously violence.
G.
Like I would say that, like, I mean,
let me go grab
define violence by like
some
it's
cheeks.
basically malicious physical action, right? Yeah. Behavior involving physical force intended to hurt, damage, or kill someone or something. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Not an object? No, it's a thing.
Yeah,
Yeah. I mean that's what the dictionary says, right?
I'm not sure if that's a crossover.
I don't know what else to say.
A viable alternative to get things like prescription medication or everyday basic items.
5 journals in a row. Give me 5 minutes.
We're already struggling for a variety of reasons, and as retail theft continues to creep up, it erodes whatever was left in the store's margins, leaving them no choice but to shut down. Something Walgreens alone did 22 times last year, leaving it with just 189 locations left in New York.
I love
However,
how the
as you're
only
about
thing
to
that's
see,
left
retail
is
theft
water.
isn't just a problem.
Like if you go back and you look at it, like it's just water. People stole all the sodas. Maybe people don't like cranberry juice that much. Yeah, Walgreens is on lockdown, boys.
For pharmacies that end up closing, it also raises the cost of living for every New Yorker, even those who already buy everything online from places like Amazon. Revealing that as criminals loot and destroy these businesses, they're actually destroying New York City itself.
People try to make the distinction between how violence is defined in the eyes of the law and not the eyes of the dictionary. That may be different. They are interpreting what that means themselves. They are the ones that are inventing what the law says. You can't make an argument to authority when you're the one that's the authority.
So New York City has obviously got a lot of former retail storefronts that have been shut down. But if you want to see what out-of-control retail theft is really doing to the city, take a look at the stores that are still open. Like this one, where pretty much everything is locked up behind plexiglass, except for low-demand products nobody's buying right now in New York, like sunscreen. Look at this. Even the picture of the product that is here. See.
Damn, we are this far? So they don't even have it locked up. They have a printing. Oh my God. I've never seen something this fucking ratchet before. This is amazing. Not only is it locked up, but it's only a picture of it that's locked up. Wow. Yeah, it's an NFT, yeah.
Don't steal the actual product. Even it's locked up, so you don't steal the picture. But on top of all this in-store security, you'll also see something else, a blinking camera array on the top of this CVS with flashing lights meant to scare criminals into thinking the police could be inside, or at least watching. But sadly, none of this security is having the intended effect because our stores are still shutting down.
It's terrible going on.
Raphael and Sean Martez have been getting their prescriptions filled at this Walgreens for at least a year. They believe shoplifting played a role in the store's closure.
I have seen it happen right in front of my face. This man just came in, grabbed a whole bunch of makeup stuff that was on the side, and just ran out. Security.
So, as you can tell from all this security plastic, these places are getting robbed constantly, sometimes right in front of paying customers. And look at all the cracks around this product
you're not
blocker
going
on
to
this
try
type.
to,
It's almost as if somebody...
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to try to fucking go and fight somebody over this. Like, I mean, if I was at a store and I saw somebody stealing something, if I could, I would maybe report them, but I sure as hell wouldn't try to stop them. I sure as hell would not. Like, absolutely, I don't want to deal with that. That's not my problem. I don't work there. Fuck that. Shoot them? Nah, you can't shoot people like that. I mean, maybe the store can, but yeah, that's it.
Tried to tamper with this and break through it to get at the products underneath. And before we get into the unstoppable proportions this crime wave has now reached, look at who the real victims are from all this stealing. Now, of course, the store itself is a victim of crime, obviously, but the people who live near a place like this, they're the ones that suffer the most, because after a store like this is gone, where do they go to get the things they need and have relied on buying from it on a weekly basis?
Apparently not
What about
there.
the people that work at a place like this? Once it's gone, where are they going to work?
This is one of the big issues that I think a lot of people have. It's, yeah, he's like, where the fuck, yeah, not there. And I think that there's another big issue is that a lot of people, they try to play this off as it's like kind of, oh, well, it's because people that are minorities get, get targeted by this more often. I think in poor areas, like, you're going to have more theft. I think that just makes sense. And if there's more minorities there, then yeah, that would be true. But when you have more theft and you don't have it, like, controlled, it hurts all of those people. Like, those are, like, the entire minority group that those thieves are a part of are all negatively affected by it. And it's kind of like what I was saying before about how it's like performative empathy, where it's like, oh, well, we're trying to help, these minorities, and we don't want to have them be unfairly targeted by police. But what I don't think that they realize is that by not giving these people in these communities the ability to, like, control their own stores, they have the stores leave, people lose jobs, and it just gets worse for everybody. Is it unfair? I think that there's definitely cases where police officers are racist and interactions happen with a person that is non-white or a white person. It could be a racist black officer towards a white person too. But, like, I think I'm sure it happens, but it's not like you can't base everything off of that. These people care about their own community. They care about the effects. Well, what a lot of it is, I think, is that these people don't care about many of the people that are the biggest
Bro, I've been playing Ike for 5 hours.
allowing people to steal things out of
I'm
stores.
actually gonna swap over then.
Don't live in places where people are stealing things out of stores. Unless they're the ones that are doing the stealing. So in a lot of cases, what happens is that it's these, in general, like ivory tower, upper middle class, gated community people that are trying to dictate to these lower working class people that, no, it's actually good that you can steal things out of stores without realizing the second order effects of what that stealing causes. And that's what I was saying before about, like, the selfish altruism or, like, performative empathy, and about how doing it in order to make yourself feel good or sound good ends up hurting other people.
Oh, yes, every time a store like this shuts down over crime, the brand always says that they'll do everything they can to redeploy their workforce to other locations. Of
course they will.
But that just hurts everybody, because now the people who work at those other locations are going to have less hours because there's now a surplus of workers.
Yeah.
If the workers that were at a store that closed can even...
And it's also, like, if you're a worker there, so, like, if you assume that, like, let's just use a little bit of logic here, right? I mean, for, like, who's ever done logistics for a company or for an organization or for anything before? let's say you have 6 workers. Each worker is allocated to be active 80% of the time or 90% of the time. If you are working at capacity, because it's logical that you would not overhire, you would probably want to have the closest percentage of employees to work as possible, right? That's why, for example, Taco Bell doesn't hire as many people to be working at 3 a.m. versus 3 p.m. Just as
Why would you
random
even play
example.
5, man? Just
And
play 1 and
so
move on to the next
now
one.
What this does too
It's a
is
modern.
it makes it to where the employees are now getting stretched even thinner because they've already got 2
You brought that on
jobs they have
yourself.
to do, right? They have to maybe maintain a store area, and they have to also check people out. Like this happens at Walmart. How many of you guys have been at Walmart and there's one person working the electronics section, and you have to wait for this person to talk to 2 other people to ring somebody up, and then they have to go and unlock the thing out of the jewel case, right? All the time. Yeah, exactly. And so, like, what does that cause? That means that worker doesn't have as much time to rest. It's more strenuous on them, and it's more difficult for the workers in general. Yeah, dude's busy as hell. Yeah, exactly. Like, you don't even have
I just
like
play
a
one
moment or
game.
2 to rest, because you guys know, like,
It's one
I don't
game
know.
and then
I
I'm
mean, I've
gone.
only had like really 2 jobs my whole life that are like streaming, but most jobs, like, you're not working 8 hours straight. You're working for like maybe 10 minutes, and then you stop and you like recalibrate, and then you do something else for 10 minutes, and then you do something else, right? There's going to be like intermissionary periods. The fact is that now, not really. I think so. I mean, yeah, of course, right? It's like, for example, like you finish a task, and then you have to submit your task, and then you have to go get the next task.
I did that back in the
right?
day just to troll
And
people.
so all the time that happens, you're going to have transit time with anything. It's travel time, effectively. And no cool on this one? No, I think so. Not anymore. They min-maxed it.
No,
I don't know.
one
I mean,
button,
I'm sure that there,
level
guys,
3.
I'm sure that there's some jobs this isn't the case for. But I think in a lot of cases, it's very regular to have small intermissionary periods while you're working of maybe a couple of minutes until you do the next task. And what I'm saying is that situations and systems like this remove those intermissionary periods, or they make them smaller, and that way people don't have as much time. Social services? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's gonna be downtime.
Get to whatever location they've been redeployed to. But even if the workers can get to the new...
True as fuck. Yeah, of course, right? I mean, yeah. And also, like, logically, you would have to have downtime. Because almost no work is
That's why we just loaded the
completely
save.
synchronously the exact same performance the entire time. So you're going to have ups and downs, right? And so what I'm saying is that these downs, there's a lot less of them if you have to do all these other activities.
Location, so can the criminals. In fact, they ride around on the subway here for free because we don't care about fare evasion either. And that's the real problem here, because if customers need a new store to shop at and workers need a new store to work at, criminals, they're going to need a new store to steal from, and everybody's going to end up at whatever store is still hanging on. And
That's
hanging
right.
on is definitely the best way to describe it after one
Jesus.
Upper East Side pharmacy closed. The
People
sole
do not like lawn chairs, apparently.
It's a lot bigger than
Yeah,
the
there you
first one,
go.
right? The first one's like
surviving location said that they were getting
12 hours?
robbed once an hour. And as you're about to see, closing stores is not going to put a stop
You've
to New
got
York City's
speed up,
theft
yeah.
problems at all. In fact, it's only going to make it worse.
speed up is pretty nice. Mm.
It's like nothing is being done.
So do you feel like it's getting bolder?
Yeah, it definitely is getting
What else?
older.
Walgreens said only economic headwinds are making it too difficult to cover.
So
Don't
the
change too
reason
much.
It seems like theft is getting more out of control and thieves are getting bolder and more brazen is because they
fixed
have
a bunch
to.
of
You've got the
exploits.
same number of criminals, but now you've got fewer stores to steal from. Like this CVS right
Oh.
here. Its theft
Kinda
problems
sucks sometimes.
definitely got worse after the Walgreens, which was across the street, shut down. When that happened,
This is like what happens when I remember people tell me this. It's like when I go offline, the roaches scatter. And like people will be like, yeah,
It just
so
looks
like
much
I started
better.
getting a lot of sexist why do they
I
keep
don't know.
telling me
I like
stop
that they keep
talking?
the,
Why is this dishwasher talking? Why are they saying this? Oh, Asmon went offline.
It's like Star Ocean 2.
Oh,
the remake for
okay,
that.
yeah, no, that makes sense.
Looks better, same game. Love it.
And any crime that was taking place split between the two stores now all has to happen at just one
That was
store.
you?
And you
Yeah.
can tell from the lack of rust and dings in the paint on these cabinets that many of them are a recent installation here. And not only are many of these aisles completely walled off on both sides, you've also got that blinking security camera. The store's literally doing everything it can to deter crime. And that's because any surviving store is under more pressure now than it's ever been. And there's no way out from any of this.
Well, it's like if there's 100 thieves in 100 stores, people are probably going to steal from one store.
You gotta get to the
right?
menu, dude.
Not everybody's going to
Like,
steal
turn the music
everything
back
from
up.
the same store, because then you're going to run out of stuff. Like if you were stealing and everybody was stealing out of the same McDonald's or the same Walgreens, and you keep showing up with your bag, and then all the expensive stuff
this is the
gone,
best
you're
one.
going to say, fuck this, I want to go to the other Walgreens.
This one right here, best fucking
Right? Let's be honest,
thing
right?
they
I mean,
did.
yeah, you're going to go to the other Walgreens, like, fuck that. And so, but if there's only 10 Walgreens, you got to deal with 10 thieves in each one. The DoorDash table gets raided a lot. Bro, if you are down bad...
The reason for that is
DoorDash table,
here's
like,
a character in this game
I
that
work in loss prevention, and the
has like a
high
time
shrink
thing,
loss
but the
stores
timing
are
is like
intentionally
really
overstocked
fucking
to keep
strict.
a
You have to
product
like
available
bum
for
rush through the
customers.
game.
They surplus those stores not only to keep them in stock, but also to pad numbers.
So not having to do that is amazing. I love that
jerky
shit.
then.
That's great.
Because I go to the store and they have every kind except for the kind I want, and I'm tired of it, man. This pissing me
Oh,
off.
and in Suikoden 1 you could move diagonally, which normally wasn't a thing. Hilariously, it speeds you up, right? Because it's not normally a thing, so you're moving basically twice as fast.
But since that's not happening, every single
was running
thing
like
you
that.
see here are the last moves of a store
And-
that
and
probably
people-
won't be here for.
You gotta remember Listerine. Well, we played that game, right? The mouthwashing game. It's bad. It's real bad.
Forever. But you know, the real problem is all
Yeah.
of this product security. It doesn't just deter thieves, it also deters customers.
These plexiglass screens and all these other inconveniences that are added to customers who are simply there to make a purchase creates additional friction, and friction is the death of retail.
Oh, and you don't need a holy rune to sprint in Suikoden 1. That's
He's
also really
completely
nice.
fucking right.
Like this sprinting was in Suikoden 2, but in 1 you didn't have sprint until you had a holy rune.
Perfectly stated.
Said in a statement.
Friction is the death of retail. He's 100% right. And if it takes longer to buy things in a physical store, less people are going to put up with that. But it's not just the inconvenience factor that's a big
Oh, I
deal
forgot
here. All the
we had to go
security
east.
costs money. It's not free because every time somebody wants to buy something, they need a human to help them get it, and that costs money. And that money.
Well, see, this is a lot of people don't understand.
It's because I wasn't reading, guys. Sorry.
Like allocation of time.
think we'd lose
and
now.
like time management skills and optimization of those skills. So every employee's output is going to be min-max to the highest percentage that the company can realistically put it at, right? That's what you guys are saying, obviously. So this now is like, let's say an employee is operating at 95% efficiency. If this increases the amount of work they have to do by 10%,
I think I just skipped the east thing.
now they're over efficiency, and now
No,
a
he
new
does show up,
employee
yeah.
has to be hired, or the quality
I just skipped
of
the part
service
where you
goes
normally
down.
would go east. I just didn't
So
do that.
it actually makes everything
Force
cost
a
more
habit.
money. And like this is one thing that like, so. All right. This is a wow now. One thing that I would fucking hate about gold guides. I would hate this so much. There would be two
Right?
things I hated. Number one, gold guides that were made with no context of supply and demand. Number one. Number two, or with price and demand, wherever you want to look at it, depending on the product, right? But
Normally
yeah.
you don't actually
Another
talk to him though.
Is
Like
that
again? That's because I ran
gold
the
guides
wrong way.
that do not
Wrong way.
take into account travel time, transit time, reset time, loading time, ready time, cooldown time, and everything else.
And if you
All
press
of these
this
things,
3
you
times,
need to
I think.
itemize and figure out
Ah,
how
shit,
much
they
each
fucked me
of
over.
these
Smart.
individual little things take, and then
4
multiply
times.
it
If you
over
pick the other
8
one,
hours,
another fight would happen.
And you will see that, let's say, if every employee, think about it like this. If you have, what will be the math for this? You don't have 16 employees.
You see him in the camp, you
But
see him talking.
let's say you had
throughout,
16 employees.
He doesn't actually show up
every
here
single
if you
employee
don't.
worked 8 hours a day. And
Yeah, if you
30 minutes
you talk
of
to him
that
if he
day
runs
need to be
this.
dedicated in order to like unlock things. Now you need to hire an entire new employee in order to maintain the same level of efficiency. Crazy.
It can only come from one place. Just look at the price of this deodorant. It's absolutely expensive, almost $20. When a 3-pack of the exact same stuff costs $23 on Amazon right now, that's crazy. And
One of
if
the best
prices
games
are
ever
put
made.
up and convenience is going down, what reason is there to even shop in a physical store anymore? You'd literally have...
that's actually, he brings up a really good point, and I think that's what that Indian guy was saying on the video, is that basically these stores are already losing a lot of market share to things that are more convenient, like Amazon Prime. And so now when you add this extra barrier to entry, it makes it even easier for people to transition over to somewhere else. That's it. Amazon has this for $3. Well, not only do they have it for $3, they also have it with Amazon comes to my house.
I'm assuming for about an hour, maybe two. Still.
You don't have to pay shipping because you have Amazon.
And then I'm
Prime.
gonna go as well.
And if there's a problem, usually
It's
you
already
can return
noon,
it.
so I
It's
gotta do some
annoying
stuff.
how to do it, but yeah, they send it to your fat ass. Yeah.
Cha-ching! Thanks so much for the biddies, Ryuchi.
Some overpriced item and needed immediately for some sudden purpose to even go into one of these places. But if things are 3 times the price of what you can get them for on the internet, people are going to change their habits, and most people
And that's
are.
also another big issue, is that the prices on the internet are not amortized, or like they're not factored into the entire
I am gonna
price
make a bit of
like,
noise.
the value, right? Because like if you're selling things on the internet, you're
Mamma
not
mia.
factoring in shrink in the same way shrink is stealing, in the same way that you would be than if you have a retail store inside of New York City. It's just like it's making it to where these stores basically can't fucking exist, other than being loot boxes. Yeah.
They're willing to wait a couple of days to get their dryer sheets.
They're pretty damn good.
Just order your dryer sheets ahead of time. That way you don't have to run out and then come into a store and pay more than you pay on the internet.
Exactly.
However, the internet is a double-edged sword because it's both.
Bro, this is 20 more minutes. I'm just gonna turn this off. Fuck. I ain't listening no more anyway. Just turn this up. Once I get back into the menu. Saved by mercenaries. No, worse. You're gonna make me do chores. Sounds like you had a problem. That's not healthy. Poor Dodo lost his income. Making a prisoner do labor. There's gotta be a law against that. Done. Oh. No? Was this count? What the fuck, guys? Come on. Fuck off. Listen very carefully. I shall say this only once. The stock room. Barbara. Oh. Flowers. Leona, give me some flowers. Of course. Otherwise you get the shitty ending. I did it in the first one too because because you could load the save from the first one and then you can use that character. Hopefully they made it so I don't have to go and get him every single time I want him in my party. It's gonna be annoying. Manipulated. Double babysit duty. Guy's easily manipulated. Oh, wait, what? The hell? Didn't get healed. Can I sleep? Nope. Bullshit. The kobolds in this game are too adorable, dude. Stay on patrol, bro. It's not over. They be planning. Millie. Bro, she has the weirdest bit. Can't even explain it. Stay awake. We'll see it soon. Yes. At least in Suikoden 1. It's called the Champion Rune? No. No, it's a rune. There might be statuses in Suikoden 2 actually, as well. Because you can get steamed and stuff, right? You get like these statuses. Keep in mind, to recruit Stallion, you need to be faster than him. And to be faster than him, even though he has the true holy rune, so technically you can be faster than him, you have to like escape or let go like 50 battles or something. It's pretty much the same. Super broke though. Let me just, before I forget, we gotta see what they have, especially the rare fight. It's for later in the game. You get a stores that have all of the things that you've seen before. I wanted to get some butch, but there's no real reason. I gotta put this away or I'm gonna eat the whole bag. I want to suck your blood. Sorry. Alright, let's get through the tutorial started. Oh, there's one on the yeah. It's been a while, alright. Don't judge me! Oh, okay. There's no way there's one inside here. Never mind. Soon this pathetic little army will be mine. And we will make it into a grand endeavor. I'm gonna hold on to it, along with that fleet. Go home. That little girl kind of annoys me, I'm not gonna lie. Which vase? What? I'm not sure I get the reference. You mean the statue? Isn't that just regular loot? I'll be honest, I don't remember. Can't forget the flying squirrel though. I don't think I remember that, yeah. How could I not? Vulcan happy. Bit of a waste. Oh yeah, that's new too. Just realized I haven't saved yet. The music. I wonder what happens. Gave him a hand job. Oh god. It's weird though. From a certain level, you can go to 3 speeds, but you can't do that from the beginning of the game. I don't know what. Same in Suikoden 1. It just all of a sudden I could go to 3 speed. Didn't really make much sense as to why. One thing I wish you could do in Suikoden, which would give it more replay value as well, is choose your main character, so to speak. Not like different main characters, but I'm a medium now with Tonfas. What if I was an S with you know, a shield and a sword or something, or an L with an archer or mage, right? Something to, yeah, you know what I mean. Right? Like to change up, you could choose like you're either an S, an M, or an L, and then like have a couple of different ones. Well, that makes sense. Like the story is centered around you, right, as a player. That's kind of different though, because that's like party related. Here, the party is around you as the headquarters, right? As the sole. Because you're the main star of Destiny, right? Everything revolves around you as like the leader, the one who can unite all the 108 stars of Destiny. Final Fantasy X, the main character, for example, is just along for the ride, literally, right? Just dreamed up. Like, I get what you mean, right? But I don't think it would fit in how the story is structured. No, die. I'm gonna level up a bit before I take on this boss. Should I have taken the hard mode? Yeah, okay, but now you're talking about a tactics game that's like completely different as well, right? It's not even the same genre. There's a Suikoden Tactics as well. They should remaster that. I've never played it. I think I downloaded it for the PlayStation. I don't remember. I did Suikoden Tactics undub. You know what? I just realized something. I think the moment I had triple speed is when I actually recruited Stallion and started using him in my party for the True Holy Rune. If that's the case, that's a nice touch. I'm not gonna lie. Stallion and Kirkis in Suikoden 1 are OP together. They have the same attack, essentially as I got with Joey, like a one-time damage to everything. It clears out entire spots, and because of Stallion's speed, it was always first. It's pretty OP. Here it comes. Ow. One of these guys is probably going down now. Him again, him again. Oh, I got lucky. That's good. Oh, damn. She's hot. I couldn't resist, sorry. Smokestack. I should have said smokestack. Oh, that would have been way better. Damn it. Nice. Yeah, it's the mist monster. Literally what it's called. nice. The level up helped. Let's wait first. Yeah, as you can tell, the spawn rate for enemies is just the same. Right? You will not. You want like money and or experience. Well, you will like money. Let's be honest. That's how the game works, but you know. My guy has main character syndrome. It's all the good shit. Home sweet home. Okay, first things first. Indeed we did. Alright, let's talk in. Or getting. Nice house. Okay, what's 3 times? There we go. Muku muku. Let's go. Our very first recruit. I think he's an actual star as well, right? The only one that's a star. Yeah. You have to have room, and I think you have to have him in the party as well. And sometimes it just randomly spawn. Like, the battle starts and it's there. Also remember, sometimes it's a pain in the ass to actually get the spawn. I swear there was something else here. It's not. Stash of snake. Oh. This is the thing, right? Does it matter? I can't remember. I remember... It's not the sell and earn thing, right? That's get that from battles. Yeah, it's just for money, I think. No, it doesn't affect the ending at all. I remember that much. There's only a few things that affect the ending. The really important one is yelling to Nanami when the arrow comes. Spoiler alert! For a 20-year-old game. Oh, I know. Alright. I know. Tadaima! She goes through the motions quick, bro. Go, Dodo. It's just one guy, right? We just started. Yeah, just about. We just go through the... Well, not really. We're in the intro still. We played Aki. Lots and lots of Aki. I like her a lot better than Ids, I'm not gonna lie. It is fundamentally a good play, but I can't do shit, dude. Went 0-10 against the Master, 70k MR, or not MR, 70k rating. He 0-10'd me, but they were good fights. I almost got a couple, took a few rounds. Which, against someone literally, you know, 7 times my MR. That's pretty good. Can I just point this out? Like, this is such an amazing game, and it's literally like, it starts out with child murder, like in a false flag operation. God damn. Right? It's like, not only are we gonna get hanged, we're getting beaten as well. Little beating first. Rotten hell. Notice how the sounds changed. Sup? Mostly the last one. She don't need saving though. I love the the fucking squirrel. The squirrel immediately noticed. Oh hey. Yeah, it wouldn't. Yo, Gimli, what's up? Doing alright? Surviving? What's up with you? What? I'm not sure what that means. This is my normal hair, bro. What the hell? The fuck? I usually stream in the dark though. Still my normal hair. I've been going gray since I was like 18. But at least I ain't losing it, so, you know, could be worse. No? Like I said, could be worse. No, I like my hairline where it's at, thank you. All we got. Recruitment time. Ingen fight hard. Where do I wrist? God, is it also a wrist here? Ooh. Food looks great. I can't wait to do the fucking... Dude, I want to do the cooking minigame so badly. In these new graphics? Oh, this is gonna look fantastic. It's a remake of Suikoden 2. We finished the first one. Also a remake. It came out like last week. Oh, swag. This is alongside Star Ocean, my all-time favorite RPG series on the console. JRPG. Right? It's better than Final Fantasy. In my opinion, obviously. Oh, fuck. Don't get me wrong, I played a lot of Final Fantasy too. Final Fantasy is great. This is better. Final Fantasy is in a JRPG. Rikimaru. I think he eats like 2,000 poch or something. That was nearly half my money. Yeah, basically, kind of. There's 108 characters you can recruit in this game. Millie's gone. Oh, she's probably in the forest. Chicked, right? No rare find. We're good. Her pit. To be honest, I forgot which way it was. We're not doing much damage to this. Oh, he did this amazing amount of damage. Perfect. And the knockdown on top of it. Should be a good amount of. Remember, that's her pit. It's basically Nibbler. She got. Sort of. Partially. I've been playing shit tons of Street Fighter, so I'm definitely out of the loop. This thing needs to die already, holy shit. Dog. Finally. Like I was like, ugh, with it stuck on and everything. Nice double attack for the win. Key. Oh, these guys have a lot of health. Let's notice that. I'm literally gonna run all the way back to the... Yeah, to the castle. So I can sleep for free. Cheap gunt. The thing you missed, essentially, the hour that you missed. You start off as a youth soldier, camping out near the border with Joustin as a Highlander, and you're under attack, but it turns out your own guys are killing you. And you get away, and these guys here save you from the river that you jump into. And then you escape from these guys because you're technically prisoners, right? Because we're in Joustin now, not Highland. And then you escape and go back home, and then you're convicted of being spies for Joustin. And then you escape, and now we're here again. Yeah, and they all get murdered. So this game essentially starts with a bunch of children getting murdered in a false flag operation to start a bigger war. And then we get involved in that. Because we're the survivors of that false flag operation, so we're very inconvenient, right? That's essentially what you missed. We just got rescued by the Joustin mercenaries, Victor and Flick. And yeah, that's where we are. Yeah, this game starts out pretty brutal. Doesn't stop being brutal, to be honest. A break. Come on. Is it because I don't have space for a character? I also have to flee and let go like about 50 times, I think, before I get to a certain point in the game. No, someone spawns there because I put the bird back. But I might need room. So yeah, Suikoden is actually like brutal. The stories are all usually about, you know, two countries going to war and you're just involved. It's not like, oh, I gotta save the fucking universe. No, you're just in this part of the world during a war. And then you usually end up being the, oh my. You know what? It's gonna go. Come back here later anyway. No. Oh, I do have duelist per. Oh, that's actually not good at all. I didn't think about that. That's good at least. Like, it's good in one as well. You start out as part of the Empire, as a son of a famous general, and they use you as a scapegoat for something. Or no, sorry, your childhood friend who is adopted by your father, has a true rune, a soul eater. There's like game, like, everything revolves around runes. Magically speaking, there's 27 true runes, and from which all other runes are descendants, I guess. And the true runes are insanely powerful, up to a point that they give immortality to the wearer and stuff. And an evil person is looking for that rune and blah blah blah. Here we go, fine. You get like pulled into it. You even have to like, you end up murdering your own father and stuff. Well, murder is saying much. You fight him, but he dies, right? Because of you. So, considering I played this when I was like 12 or something, game's pretty brutal. Shiro's amazing, by the way. That dog is fit. Yeah. Those two guys are great. Mainly the dog. Does shit tons of damage. And I think you can get him to attack like 3 times when you level him up enough. Nailed him. Passed everything. My project was 58 out of 100 though, I got lucky on that. Fucking Trueness was doing my head in. Oh shit. Your guess is as good as mine. Hello. You missed 5 hours of Aki. Pretty chill. 3 hours that I was spent training. Right? Oh damn! Everything all right? Oh no, I should. Whatever. Fine. Yeah. I went way too far. Bro, I can't remember where this was. Been so long. I haven't opened that. Oh, that reminds me. I gotta get my fucking when I play later. I maxed out the battle pass. That's Toro. There it is. Da, 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 da. Bilika. Grenadiers. And thus we got dragged. Felt like the dog was talking to me. That's kind of weird. Gold rip. Is it the frames, I guess, or the delay? Excuse me. Was never cool. Why, because of Blaz? Yeah. Old book volume 1. Failure urn. Yep. They call it defective urn now. It's a failure urn. Famous urn. That used to be Gankaku urn. Doctor, see guys. I liked Sagat in 4. Do not go to Ryu tomorrow. Holy shit. Warning, warning. Just get out and yell at him. Oi! Get your ass in here! Fine. No. Game's not that fucked up. A very precious 70 puch. Ba-ba-dum, bum, bum. Yeah. It's actually needed to progress the story, so... Welcome to Moose. Jose. Hello, old man. forgot where the item shop was. Stand there, yeah. So, we lost 430 punch. Wanna see something cool? Ruh-roh. Downside is we get this whiny little kid that follows us around now. Tries to play on your feelings the whole game, dude. The Mad Prince. You can't really use her, so she's just around. Yeah.
Hiya, bitch.
Oh shit. I gotta go back. Plum forgot. Oh. Can't bring all on. I totally would. Not a possibility. Apple's from the first game. So is Victor and Fleek. It's dumb that they call him the Mad Prince already. They don't do that in the original. Like, why would you call him the Mad Prince already? Nobody knows. Still is. Apparently gauntlets are pretty good. Damn. Just have one. Alright, good luck. Have a good one. I won't be around myself there. I've been live for 8 hours or 7. I really do have to do some stuff in real life. I just want to get a nice chunk in. Play more Aki later. Fire spears. I just want to see the coolest scene in the game, and then we're well, cool. The hardest scene in the game. They've been another week. They've changed it. Oh, every time. Coming through. Holy shit. Go, go. Holy shit. Oh, I almost made it all the way to the end without a single fucking fight. That's kinda nuts. Oh yeah. Bitch. Here it comes. Slash. Act like a pig. Die, pig. Yeah. So yeah. Brutal fucking game, to be honest, when you think about it. He might very well be the coolest boss battle I've ever done. Damn it! Why is it? It should auto. It should automatically go to the save button, not the don't save button. We're crying out loud. Let's do the first battle. Sorry, I shouldn't be skipping. Let's see what you got. That sounds like a defensive move. I just need to scratch him, so if it is and I attack, I scratch him. Oh, it's an attack. Oh, what? Okay, I guess I didn't need to deal a little bit more than scratch him. Shit, what did he say? That's the spirit? Sounds like he's gonna do an attack again. It's kinda bad because he does a lot of damage. Okay, we're good now. I could have chosen correctly and still lost if it was one more. Like, for real. Let's do this. Fight for freedom, peace, whatever. The music is so good, dude. Fuck, I've been listening to this all my life. Literally. You comfortable? It's a lion? What? I thought it was a bear. So long, G. We got. Oh, in that case, fuck. Riptide. So far, we're doing good. That one guy actually respawns, basically. Losing one guy is the same as losing 0. He just got wiped out though. So did he? Got him. Pathetic. Ow. I like how he's like, oh, stay in the fort, and then he's the only one that walks out. Or the first one that walks out, I guess. Retreat. Scatter. Yeah. You missed. Lose it. Oh shit. Fuck, I should have done that. Oh. Okay, he's got a lot of HP compared to the rest. Kakate koyo, shiksha. Nice experience. Don't think these guys are endless though. Rude. There's only like 2 parts in the game and there's endless. The first one is the one all the way at the start of the game. There's another one, I just can't remember where. Run, Forrest, run! They fucked me over. No, it's not that bad. Ichiro is really nice. Gingin's alright. I didn't want Rikumaru with me. You get 3 randoms from the guys you recruited. To be fair, it could have been much worse actually. Gingin and Shiro is that alone is fantastic. Finally, it said let go. Oh, and the formation's all fucked. It couldn't have been worse. Poor little fella. Sucks. I want Joey's rune. Why? Why couldn't I? Why didn't it melee? Let us choose. I don't want the bright shield rune. I want the sword rune. Fucking make me the goddamn healer. What's up with that? Lick not. We meet again, fair lady. Music is so good. Got her ass handed to it. But then the cavalry. So dope. No, I want to go take the cave to the right. No, this is bullshit. Let me take this. No. No. I want it. I want this one. Bullshit. Sad. Bullshit. Want to buy mod that lets me play with the black sword rune instead. Ugh. I need to save, man. Oh my god. Fucking 8 hours already. I played Aki for 6 hours. 5 to 6 hours, and then this for however long. What's up? Yo, the black sword is it's much cooler, yeah. That's why I want it. I've played with the bright shield rune 50 times already. You know what I mean? Let me grab the other one. Let me just grab the other one, just once. Just one time, one time. What did you say? Alright, let's go save so I can actually be productive in my real life for an hour or two. Miss Hilda. Yeah. Yeah, there's more room now, right? Like I get why they did it, but it bugs me as well sometimes. I don't know. It's still pretty good. Famed treasure hunter. I don't think I've come across a typo either. Usually I notice that stuff, so. And I think they added like a battle speed mode, right? I'm pretty sure once you recruit Stallion and you get the true Holy Rune, you can go to 3 speeds. In Suikoden 1, I think that's when the cutoff was. Like, because I was going at 2 speed the whole time. And then after I got Stallion, I like randomly pressed again and I got 3 speed. I think they tied that into the true Holy Rune. Or whatever it's called now. They changed the name to something stupid. That I wish they left alone. Like, a failure urn is a failure urn. It's not a defective urn, alright? No, it's a failure urn, for crying out loud. Like, don't touch the names of the items. You know what I mean? I've been playing the same game. It's been a failure urn for 30 years. Give me a break. In the save data, right? So I want my own character. And not Tyr. It is the best one. But now it's the best one with my own save. You know? So it makes that a little bit better. That's what I'm going for anyway. Love the dog, dude. Technically wolfing. No, let me fucking save. Oh my god. Oh. I don't have anyone. I forgot the killer, but I put it in the storage. Nobody believed me. What are you saying, Hilda? Yeah, wind feather ornaments. I got one equipped right now. Some of the changes in item names is, just leave the item names alone, guys, please. There was no reason to change them. The Genkaku urn is now called Famous Urn. What? Right? Wasn't it called Genkaku urn? I'm pretty sure it was, right? Oh, was it Famous Vase? I swear it was Genkaku Vase. Leave the kids. Like how it's like, oh yeah, the ruins? Oh yeah, this is my backyard. Okay. And they're like crazy ruins as well. Bunch of crazy mobs in there. Dude is like lives right next around the corner. Yeah, I don't mind the font. What I like most is the ability to the most iconic sound. Anyway, I finally got the save. I've been live for 8 hours already. Fucking hell. It's 2 p.m. Means I went live at 6 a.m. God damn. Oh, okay, I gotta do some stuff around the house. I will be back in a few hours. I will play Street Fighter 6 first. Gotta play more Aki. Had to get that in my muscle memory. But then we continue with Suikoden 2, obviously. Got say 96 people to recruit still. The map feed, yeah, I don't ever use it. It's just for towns. I think it only works in towns. I don't think it even works in dungeons. It's for when you need where was the item shop again? But the town is like, I don't know, just walk 2 meters down and you can see the entire town. You know what I mean? They're not that big, so I don't know why they put that in. Like, I really don't. It makes no sense. There's no reason for it. But it's still a Suikoden remaster, and I'm still a big fan of it because I want more Suikoden remasters. But not the gacha game that can suck my dick. I don't do gacha games. Not a game. It's gacha money, alright? Fuck that. But if they remastered 3, 4, 5, I buy those instantly. Even 4, man. People give 4 a bad rap. But it's not that bad, you know? Sure, in comparison to the other Suikodens, it's the worst one, but it's still miles above, like, a normal RPG from the contemporary era, right? In my opinion. I like the whole twist with the whole water thing and stuff. So it's kind of cool. What I didn't like is the four party member thing. You could say the same about that in Suikoden 3, right? It grew on me by now. I really like Suikoden 3. But when I first got it, the battle where you attack per row instead of per character, that's fucking weird, right? It still is, to be honest, right? But yeah. Hopefully, we'll get more remasters. Or even an entirely new Suikoden. But I don't know how good is that. How good that is. Oh, I finished Suikoden 3 multiple times. I actually really like it. It's great. I would probably go, in terms of favorites, 23154. But 3, 1, and 5 are all like close together. I can see how you can get annoyed with that, yeah. Especially when you don't have a horse. When you do have a horse, it goes fairly quick, right? When you play Chris's chapter. But I like the world building in Suikoden 3. It's great. It looks great too. Right, the whole art style is very unique. Yeah, actually really like that game. Plus, besides the Nicklord theme, it has my all-time favorite song. This one. The Duck Village theme song. I love this song, dude. Such a good song. Apparently, a couple of characters from 3 are from Suikoden Tactics, which I've never played. I did download it though. I downloaded an undub for it, so hopefully, I'll play that at some point. No, the best team for me is definitely Nick Lord. That organ is fire. Goes hard too. Great. God, Suikoden so good, dude. Make more, please. Remaster more. I will give you my money, Capcom. Or Konami, sorry. Force a habit. Force a habit. Speaking of Capcom, give me Laura, please. Anyway, yeah, sorry. Click the follow button if you want to see more Suikoden. But we start with Street Fighter tonight. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you for engaging. And I'll see you guys. What time is it now? 14, 16? A couple hours. Alright. Peace. Thank you so much.